Welcome to the Luna-esque Garden, a supernatural pack saga, where fate is messy, the sparks are wild, and the full moon brings more than fur and fangs. There is snark, steam, and a mate bond, neither of them asked for, but cannot escape. Buckle up, pack. From haunted hearts to ancient curses, you will find stories here that pull you in and do not let go. If you're into tales that twist the real and the unreal, you are in the right place. Nyxen Audiobooks. To my subscribers and listeners, your ears give these stories their second life. You are the reason these stories live beyond the page. Hit that subscribe button and let us dive in. The morning sun filtered through the dense canopy of pine needles that clung to the ridges of northern mountain reach, turning the thin shafts of light into amber ribbons that danced across the training yard. The air was crisp, tinged with the sharp scent of damp earth and pine sap, while a faint, salty undertone of sweat rose from the bodies of the warriors who moved in unison. It mingled with the familiar, comforting aroma of the cabin, smoke from the hearth, herbs drying on the windowsill, and the lingering, warm perfume of freshly brewed coffee that had seeped into the stones over a decade of Jax's rule. Then a scream ripped through the quiet, a high-pitched, panicked wail, unmistakably Celeste's, cut the morning like a sudden gust of wind. Jax did not even flinch. Around the yard, the warriors froze mid-step, their muscles tensing for a heartbeat, before they exchanged glances that held both concern and a secret, barely suppressed grin. Marcus, his beta, looked up from the moment he was correcting a younger wolf's stance, the lines of his jaw tightening as his eyes widened in recognition. "Bug," Marcus called out, his voice laced with amusement that rose like a light chuckle over the rustle of leaves. "Bug," Jax confirmed, his deep voice rolling across the yard, steady as the stone walls that surrounded them. He did not rush. This particular dance had been rehearsed countless times over 10 years of shared life. The cabin door burst open with a thunderous bang that echoed off the surrounding cliffs, sending a spray of pine-scented dust into the air. Celeste stormed out, her dark hair a wild halo that fluttered around her shoulders, strands sticking to her damp forehead. Her arms failed in a frantic, almost slapstick manner that would have been comical if Jax did not know the genuine terror behind them. She wore one of Jax's old shirts, the hem dangling just above her mid-thigh, the fabric soft and worn to the touch of her skin. Bare feet slapped against the rough wooden porch steps, each thud reverberating through the floorboards. "Jax." Her voice cracked, raw with desperation, and the words were punctuated by the harsh rasp of her breaths. Jax was already moving, his long strides eating up the distance between the yard and the cabin, with the effortless grace of a wolf gliding through snow. Even at his casual pace, he covered the ground in mere seconds, his muscles rippling beneath his shirt as he approached. Celeste instantly pressed herself against his broad back, her fingers digging into the coarse weave of his shirt, her cheeks sinking into the warm hollow between his shoulder blades. "Kill it, Jax," she demanded, her voice muffled against his fur-covered back. "It ran across my arm, from somewhere behind the pack." A low snicker slipped through the trees. Jax turned his head over his shoulder, his gaze cool and measured, not angry, just enough to restore order. The sound of the snicker sputtered out, silenced by his stare, yet the mischievous grins on the warriors' faces lingered. Even after a decade, the pack still found endless entertainment in their Luna's one weakness. "What are we dealing with?" Jax asked, keeping his voice level even as a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Spider? Beetle? Gods forbid. Another moth." "I do not know," Celeste hissed, her breath hot against his neck. "I did not stop to ask about its life story. It had legs, Jax. Too many legs." He stepped into the cabin, Celeste still clinging to his back like an anxious shadow. The interior welcomed them with a warm, cozy glow. Sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, painting the hand-woven blankets draped over the sofa in soft gold. Stacks of books formed miniature fortresses on every surface, their spines exhaling faint whispers of old paper and ink. A lingering scent of coffee, rich, slightly bitter, with a hint of cinnamon, filled the room, curling around the edges of the wooden beams. "Stay outside," Jax commanded gently, his tone a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. "Already there," Celeste replied, slipping free from his shirt only to dart back to the porch, where she pressed herself behind a sturdy post, peering over it as if the wood might magically shield her. Jax scanned the cabin's main room, his heightened senses picking up the rapid, frantic thrum of something small near the kitchen counter. A flicker of movement caught his eye. A lizard, no larger than his thumb, its mottled brown and green scales catching the light like flecks of moss. It darted across the countertop with a sudden, jerky grace that would have been beautiful if Celeste had any desire to appreciate it. "All right," Jax said, his alpha voice taking on an exaggeratedly stern quality that sounded almost theatrical. "Whatever bug just scared my Luna, I am giving you one chance. Come out with your arms up." From outside, Celeste's voice drifted in, faint but sharp. "Not funny, Jax." Underneath her protest, the tremor of suppressed laughter leaked through, a tiny ripple that only Jax could hear. That was his Celeste, terrified, yet still able to savor his terrible jokes. The lizard skittered across the counter, its tiny claws scraping against the polished wood. With fluid grace reminiscent of a wolf's pounce, Jax lunged, his hand closing around the creature with surprising gentleness. The lizard trembled in his palm, its head cocked to one side, tiny amber eyes blinking in bewildered indifference. "You picked the wrong cabin, friend," Jax murmured, his voice low and almost conspiratorial. He walked to the door, cradling the lizard as delicately as if it were a newborn. "My Luna does not negotiate with trespassers, especially ones with legs." Celeste saw him approaching and instantly retreated, pressing her back against the cabin's weather-worn exterior wall. "Is it gone? Please tell me it is gone." "It is right here," Jax replied, extending his palm outward. Celeste's reaction was a peculiar mix of a squeak and a low growl, her throat tightening. "Jax, I swear to the moon. Relax, love. I am escorting our guest off the premises." He descended the porch steps, each wooden tread creaking softly under his weight. Celeste watched from her safe distance, eyes wide and shining like polished amber. When Jax reached the edge of the clearing, he crouched, positioning the lizard on a sun-warmed rock that glistened with a thin veil of dew. "There you go. Word of advice. Stay away from the alpha's cabin. The Luna's got a mean streak when it comes to things with more than 4 legs." The lizard, as if summoned by an ancient instinct, darted away to the underbrush, its tiny body disappearing into the tangle of pine needles and fern fronds. Jax brushed the dust from his hands, feeling the faint grit settle between his fingers. He turned back, his eyes finding Celeste still pressed against the wall, her green eyes tracking his every movement with a blend of dread and curiosity. "All clear," he announced, opening his arms wide as if to embrace the whole forest. She did not move. "Are you sure? Did you check everywhere? What if it have friends? Celeste?" His voice softened, dropping into that particular tone, a blend of alpha command and intimate affection that seemed to wrap around her like a warm blanket. "Come here." She hesitated for only a heartbeat before launching herself off the porch. Jax caught her effortlessly, her slender legs wrapping around his waist and her arms looping around his neck. She pressed her face into the crook of his shoulder, her breathing shallow and rapid, each exhale a soft, warm puff against his fur. He felt a shudder ripple through her body, a tremor of lingering fear that quickly melted into the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I know, he murmured, one hand supporting her weight, the other gliding down her back in slow, soothing strokes. "Big, scary lizard. However, did you survive?" "It ran across my arm, Jax." Her voice was muffled but insistent, the words tumbling over each other like a frightened child. "I was just making coffee, minding my own business, and suddenly there were legs on my skin." Even as she spoke, a faint smile brushed her lips against his neck. The scent that enveloped her was intoxicating, sweet honey mingled with wildflower notes, underscored by the earthy musk of pine and the faintest hint of incense she liked to burn before sleep. It was a scent that said she was his Luna, his mate, his everything. "You face down challenging wolves without blinking," he said, lifting her gently and carrying her back toward the cabin. "You have negotiated peace treaties with neighboring packs. You once talked down a rogue alpha twice my size using nothing but words and sheer force of will." "But a 2-inch lizard, 3 inches at least," she corrected, lifting her head to glare at him with a mixture of annoyance and affection. And it is different. Those things I can reason with. Bugs do not listen to reason. They just exist, with their horrible little legs, moving in ways legs should not move. Jax laughed, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the wooden floorboards. You are ridiculous. I am your ridiculous Luna, so that is on you. She smiled fully now, fingers playing with the soft hair at the nape of his neck. Thank you for rescuing me. My hero, always, he replied, meaning it with every fiber of his being. Even after 10 years, the sight of her, tousled hair, radiant eyes, and the absurdity of her fear made something tighten in his chest, a knot of love and protectiveness, too big for words. She was his home, his heart, the reason he fought so fiercely for this territory and everyone within it. You know the whole pack heard me scream, Celeste said, her tone resigned but tinged with amusement. Oh, absolutely. Marcus called it before I even moved. She groaned, dropping her forehead against his shoulder. They are never going to let me live this down. Probably not. Last week it was the moth. The week before that, the spider in the bathhouse. He grinned, feeling a playful pinch on his side. You are the fearless Luna 9 days out of 10. They can handle you being human about bugs. I hate that you are right. She lifted her head, meeting his gaze, her eyes flashing with mischievous fire. I should get back to making coffee before I traumatize them further. Or, Jax suggested, his voice dropping to a low, seductive rumble, you could stay right here for a while. Her eyes sparkled, mischief dancing in their depths. Alpha, are you shirking your training duties? My beta is perfectly capable of running drills. He captured her lips in a kiss that began soft and gentle, then deepened, the heat of their bodies melding as if the world outside the cabin no longer existed. When they finally pulled apart, Celeste's cheeks were flushed, breath coming in short, uneven bursts. Okay, she whispered, a little dazed. Coffee can wait. That is my girl. He lifted her, carrying her back into the cabin, his foot thudding against the wooden door as he kicked it shut, the clang echoing through the quiet of the mountain evening. An hour later, Jax returned to the training yard, his hair still damp from a hasty shower, his shirt not quite as neatly tucked as it had been earlier. The knowing looks from his warriors were immediate and utterly shameless. Marcus straightened from where he would been observing a sparring match, his expression carefully neutral in that way that meant he was absolutely about to say something. Crassus resolved. Alpha. His beta asked innocently. The lizard has been relocated, Jax replied, moving to his original position at the edge of the training grounds. Continue with the drills. Of course. Marcus paused, then added with barely suppressed amusement. We were worried when we heard Luna's scream, thought perhaps we were under attack. Several warriors within earshot suddenly became very interested in their footwork, though their shoulders shook with silent laughter. Jax shot Marcus a look that promised retribution later. A bug scared the Luna. You know how she is about bugs. Oh, we know, Marcus agreed far too cheerfully. The whole mountain probably knows by now. That scream could wake the dead. And yet, Jax said mildly, she is still braver than half of you put together. Bug phobia aside, I would take Celeste into battle over most wolves I know. That sobered them up. Because it was true, and they all knew it. Celeste might scream at the sight of anything with more legs than strictly necessary, but she would also stood beside Jax through pack challenges, territory disputes, and threats that would have broken lesser wolves. She would earned her place as Luna, through more than just being his mate. She would proven herself time and again, as someone worthy of their loyalty and respect. No arguments here, Alpha, Marcus said. On genuine now, though we are keeping a tally. Bug incidents this year. We are at 17. Jax could not help it. He laughed, the sound carrying across the yard. Fair enough. Just make sure the tally never reaches Celeste's ears, or you will all be running extra drills for a month. Understood, Alpha. As the warriors returned to their training, Jax allowed himself a moment to black toward the cabin. Through the window, he could see Celeste moving about inside, finally making her delayed coffee. She glanced up, caught him watching, and stuck her tongue out at him. He grinned, shaking his head. 10 years, and she could still make him feel like a young wolf experiencing his first mate bond. The intensity had not faded. If anything, it had deepened, settling into something richer and more complex than that initial lightning strike of recognition. Alpha, one of the younger warriors, called out, drawing his attention. Marcus said, "We are working on team formations today." "That is right," Jax confirmed, pulling his focus back to his pack. I want to see coordination, not individual showboating." As the training session continued, the morning sun climbed higher, burning off the last of the cool mountain mist. The sounds of combat practice filled the air, the thud of bodies hitting packed earth, the grunt of effort, the occasional correction from Marcus or one of the senior warriors. This was Jax's life, protecting his territory, training his pack, loving his Luna with everything he had, even when that Luna happened to be terrified of anything with more than 4 legs. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called out. Closer by, someone yelped as they hit the ground harder than expected. And from the cabin, if Jax listened carefully, he could hear Celeste singing off-key, while she finally made her coffee. Perfect, he thought. Absolutely perfect. Even the bugs. Especially the bugs, actually, since they gave him an excuse to play hero for the woman who had already saved him in every way that mattered. The morning after the lizard incident, a thin veil of mist still clung to the low hills as the first light of dawn stretched pale fingers across the sky. The air was cool, brushed with the faint, metallic tang of dew that still clung to the grass. Jax stood at the edge of the pack's vegetable gardens, his broad shoulders squared, hands planted firmly on his hips, the weight of his fur pressing against his skin like a familiar, comforting armor. A low, uneasy churn rolled in his gut, a sour feeling that seemed to echo the distant rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. What should have been rows of thriving summer vegetables looked more like a battlefield after a losing war. The once vibrant green leaves were now wilted, their edges browned, and the soil, normally a deep, loamy brown, was a pallid, dust-colored expanse, crackling softly under his boots. The scent of earth was faint, replaced by a stale, dry odor that reminded him of long-forgotten fields. "It is getting worse," Marcus observed from beside him, crouching low enough that his elbows brushed the tops of the tomato plants. He knelt, his breath forming small clouds in the cool air, and examined a tomato plant whose yellowing leaves drooped sadly toward the depleted soil, the faint, sour smell of rot wafting from the base of the stem. "When did it start?" Jax asked, his voice low, though he already knew the answer. He had been too focused on border patrols and pack training to notice the garden's decline, a blind spot that now felt almost criminal. The weight of his own fur seemed heavier, the texture of his own skin prickly with tension. Gradually, over the past year, old Finn shuffled toward them, his gait slow, each step making a soft thud against the hardened earth. His weathered face was creased with worry, the deep lines around his eyes like the rings of an ancient tree. The elderly wolf had tended these gardens for longer than Jax had been alive, his gnarled hands, rough as bark, scarred from years of labor, coaxing life from the mountain soil through sheer determination and knowledge passed down through generations. But this season, the earth is tired, Alpha. We have taken from her for decades without giving much back. Jax walked between the rows, the tips of his claws sinking faintly into the dry soil, feeling its grit against his pads. Marcus and Finn followed, their shoulders relaxed but attentive, eyes flicking over each plant. The evidence was undeniable: stunted growth, pale leaves, plants that should have been heavy with vegetables barely producing anything. The soil itself looked wrong, the pale, dusty sheath that crunched underfoot, instead of the rich, dark brown he remembered from his youth, which had always smelled sweet and earthy after a summer rain. "Can we fix it?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of desperate hope. Finn was quiet for a long moment, one hand reaching out to touch a struggling pepper plant with surprising gentleness. The leaf brushed his fingertips, cool and slightly sticky, as if the plant were trying to cling to its last reserves of life. "Maybe, but it will take work, real work. And knowledge I am not sure we have any more." "Then we learn," Jax said firmly, the resolve in his tone resonating in his chest like a steady drumbeat. "Marcus, call a pack meeting for tonight. Everyone needs to understand what we are facing." His beta nodded, already pulling out his phone. The soft click of the device echoed faintly in the stillness. Should I tell them to expect bad news? Tell them to expect honesty. Jax took one last look at the failing gardens, the sunlight now casting long shadows that made the wilted leaves look like dark-laced veins and solutions. We are not going to let our pack go hungry. By evening, the pack's great hall was full of wolves in various states of curiosity and concern. The lanterns flickered, casting a warm amber glow that danced across the rough wooden beams, while the scent of smoked pine and a faint, lingering aroma of cooked meat mingled with the cool night air that drifted in through the open doors. Jax stood at the front, the weight of his fur brushing against his shoulders, Marcus at his right side, old Finn at his left. Celeste sat in her usual place, front row, center, her green eyes bright with attention. She would braided her dark hair back, each strand catching the light as she moved, and wore a soft sweater that made her look cozy and approachable. Every inch the Luna the pack adored. The gentle rustle of the sweater-esque fabric and the faint scent of lavender from a tucked-away sachet added a comforting note to the hall. "Thank you all for coming," Jax began, his deep voice carrying easily through the space, reverberating off the stone walls. "We have a situation that needs addressing. Finn, if you would." The elderly gardener stepped forward, his voice rough but steady, each word echoing like a low bark. "Our gardens are dying. The soil is depleted. We have got maybe one more harvest, two if we are lucky, before we are looking at total crop failure." The murmurs that rippled through the crowd were immediate and worried, a low hum that rose and fell like a wind through pine needles. The scent of worry seemed to settle like dust in the air. "What does that mean for winter stores?" someone called out. A younger wolf's voice tinged with anxiety. "It means we will be buying more from town," Marcus answered, his tone pragmatic. "Which means more money out of pack funds, money we were saving for the new training equipment and cabin repairs." Jax watched his pack process this information, their ears pricked, tails twitching ever so slightly. They were a self-sufficient group, proud of their ability to provide for themselves. The gardens had always been a source of pride, fresh vegetables, herbs, even some fruits, with the crisp scent of basil and the sweet aroma of ripe tomatoes filling the kitchen after a good harvest. The idea of losing that independence clearly unsettled them, a cold knot forming in their throats. "What can we do?" This came from Sarah, one of their best hunters, her eyes sharp, her voice steady despite the concern. "There has to be a solution." "There is," Finn said, his voice rasping like wind through dry leaves. "But it is not quick or easy. The soil needs to be rebuilt, needs nutrients, organic matter, and time to recover. I have done what I can with what we have, but I am one old wolf with old knowledge. We need fresh thinking." Celeste's hand shot up, her fingers snapping in the clean air, a quiet click that drew an instant pause. Jax noticed it immediately, as he noticed everything about his mate, and had to suppress a smile at her enthusiasm. "Yes, Luna," he said formally, though his eyes were warm, the corners crinkling with a proud grin. She stood, and the pack's attention shifted to her like a flock turning to a single hawk. "I would like to help. With the research, finding solutions." She glanced at Finn, her gaze steady. "If you would be willing to teach me what you know, I could combine it with modern techniques. There has to be information out there about soil restoration, organic gardening, and sustainable practices." From a distance, of course, Marcus added helpfully, and several warriors snickered, the sound a low, amused chuckle that rolled through the hall. Celeste shot him a look that would have withered lesser wolf, her eyebrows narrowing, lips pressed in a thin line. "I can contribute to this pack without having to physically touch dirt. Thank you very much." "Yesterday you screamed at a lizard for 7 minutes," someone called out from the back, a hint of amusement in their tone. "It ran across my arm," Celeste retorted, but she was fighting a smile, the muscles around her mouth twitching. "And this is different. This is important. This is about the pack's future." Jax felt that familiar surge of pride and affection, his chest tightening with a warm, protective heat. His mate might be terrified of anything with more than 4 legs, but when it came to taking care of their pack, she would walk through fire, or at least research very thoroughly from a safe distance. "I think that is an excellent idea," he said, his alpha voice ringing clear, making it unmistakable this was not up for debate. "Finn, work with Celeste. Share everything you know. Luna, dig into whatever resources you can find. Marcus, I want an inventory of our current supplies and a projection of what we will need for winter. And the rest of us? Sarah asked, her ears perked, her tail flicking with restless energy. For now, maintain the gardens as best we can, Jax replied, his gaze sweeping the room, meeting eyes that glimmered with flickers of hope and concern. When Celeste and Finn have a plan, we will all pitch in to implement it. He looked around the room, his presence grounding the wolves like a sturdy oak in a windstorm, the faint scent of pine resin from the hall as beams reinforcing his words. We have faced worse than tired soil. We will figure this out together. The meeting dispersed with purpose, wolves already clustering in groups, their voices low but animated, the rustle of fur and the soft thud of paws on the stone floor filling the air. Jax watched Celeste make her way to Finn, saw her animated gestures as she talked, the crisp rustle of her sweater as she leaned in, saw the old wolf's weathered face crack into a rare smile that lit his eyes. Marcus appeared at his elbow, his breath warm against Jax's cheek. Think she can do it? She negotiated a peace treaty with the Shadow Ridge pack using nothing but logic and sheer stubbornness, Jax said, a chuckle rumbling deep in his chest. She convinced old Malcolm to finally accept medical treatment for his hip. She once talked a rogue alpha down from attacking our territory by appealing to his sense of honor. Our Luna can do anything she sets her mind to, except handle bugs, Marcus teased, a grin tugging at his lips. Except that, yes, Jax replied, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Marcus pulled out his phone, fingers moving rapidly, the soft click of the keypad echoing in the quiet. I'm starting a pool. How long before the first bug incident during this garden project? Jax should have been more alpha-like about this, and should have discouraged betting on his mate's phobia. Instead, he pulled out his own phone, the screen lighting his palm with a cool blue glow. Put me down for 3 days, and I want it in for 20. Alpha. That is nearly insulting to Luna's determination, Marcus warned, a teasing edge to his voice. I know my mate, Jax replied, a confident smile curling his lips. She will dive into research first, convince herself she can do this, then volunteer to inspect the gardens for herself. He pocketed his phone, feeling the familiar weight of the device against his thigh, the faint vibration of a notification already humming. 3 days. Mark it. The hall's lantern light flickered once more, casting dancing shadows over the faces of the pack, faces set with resolve, hope, and the quiet, steady hum of a community ready to face whatever the earth might throw at them. Celeste woke the next morning with a mission. After talking with Finn until nearly midnight, she had a basic understanding of the problem and approximately 700 questions about the solutions. The old wolf had given her a list of topics to research: crop rotation, composting, green manure, companion planting, soil amendments, and she would attack her laptop before the coffee had even finished brewing. Jax had left early for border patrol, pressing a kiss to her temple and murmuring something about being careful. She would waved him off distractedly, already 3 tabs deep into an article about nitrogen-fixing plants. By noon, her desk was buried under a chaos of open books, printed articles, and scribbled notes. She would ordered 6 books on organic gardening from the bookstore in town, requested interlibrary loans for 3 more, and discovered an entire online community of gardening enthusiasts who were horrifyingly passionate about compost. Okay, she muttered to herself, highlighting a passage about carbon to nitrogen ratios. So we need brown material and green material, moisture but not too much moisture, oxygen flow, and worms. She paused, marker hovering over the page. Worms. Lots of worms, apparently. Red wigglers. Thousands of them, rioting around in the compost, breaking down organic matter into. Celeste closed the book firmly. Nope, that is Jack's problem. I am just the researcher. Phone buzzed with a message from Marcus. Day 1. No incidents. I'm impressed, Luna. She typed back. I'm managing the theoretical aspects. Thank you very much. The practical implementation will be delegated to wolves with stronger constitutions. That is what I figured. For your information, half the pack has bets on when you will crack. I will not be cracking. I am a professional. Sure thing, Luna. Hey, did you know compost needs worms? Celeste stared at her phone, then at the closed book on her desk, then back at her phone. You are all terrible, and I am adding extra training drills to next week's schedule. Worth it. She was about to type a scathing response when movement outside her window caught her attention. Jax was back from patrol, moving with that easy, powerful grace that still made her heart stutter even after 10 years. He looked up, caught her watching it, and grinned, that particular grin that said he knew exactly what effect he had on her. Insufferable man. Perfect, wonderful, insufferable man. Celeste forced herself back to her research. She had soil pH levels to understand, and organic matter percentages to calculate. Romance could wait. Though when Jax appeared in the doorway 10 minutes later, she may have abandoned her laptop with more enthusiasm than was strictly professional. 3 days later, Marcus knocked on Jax's office door with a huge grin on his face. "Pay up," Jax said before his beta could even speak. "What was it?" "Earwig," Marcus said, barely containing his laughter. "In the garden shed where Finn keeps his tools. She went in there to look at some equipment he wanted to show her. As did approximately 45 seconds before she came flying back out. And she is currently standing on the porch, ripped on your jacket, glaring at the shed like it personally betrayed her." Marcus handed over his phone, which showed a photo of exactly that, Celeste bundled in Jax's too large jacket, her expression a mix of frustration and lingering terror, staring daggers at an innocent wooden shed. Jax felt his chest tighten with affection so fierce it almost hurt. She went to the shed. She actually went to inspect the gardens. She made it further than I expected, Marcus admitted. Finn says she had really good questions about tool maintenance and soil testing. Very engaged, very professional, right up until the bug appeared. Who won the pool? Young Theo. He guessed 3 days and earwig. Kid's got instincts. Marcus pocketed his phone. Finn's still in the shed, by the way, trying to coax Luna back in to finish the conversation. That is not happening. Absolutely not. But it is funny watching him try. Jax stood, grabbing the folder he had been reviewing. "I will go collect my mate before Finn gives up and decides to bring the equipment to her. She would probably prefer that. She would, which is why we are not doing it." Jax headed for the door. "She wants to help with this project. She is going to have to face the reality that gardens contain bugs. In quantities." Marcus fell into step beside him. "You are a cruel alpha." "I'm a supportive mate, helping her grow as a person." Pretty words for, I think it is funny. Cannot it be both? They found the scene exactly as Marcus had described. Celeste stood on the porch of the garden shed, drowning in Jax's jacket, her arms crossed and her expression mutinous. Finn was in the doorway, holding what looked like a soil testing kit, and speaking in a patient tone of someone reasoning with a spooked horse. "Luna, the earwig is gone. I checked every corner." "There could be more," Celeste said. "Where there is one, there is usually a family, a colony, a swarm. Earwigs do not swarm. They have pincers, Finn, pincers on their butts." "Why do they have butt pincers? What evolutionary purpose does that serve?" "Actually," Finn began, his gardener's instinct to educate, clearly overriding common sense, "the cerci are primarily used for—" "I do not want to know," Celeste held up a hand. "I do not need the biology lesson. I just need to know they are gone." Jax approached slowly, the way he would a nervous pack member. "Hey, love, heard you had an encounter." Her eyes snapped to him, green and frustrated, and still a little scared. "It was in the watering can, Jax. The watering can. I was going to pick it up. I could have touched it." "But you did not," he said reasonably, reaching the porch and holding out his arms. She came to him immediately, burrowing into his chest. Over her head, he nodded to Finn. "We will continue this later." The old wolf nodded understanding, setting the testing kit down and heading back to whatever he would been working on before Celeste's invasion. "I made it 3 whole days, Celeste mumbled into Jax's shirt. "I was doing so well." "You were," he agreed, running a hand down her back. "You went to the garden shed. That is huge progress." "I did not even make it inside." "You went to the shed. 3 days ago you would not have left the cabin." He tilted her chin up, meeting her eyes. "You are trying. That is what matters. The pack is betting on how long until I freak out again. Are not they?" "Absolutely." Marcus started a pool. Celeste groaned. "I am never going to live this down. Probably not. But you are still the Luna they respect and trust. Bug phobia does not change that. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. Come on, let us get you back to the cabin and your research. You can save the pack from a distance. That is what I have been saying. As they walked back toward their cabin, Celeste wrapped in his jacket and pressed against his side. Jax marveled at how she could be so fierce and so vulnerable at the same time. She would face down enemy alphas without flinching, but could not handle a harmless earwig. She was ridiculous and brave and absolutely perfect. Jax, she said quietly. Yeah? The books say we are going to need to make compost. Like, a lot of compost. Okay, and compost has worms. Lots of worms. He felt her shudder against him. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. I am going to need you to cross that bridge for me, while I supervise from very far away. Whatever you need, love. Whatever you need. That night, Jax found Celeste exactly where he expected, curled up in the reading chair by their fireplace, surrounded by a fortress of gardening books and reference materials. Her laptop balanced on her knees, 3 different tabs open, and her reading glasses perched on her nose, in a way that made her look adorably scholarly. She was also sound asleep. Her head had tilted against the chair's wing, one hand still holding a highlighter, the other resting on an open book about vermiculture. The computer screen cast a soft glow across her face, illuminating the stubborn set of her jaw. Even in sleep, Jax smiled, carefully extracting the laptop and setting it aside. The book received similar treatment, though he could not resist glancing at the page she would been reading, something about red wiggler populations and optimal bedding materials. His fearless Luna, researching worms despite her terror because the pack needed her to. He scooped her up as gently as possible. She stirred, blinking sleepily. Did I fall asleep? Thoroughly. I was just resting my eyes. She yawned, wrapping her arms around his neck. I found a really good article about companion planting. Marigolds repel pests naturally. We should plant marigolds everywhere. Okay, love. And there is this thing called crop rotation that Finn mentioned, and I found research backing it up. And another yawn interrupted her. Sorry. I had a lot of coffee. I can tell. He carried her to their bedroom, setting her down on the bed with practiced ease. She immediately curled into the pillows, fighting to keep her eyes open. The gardens, she mumbled. We need to save the gardens. We will, Jax assured her, pulling off her reading glasses and setting them on the nightstand. Thanks to you. Thanks to us, she corrected sleepily. You will do all the actual work. I will just supervise and research and run away from bugs. Sounds perfect. He climbed into bed beside her, pulling her against his chest. She fit there like she was made for that exact spot, her head tucking under his chin, her hand resting over his heart. Jax? Even if I am scared of bugs, I am going to help save those gardens. For the pack. His arms tightened around her. I know you will, even if there are worms. Even then. You will protect me from the worms, right? Always. She sighed contentedly, already drifting back toward sleep. My hero. Jax lay awake long after she would slipped into dreams, listening to her steady breathing, feeling the warmth of her against him. Outside, the mountain night was cool and quiet. Somewhere beyond their cabin, the struggling gardens waited for salvation. And tomorrow, his ridiculous, brilliant, terrified Luna would wake up and dive back into her research, determined to save crops she was too scared to touch. He would not have it any other way. Even the bugs, especially the bugs, because they gave him endless excuses to be her hero, and being Celeste's hero was his favorite role of all. Celeste stood in front of the pack's leadership council, Jax, Marcus, Finn, and senior warriors Sarah and Thomas, her spine straight and her knuckles white around the edge of the laptop. The conference room was dimly lit, the thin curtains half drawn against the pale winter light that slipped in through a high frosted window. A faint hum of the air filter blended with the soft whir of the projector, which cast a crisp, white rectangle onto the gray flannel-covered wall. The scent of freshly brewed coffee drifted from a steaming mug on the table, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp fur that clung to the wolves as they shifted in their leather-stitched seats. Celeste could feel the cool plastic of the laptop under her palm, the slight vibration of the projector's fan against her fingertips, as she tapped the mouse. She would set up her laptop, connected it to the projector, and created what could only be described as a comprehensive presentation, each slide a mosaic of charts, graphs, and enthusiastically highlighted bullet points that glowed like neon against the darkness. The slides flickered in time with her breath, the colors vivid enough to make the room feel suddenly larger. Jack sat at the head of the table, fighting a smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. His silver-streaked fur caught the projector's light, giving him an almost regal silhouette. His mate had dressed for this like she was presenting to corporate executives, rather than a group of wolves, would literally seen her run screaming from a moth last Tuesday. The memory of that frantic sprint still lingered in the faint scent of pine resin on her skin, a reminder of how quickly fear could turn to resolve. "Thank you all for coming," Celeste began, her voice clear and steady, clicking to her first slide, a before and after photograph of depleted soil versus rich, healthy compost. The image burst onto the screen, the brown, cracked earth on the left stark against the deep, dark loam on the right. "I have identified the most cost-effective, sustainable solution to our garden crisis: composting." "Composting," Marcus repeated, leaning back in his chair with a sigh that rustled the papers on the table. The worn leather of his seat creaked softly. "That is the rotting pile thing." "It is not rotting, it is decomposing," Celeste corrected Bremley, the tip of her pen tapping lightly against the edge of the clipboard she held. "It is a scientifically managed process of breaking down organic matter into nutrient-rich soil amendment." She clicked to the next slide, which displayed a detailed diagram of a 3-bin composting system. The lines were sharp, the labels in a soothing teal. Against were vegetable peelings, coffee grounds, eggshells. Combine them with carbon materials like dried leaves and grass clippings. Maintain proper moisture and oxygen levels, and in 6 to 8 weeks, we have finished compost. "Sounds simple enough," Sarah said, her voice warm, eyes alight with curiosity. "What is the catch?" Celeste's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, a faint furrow forming between her brows. "Well, there are a few considerations." She clicked to a new slide titled, "Composting Requirements." The title glowed amber against a charcoal background. Jax watched her take a fortifying breath, the scent of his own musk rising as he inhaled more deeply. "We will need to turn the pile regularly for oxygen. We will need to monitor moisture and temperature. And there will be biological activity." "Biological activity," Finn said, his weathered face crinkling with amusement as a low chuckle slipped out, echoing off the concrete floor. "You mean worms and bugs, among other decomposers?" "Yes." Celeste's voice rose a fraction, a spark of excitement in her eyes. "Red wigglers specifically. They are very efficient at breaking down organic matter. Technically, we do not need to add them. They will find the compost naturally, but we could accelerate the process by introducing them ourselves." "Could we?" Jax asked innocently, his ears flicking forward as the words left his mouth. Celeste shot him a look that promised retribution later, her gaze sharp as a hawk's. "We could, but I am proposing we let nature take its course on that front, because you do not want to handle worms," Marcus said, a grin tugging at his jaw. "Because it is more sustainable to allow the local ecosystem to establish itself naturally," Celeste corrected, her cheeks flushing a soft pink that seemed to echo the rose-tinted glow of the slide. "Now, as I was saying," she clicked through several more slides, each one a cascade of data on carbon to nitrogen ratios, the benefits of hot composting versus cold composting, and why they should avoid adding meat or dairy products. The room filled with the quiet rustle of pages turning, the occasional scrape of a mouse, and the faint, steady thrum of the projector's lamp. Her presentation was thorough, well-researched, and impressively detailed for someone who was visibly terrified of the actual implementation, the tremor in her hand betraying the nervous tension coiling in her stomach. "This is excellent work, Luna," Thomas said when she had finished, his voice a gravelly rumble that seemed to vibrate through the wood of the table. The grizzled warrior, once skeptical of the young Luna when Jax had first claimed her, now wore a look of genuine pride that softened the lines around his eyes. "You have clearly put a lot of thought into this. Thank you. I have also created an implementation plan." Celeste distributed printed packets to everyone at the table. the crisp paper crackling as it folded into their hands. The scent of fresh ink rose briefly before being swallowed by the ambient coffee aroma. We will need to build or purchase compost bins. I recommend a 3-bin system, so we can have material in various stages of decomposition. We'll need to establish a collection system for kitchen scraps from all pack households, and we will need volunteers for the actual composting work. Volunteers, Jax repeated, flipping through the packet. The pages were color-coded and tab-divided, each hue a visual cue for a different phase of the project. His mate did not do anything by halves. "I assume you will be coordinating this project?" he asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and admiration. "From a supervisory standpoint, yes." Celeste lifted her chin, the edge of her flannel shirt catching the projector's light. "I will manage the collection schedules, monitor the process, and ensure we are maintaining proper ratios and conditions." "From how far away?" Sarah asked, a grin spreading across her face, her teeth flashing in the dim glow. "From an appropriate distance that allows for effective oversight while maintaining." Celeste paused, searching for the right words, her breath catching in the cool air of the room. "While maintaining reasonable boundaries. She means 10 feet minimum," Marcus translated, chuckling as a low, friendly bark escaped him. "I mean an appropriate distance," Celeste said firmly, but she was fighting a smile now, the slight tremor in her voice betraying the inner amusement. "Look, I know you all think this is hilarious. We do," several people confirmed simultaneously, their voices overlapping like a soft chorus. "But this project can work. Will work if we all commit to it. Yes, I am scared of bugs. Yes, I am going to supervise from a distance. But I am still going to make sure this happens, because our pack needs it." Her voice lowered, becoming quiet but intense, the words reverberating against the walls like a promise. "We cannot afford to fail at this, so I am asking you all to trust me. Trust that I can lead this project even if I cannot physically touch the compost myself." The room fell into a hushed stillness. The projector's light flickered softly, casting gentle shadows across the faces of the council. Jax felt that familiar surge of pride as he watched his mate stand there, vulnerable and determined all at once. He could see the faint sheen of sweat on his own brow, feel the low thrum of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. She knew her limitations, yet she was not letting them stop her from doing what needed to be done. "I trust you, Luna," Finn said quietly, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the table. "Always have." "As do I," Thomas added, his tone steady and warm. Around the table, heads nodded. Sarah reached over, her paw gentle as a feather, and squeezed Celeste's hand. "We will make this work, together." Celeste's eyes went suspiciously bright, spark of fierce gratitude flashing within them. "Thank you, all of you." She cleared her throat, the sound crisp against the quiet, and clicked to her final slide. A timeline of implementation, each milestone marked with a bold ticking line. "So, who wants to help me build a compost bin this weekend?" Saturday morning dawned clear and cool, a thin veil of mist hanging over the garden like a whispered secret. The sky was a soft, pale blue, and the first golden rays of sunlight filtered through the budding leaves, casting speckled patterns on the dewy grass. A gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of earth and fresh leaves, punctuated by the distant chirping of sparrows perched on the fence. The air smelled clean, tinged with the faint metallic hint of morning frost that clung to the ground. Jax had assembled a work crew of volunteers, Marcus, Thomas, and 3 younger warriors who had been promised extra training time in exchange for their labor. They gathered in the area Celeste had designated for the compost bins, a flat, sun-warmed patch near the garden beds, positioned downwind from the main packhouses, so that any future odor would drift harmlessly away. Celeste arrived wearing sturdy denim jeans, scuffed boots, and one of Jax's old flannel shirts rolled up to her elbows, the fabric soft from countless washes. The shirt sleeves were smudged with a faint dust of soil, evidence of her previous field work. She looked adorable and determined, a clipboard clutched in one hand and a pair of thin, round reading glasses perched on the bridge of her nose, the lenses catching the sunlight like miniature mirrors. Her hair was pulled back into a practical ponytail, a few wisps escaping to dance in the light breeze. The scent of pine resin clung faintly to her clothes, a reminder of the forest she would trekked through the night before. "Good morning, everyone," she called out, her voice carrying a bright, clear tone over the soft rustle of leaves. The words floated across the open space, landing on the ears of the gathered wolves like a warm invitation. "Thank you for volunteering. I have laid out the plans here." She gestured toward a sturdy wooden table set up beneath a low canopy of birch branches, its surface scattered with rolled-up blueprints, measured tape, and a stack of glossy pamphlets. The paper on the table smelled faintly of ink and the faint, comforting scent of fresh pine. "We are building 3 bins, each 4 foot by 4 feet by 4 feet. The sides need gaps for airflow, but small enough to contain the material." Finn suggested using recycled pallets, which I think is perfect. "Where do you want us to start, Una?" one of the young wolves asked, his voice eager, his paws shifting in the soft grass. The tremor of anticipation was palpable, a low hum of excitement that seemed to vibrate through the earth beneath them. "Start by laying out the pallets according to this diagram." Celeste pointed with her pen, the tip glinting as it brushed the edge of the drawing, the ink slightly smudged from a previous night's work. "Jax will supervise the actual construction." "I will be." She glanced around, her eyes landing on a sturdy tree stump about 15 feet away, its bark rough and moss-covered, the surface cool to the touch. "I will be coordinating from over there." "Of course you will," Marcus said cheerfully, already reaching for a stack of weather-worn pallets, their wood rough and splintered, the grain visible under the morning light. Faint scent of fresh-cut timber rose as he lifted them. For the next 3 hours, Jax and the crew worked while Celeste directed from her stump. She would brought bright orange megaphone, a real, handheld cone that amplified her voice with a clear, resonant timbre. The megaphone crackled slightly each time she spoke, the sound cutting cleanly through the ambient chirps and the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. A little to the left. Her voice carried across the site, the megaphone's echo adding a slight metallic ring. "No. Your other left." "Yes. Perfect." Words bounced off the wooden pallets, the click of metal against wood punctuating each instruction. Jack straightened from securing a pallet, wiping a thin line of sweat from his forehead. Even in the cool morning air, the physical labor warmed his muscles, and he could feel the steady thump of his heart reverberating in his chest. He caught Celeste watching him, her eyes tracking the precise movement of his arms as he lifted the heavy board, and a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. The grin was mirrored in the way her cheeks flushed a soft rose, her breath forming tiny puffs of vapor in the crisp air. She flushed and immediately became very interested in her clipboard, the paper beneath her fingertips, feeling slightly damp from the morning dew. "Eyes on the task, Luna," he called out, his voice low and warm, the words resonating like a gentle bark. "I am supervising," she retorted, a playful edge to her tone. "Very closely, for quality control." "Is that what we are calling it?" Finn asked, a chuckle rumbling in his throat as he nudged a pallet into place, the wood creaking softly under his weight. Marcus snorted, a short, amused sound. "Alpha, stop flirting and help me lift this corner," he grunted as he angled a pallet, the rough texture of the wood scraping against his palm. By noon, the 3 sturdy compost bins stood in a neat row, each framed by slatted sides that would allow air to circulate freely. The slats were spaced just enough to let breath in while keeping the compost contents contained, their wooden texture rough but polished by the day's labor. A removable front panel hinged on sturdy bolts, the metal clicking softly as it settled into place. The scent of freshly cut wood mingled with the faint, sweet undertone of damp soil, creating an earthy perfume that seemed to promise growth. The crew stepped back, their breaths forming shallow clouds in the cool air, sweat glistening on foreheads, muscles relaxed but still humming with the after effects of exertion. Their paws pressed into the soft grass, feeling the cool, slightly moist earth beneath, and the faint rustle of leaves overhead marked the quiet triumph of a job well done. Celeste approached cautiously, Jax noted with amusement, studying the bins from a few feet away. "These are perfect, exactly what we needed." She consulted her clipboard. "Now we need to start the first pile. I have prepared instructions." "Of course you have," Marcus muttered, "for the proper layering." We will start with coarse materials like small twigs for drainage, then alternate green materials and brown materials, maintaining approximately a 3:1 carbon to nitrogen ratio. Luna, Jax interrupted gently. Why do not you tell us what to put in, and we will handle the layering? She bit her lip, clearly torn between her need for control and her need to stay away from potential bug habitats. I suppose that would be more efficient. Much more, he agreed. What followed was perhaps the most over-directed compost pile creation in werewolf history. Celeste stood at her safe distance, megaphone in hand, calling out instructions as pack members brought materials. Kitchen scraps in the first bin. Not too thick a layer. We need brown material to balance it. Someone bring dried leaves. More leaves. That is too many leaves. We need more green now. This is like the world's weirdest cooking show, one of the young warriors whispered to his friend. I can hear you, Daniel, Celeste called through the megaphone. And yes, it is like cooking. We are cooking soil. Now add those grass clippings. By mid-afternoon, they had successfully started their first compost pile. Jax stood back, hands on his hips, surveying their work. It looked like a pile of garbage, honestly. But according to Celeste's research, in a few weeks it would be black gold for their gardens. Excellent work, everyone, Celeste announced, making notes on her clipboard. I will create a turning schedule and moisture monitoring protocol. We should start seeing heat generation in the next few days, which indicates active decomposition. She stopped abruptly, staring at something near the base of the bin. Her face had gone pale. Celeste, Jax moved toward her. What is wrong? Worm, she said faintly. There is already a worm. Sure enough, an earthworm had appeared in the fresh compost, doing what earthworms do. It was maybe 3 inches long and completely harmless. That is good, Finn said, joining them. Means the soil here is healthy. They will find the compost naturally, but Celeste had already retreated to her stump, looking betrayed. It has been 4 hours, and there are already worms. They live in the soil, love, Jax said reasonably, moving to stand beside her perch. They are going to be part of the process. I know that intellectually. She wrapped her arms around herself. Knowing it and seeing it are very different things. Do you want to stop the project? What? No. She looked offended at the suggestion. This is too important. I just need to. She took a deep breath, squaring her shoulders. I need to adjust my expectations and possibly invest in binoculars so I can supervise from further away. Marcus, who had been unloading the last of the grass clippings, nearly dropped his load laughing. Binoculars. She wants binoculars for compost supervision. It is a perfectly reasonable accommodation, Celeste called out. It is hilarious is what it is, Sarah added, grinning, but also kind of brilliant. Cannot be scared of what you cannot see up close. Exactly. Celeste made a note on her clipboard. I will order them tonight. Now, who is volunteering for the first turning shift in 2 weeks? Over the next week, the compost project became a pack-wide operation. Celeste had created a collection system that would have impressed a military logistics officer. Every household had a designated container for compost materials. Collection times were scheduled and posted, and she would create an information sheet explaining what could and could not be composted. The packhouse kitchen became a hub of activity as people dropped off their scraps. Someone had made a sign that read, Luna's stink pile contributions here, which Celeste had tried to take down 3 times before giving up. The name stuck. Morning, Luna, young Theo called out cheerfully, depositing a container of vegetable peelings. Got a delivery for the stink pile. It is not a stink pile, Celeste said from her position behind the kitchen counter, safely indoors, nowhere near actual compost. It is an active composting system. That stinks, Marcus added, bringing in his own container. Hence, stink pile. You are all terrible. We are all contributing to your project, Sarah corrected, adding her coffee grounds to the growing collection, even if we mock it lovingly, and they were contributing. The collection containers filled daily with kitchen scraps, and pack members had started bringing in bags of dried leaves, grass clippings, and other carpet materials. The bins were filling at an impressive rate, and according to Finn, the heat generation indicated healthy microbial activity. Celeste had also created a schedule for turning the compost, a task that required using a pitchfork to aerate the material and move outer layers to the center. She would assign teams, created instructions, and set up a logbook for people to record observations. She would done everything, in fact, except actually go near the bins herself. "We are doing the first turning tomorrow," Jax mentioned at dinner that night. They were in their cabin, enjoying a quiet meal together after a long day. "Want to observe?" Celeste paused, fork halfway to her mouth. "Observe from where?" "From wherever you are comfortable. The cabin porch has a good view. The cabin is a quarter-mile from the compost bins." "I have excellent eyesight." Jax reached across the table to take her hand. "You do not have to push yourself. You have already done so much for this project." "I have coordinated," she corrected. "I have not actually done anything physical." "You led," he said firmly. "Leadership is not always about getting your hands dirty. Sometimes it is about organizing, planning, making sure everyone knows what they're doing. You are doing that brilliantly." She squeezed his fingers, her expression softening. "I want to be there tomorrow. I want to see it work." "Then you will be there, from whatever distance you need." The next morning, a crowd gathered for the great first turning. Word had spread through the pack, and what should have been a simple maintenance task had become an event. Warriors who had no involvement in the project showed up to watch. Someone brought popcorn. Celeste stood at what she would determine was a safe distance, approximately 20 feet, positioned upwind. She would brought her binoculars, which had arrived via express delivery, and wore an outfit that suggested she was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Jax and Marcus stood by the first bin, pitchforks in hand, looking far too amused by the whole situation. "Ready, Luna," Jax called out. Celeste lifted her binoculars. "Ready. Proceed with the turning." What followed was both educational and mildly concerning. As Jax dug the pitchfork into the compost and lifted the first load, steam rose from the pile, a sign of the heat generated by decomposition. The material had already begun to break down, looking less like garbage and more like, well, future soil. "Temperature is excellent," Finn called out, checking with a compost thermometer. "We are at about 140 degrees in the center." "Perfect." Celeste lowered her binoculars long enough to make a note. "That means active thermophilic decomposition." Continued turning, moving exterior material to the center for even processing. Jax worked steadily, shifting the compost with practiced efficiency. Despite his teasing, he would read through all of Celeste's documentation and understood the process. Marcus worked the other side of the bin, and together they made quick progress. Then Jax's pitchfork lifted a load particularly rich with decomposing vegetable matter and worms. So many worms. Red wigglers, exactly as Celeste's research had described, dozens of them writhing in the rich compost, doing exactly what they were supposed to do. The crowd went silent. All eyes turned to Celeste. She would gone absolutely still, binoculars frozen in place. Through them, she had a perfect, magnified view of the worm-filled compost currently being turned, not 20 feet from where she stood. "Celeste," Jax said carefully, setting down the pitchfork. "You okay?" "Worms," she said, her voice distant. "There are so many worms." "That is good," Finn said encouragingly. "Means the composting is working beautifully." "So many worms." Jax could see the tension in her body, the way her hands had tightened on the binoculars. She was seconds from bolting. He moved carefully, closing the distance between them with slow, deliberate steps. "Celeste, love, look at me." "Cannot." "Watching worms. Have to supervise." "You have supervise." "It is working perfectly. Everything you planned is happening exactly right." He was close enough now to gently take the binoculars from her grip. "But you do not have to watch." "I should." "I am the coordinator. I should." Her breath had gone shallow. Jax recognized the signs of her fighting between duty and phobia. He decided for her, scooping her up in one smooth motion. "Nope. You are done observing for today." "Jax," she struggled half-heartedly. "Put me down. I need to. The turning is not finished. Marcus can handle it." He was already walking, carrying her away from the bins, away from the worms, back toward the safety of their cabin. "You have done your job." Behind them, he heard Marcus call out, "Do not worry, Luna. We have got it from here," and then more quietly to the assembled crowd. Someone update the pool. I think we need a new category for binocular-assisted panic. Laughter followed them, but it was gentle, fond. The pack understood their Luna's quirks and looked her anyway. Celeste had stopped struggling, instead burying her face against Jax's neck. There were so many worms, she mumbled. The binoculars made them huge. I could see every segment. I know, love, but the compost is working. It is really working. Everything I planned, the ratios, the moisture, the turning schedule, it is all working exactly right. It is. I did that, from 20 feet away with binoculars, but I did that. He could hear the wonder in her voice, mixed with the lingering fear. You did. And then I panicked, and you had to carry me away like a scared child. You did not panic, Jax corrected, reaching their cabin and settling on the porch swing with Celeste in his lap. You reached your limit and recognized it. That is wisdom, not weakness. She lifted her head to look at him, her green eyes still wide but no longer frightened. You were just saying that because you like carrying me. I do like carrying you, he admitted. But I am also saying it because it is true. He brushed a strand of hair from her face. Celeste, 3 weeks ago, you would not have gone within 50 feet of those bins. Today, you stood at 20 feet and watched the turning through binoculars. You are facing this fear a little bit at a time. That is not a weakness. That is courage. Courage would be actually touching the compost. Courage is doing the hard thing, whatever that looks like for you. For you, that is orchestrating this whole project while being terrified of every organism involved. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. I am proud of you. The whole pack is proud of you. She was quiet for a moment, her head resting on his shoulder. Even though I made you carry me away from worms, especially because of that, shows you are committed, but also know your limits. The compost really did look good, though. It looked perfect. Because I planned it perfectly. Because you planned it perfectly, he agreed, smiling against her hair. They sat like that for a long time, swaying gently on the porch swing, the sounds of the pack continuing to turn in the distance. Celeste's breathing had returned to normal, her body relaxed against his. Jax, she said eventually. Thank you, for understanding, for not making me feel weak or silly. You are the strongest person I know, he said simply. Being scared of bugs does not change that. Nothing could change that. She tilted her face up, and he met her kiss with everything he had, tenderness and passion, and absolute certainty. This woman, his mate, his Luna, was extraordinary in ways that had nothing to do with her ability to handle earthworms. When they finally broke apart, Celeste smiled, genuine and bright. Next week, we need to start collecting manure from the neighboring ranch. I have already contacted them about a delivery schedule. Jax groaned. More things with bubs in them? Probably. But this time, I will coordinate the delivery from inside, with the windows closed. That is my girl. And really, that was exactly who she was. His girl, his Luna, his everything. Scared of bugs and determined to save their pack anyway, worms and all. Celeste sat at their sunlit kitchen table, her fingers wrapped tightly around the phone, the cool ceramic of her mug warming her other hand. Morning light streamed through the lace curtains, casting delicate patterns across the worn-oak surface, where crumbs from a half-eaten biscuit lay beside her open notebook. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the faint earthiness of garden soil clinging to the boots by the back door. She was every inch the Luna, poised, deliberate, her dark hair swept into a loose chignon, a single silver earring catching the light as she tilted her head toward the receiver. Jax leaned against the counter, bare feet planted firmly on the cool tile, steam curling from the rim of his chipped enamel coffee mug. He watched her with a quiet intensity, his warm amber eyes tracing the subtle shift in her posture, the straightening of her spine, the cool set of her jaw, as she entered negotiation mode. The faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant chirp of sparrows outside were the only sounds in the house, save for her measured, steady voice. I understand your usual rate is $50 per ton, Celeste said, her tone professional and pleasant, but beneath it hummed a steel core, like a blade wrapped in velvet. Her fingertip tapped once against the notebook, marking a silent rhythm of calculation. But given that we are talking about an ongoing relationship, We will need regular deliveries over the next several months. I think we can work out something more mutually beneficial." Jax could hear Bill's gravelly voice through the phone, a low, rumbling baritone punctuated by dry chuckles and the occasional crackle of static. He could not make out the words, but the cadence suggested skepticism, maybe even amusement. Celeste smiled in response, the expression sharp and knowing, her lips parting just enough to reveal a flash of white teeth. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the corners crinkling with quiet triumph. "Actually, I have done some research on market rates," she continued, her free hand lifting to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her silver rings glinting in the sunlight. "Patterson's farm offers similar quality at 40 per ton, but I would prefer to work with you. Your ranch is closer, which means fresher product and lower transport costs for both of us." She paused, Garrick drifting to the window, where a butterfly danced past the hydrangeas. She was listening, her body still as a statue, only the slight twitch of her pen betraying her attention. "Exactly. So what if we settled on 42 per ton, with a commitment to monthly deliveries for the next 6 months? That is guaranteed business for you, and cost savings for us." More discussion on the other end, Bill's voice rising in negotiation, then softening into concession. Celeste made notes on her pad in quick looping script, her free hand twirling the pen with casual confidence, the gold bangle on her wrist clinking softly against the table. She licked her lower lip, a tiny, unconscious gesture of focus. "Wonderful. Let us start with 2 tons delivered next Tuesday. You can drop it near our garden area. I will text you the coordinates." Another pause. She exhaled slowly through her nose, her shoulders relaxing an inch. "Yes, we will have people there to help with placement. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate you working with us on this." She ended the call and set the phone down with a satisfied smile, the plastic clicking against the wood. "Done. 2 tons of aged cow manure, delivered Tuesday morning, $42 per ton." Ash took a slow sip of his coffee, the heat spreading through his chest as he studied her, the proud tilt of her chin, the delicate flush on her cheekbones. "You're terrifying when you negotiate," he said, his voice low and full of admiration, "and I mean that as the highest compliment." Celeste lifted her chin, feigning austerity, but the corner of her mouth betrayed her. "I saved us $16 per ton," she said, prim and precise, tapping her pen against the notebook. "Over 6 months, that is almost $200. That is money we can use for seeds or equipment, organic fungicide, maybe even that drip irrigation system for the South Plot." "My brilliant, frugal Luna." He pushed off the counter and crossed the room in 3 strides, setting his mug down with a soft thud before cupping her face in his hands. He kissed her deeply, tasting the faint sweetness of honey from her morning tea and the warmth of her pleased smile. "You know what comes with cow manure, right?" She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes, her expression serene. "Rich nitrogen content that our soil desperately needs," he chuckled, brushing a thumb along her jaw. "Flies, beetles, probably some other things that crawl and buzz, beetles with wings and legs that wiggle in your hair." Celeste's smile faltered, just slightly. A faint shiver ran through her, her shoulders tensing. "It will be aged manure," she said, her voice firm but a little higher than usual. "Most of the biological activity will have settled down." "Most of it," Jax echoed, grinning. She narrowed her eyes, but there was no real heat in it. "I will supervise from an appropriate distance," she declared, sitting up straighter, as if reinforcing her authority. "Of course you will." She pointed her pen at him like a conductor's baton. "I negotiated an excellent deal. The least you can do is not mock me." "I am not mocking," he said, already pulling out his phone. The screen lit up, reflecting in his mischievous eyes. "I am preparing. I should probably warn Marcus. He will want to update the betting pool. $10 says she lasts 15 minutes within 10 feet of the pile. Gods, I hate all of you. You love us. Regrettably." Tuesday morning arrived with clear skies and a gentle breeze that carried the crisp scent of pine and damp earth from the hills. The sun climbed lazily over the ridge, painting the meadow in golden amber. Birds flitted between the trees, their calls bright and insistent, while bees already buzzed around the blooming lavender near the garden gate. Celeste had dressed for the occasion in what she apparently considered manure supervision appropriate attire. clean faded jeans that hugged her curves, sturdy boots with a scuff on the left toe, the ones she did not mind getting dirty, theoretically, and a flowing sage green blouse with billowing sleeves that made her look less like a farm overseer and more like a noble woman stepping into a pastoral painting. A silver pendant, her Luna's talisman, rested just above her collarbone, catching the light every time she turned her head. She would station herself in her chosen observation post, a respectful 15 feet upwind from where they would mark the drop zone with bright red cones. The clipboard was in hand, rips slightly indented from her fingers, her notes already detailed with diagrams of optimal spread zones and rotation schedules. A pair of sunglasses perched on her head, though she kept them there more for dramatic effect than utility. "You look beautiful," Jack said, approaching with a thermos of coffee and a grin. "I look prepared," she corrected, adjusting her clipboard with a firm squeeze, though her lips curled faintly at the edges. "Bill said he would be here around 9. I have arranged for Marcus and Thomas to help with spreading it to the designated areas. Sarah's coordinating the wheelbarrows. Everything is organized. Everything except your proximity to actual manure." She shot him a sideways glance. "I am supervising. Supervisors maintain an appropriate distance for optimal oversight. You are scared of the bugs. I am strategically positioned for maximum efficiency while minimizing." She stopped, squared her shoulders, and inhaled sharply. "Yes, I'm scared of the bugs, but I am still here. I am still doing this." Jax wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close until she leaned into him, the warmth of his body a steady anchor. Sun warmed their shoulders, and for a moment, the scent of manure was just a distant threat. "I know, and I am proud of you." Just then, the deep, throaty growl of a large truck echoed up the winding mountain road, tires crunching over gravel. The rumble grew louder, vibrating through the soles of their boots. Celeste straightened instantly, slipping into her Luna stance, shoulders back, chin up, spine like a rod of tempered steel. Her gaze fixed on the bend in the road, her fingers tightening around the clipboard. Around the corner came a massive dump truck, its tires caked with dried mud, the side painted with bold red lettering, "Henderson Ranch, quality feed and fertilizer since 1987. Bill Henderson himself was behind the wheel, his leathery face breaking into a wide grin beneath a sweat-stained cowboy hat, as he spotted Celeste standing there like a queen receiving tribute. The truck backed up slowly, its warning beeps echoing across the clearing. Dust swirled in the air, catching the sunlight like gold dust. Celeste did not flinch, even as the first wave of smell hit, the rich, earthy funk of composted manure, layered with the sweetness of fermented hay and a faint tang of ammonia. Jax breathed through his nose, nostrils flaring. Aged or not, it was manure, warm, pungent, and undeniably alive. Bill climbed down, his boots thudding against the dirt, and tipped his hat. "Morning, Mrs. Luna. Got your delivery right here. Thank you, Bill. We appreciate your promptness." Her voice was steady, clear, and carried effortlessly across the yard. "If you could deposit it right there," she pointed with the tip of her pen. "My team will handle distribution." "You got it." Bill tipped his hat again and climbed back into the cab. With a mechanical whir and a groan of hydraulics, the bed began to tilt. 2 tons of composted cow manure slid out in a massive, undulating heap, steaming faintly in the cool morning air. The pile settled with a soft, wet thud, releasing a fresh wave of odor that made even Jax wrinkle his nose. It was dark, crumbly, and oddly beautiful in its fertility, but undeniably teeming with life. Beetles with iridescent shells scurried from within, and flies, big glossy green ones, buzzed upward in a lazy, determined cloud. Celeste's professional expression did not waver. She held her clipboard like a shield, breath coming through slightly parted lips to avoid the smell. Her knuckles were white, but she stood firm, the wind tugging at her sleeves, her silver pendant gleaming like a beacon. A small crowd gathered at the edge of the garden, pack members, curious and amused, whispering behind their hands. Marcus stood with a group of warriors, his phone already out, recording. Sarah hovered near the wheelbarrows, biting her lip to keep from laughing. Everyone waited. This was pack lore in the making. "All set," Bill called, hopping down again. "Do you need anything else?" "This is perfect. Thank you." Celeste pulled out her phone with one hand, the other still gripping the clipboard like a lifeline. I am transferring payment now. Please confirm when you receive it. They handled the transaction with swift, professional efficiency. Bill, clearly charmed, watched her with amused respect, as if she were closing a 7-figure deal instead of buying fertilizer. When his phone pinged, he grinned. Pleasure doing business with you, ma'am. You need more? Just give me a call. I absolutely will. Thank you again, Bill. As the truck rumbled away, scattering birds from the trees, Celeste turned to face the mountain of manure, the dozens of eyes fixed on her. She took a slow breath, adjusted her clipboard, and a fly landed on her arm. The pack went dead silent. Jax tensed, ready to dart forward. Marcus froze, finger hovering over the record. Even the wind seemed to pause. Celeste looked down. The fly was fat and shiny, its wings flickering in the sun. Her left eye twitched, her fingers clenched. A beat passed, then another. With deliberate, unhurried grace, she brushed it away. Flick, a single smooth motion. Marcus, Thomas, she called out, her voice steady as stone. Please begin distribution to the garden beds according to the plan I provided yesterday. Sarah, coordinate the wheelbarrow rotations. We want even coverage across all sections. The pack erupted in surprised, thunderous applause. Jax laughed, pulling her into a quick, fierce hug. Celeste had touched a manure fly and survived. She would face the beast, and not flinched. First, Brockus said, grabbing a pitchfork with exaggerated reverence. Genuinely impressive, Luna. Thank you. She made a note on her clipboard, her hand trembling slightly, but her voice remained calm, authoritative. Let us maintain efficiency. The sooner we get this distributed, the sooner we can all return to our regular activities. For the next 20 minutes, everything went perfectly. Warriors loaded wheelbarrows with composted manure, following Celeste's detailed map. She called out adjustments, monitored progress, and maintained her position upwind with admirable iron-willed dedication, only once discreetly shaking her boot when something wriggled inside the cuff. Jax worked alongside his pack, spreading the rich manure across the depleted garden beds. It really was good quality, aged to the point where it looked more like dark soil than anything else, rich with nutrients that would feed their plants through the growing season. Looking good, Finn called out, examining a section they would just finished. This will make a world of difference. Excellent, Celeste replied, making another note. Let us focus on the tomato beds next. I need the nitrogen most. She was doing it. She was actually supervising a manure operation without fleeing. Jax caught her eye and grinned, receiving a small, proud smile in return. Then Thomas's pitchfork sank into the manure pile and came up with something that was distinctly not manure, a beetle. But not just any beetle. Massive, shiny-tongued beetle, easily 2 inches long, with impressive horns and powerful legs that immediately began scrambling across the disturbed manure. Whoa, Thomas said, genuinely fascinated. Look at the size of this guy. Everyone looked, including Celeste. Her clipboard hit the ground. Beetle, she said, her voice gone high and tight. That is a very large beetle. It is a dung beetle, Finn said, moving closer to examine it. Beneficial insects. Helps break down. It has horns. Well, yes, the males use them too. Horns, Finn. Horns. Jax was already moving, but Celeste had gone rigid. Her eyes locked on the beetle as Thomas's pitchfork shifted and the creature tumbled back into the manure pile. It was immediately joined by 3 more beetles, clearly disturbed by the commotion. There is more, Celeste whispered. There is a whole family, a colony. Her voice cracked. Jax. He reached her just as her composure shattered. She spun toward him, and he caught her as she launched herself into his arms with enough force to make him step back. So many beetles, he said against his chest, her whole body trembling. With horns. Why do they need horns? What are they fighting? What evolutionary purpose? Deep breaths, love. Cannot. Beetles. Horned beetles. In our manure. That we are putting in our gardens. Which means they will be everywhere. Jax began walking, carrying Celeste away from the manure pile, away from the beetles, toward the relative safety of their cabin. But even in her panic, His Luna was still trying to do her job. "Marcus," she called out, her voice muffled against Jax's shirt, but still commanding. "The tomato beds need at least a 3-inch layer." "Do not skimp on the corners," gutted Luna. Marcus called back, not even trying to hide his grin. And Thomas watched the pH-sensitive plants. "Not too much manure on the blueberries." "You got it." "Sarah, make sure everyone's rotating properly. We do not want anyone throwing out their back." They were halfway to the cabin now, but Celeste's head had popped up, her professional instincts warring with her terror. Her hair was wild, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes were fierce with determination. "And someone please document the beetle situation," she shouted. "I need to research whether they are going to infiltrate the compost bins. I need data." "I will take notes, Luna," one of the younger warriors yelled back, clearly delighted. Detailed notes. Species identification. Number of individuals observed. "Celeste," Jax said, still walking, "you are done supervising for today. But the distribution, it is going perfectly because you planned it perfectly. The pack knows what to do. The beetles, they are beneficial insects that will help process the manure, just like you researched." "I did not research horned beetles, Jax. That is a significant detail that was missing from my materials." He would reach the cabin porch. Instead of setting her down, he settled into the porch sling with Celeste still in his lap, her legs wrapped around his waist, her face buried in his neck. His shirt was probably ruined from her grip, but he could not bring himself to care. "You did beautifully," he murmured, one hand stroking her back in soothing circles. "You negotiated an excellent deal. You organized the delivery perfectly, and you maintained your composure through a fly landing on you. And then I panicked over a beetle. A horned beetle that emerged unexpectedly from 2 tons of manure. That is a reasonable thing to be startled by. I am supposed to be setting an example. I am the Luna. You are setting an example." Jax tilted her chin up, making her meet his eyes. "You are showing them that you can face your fears, do hard things, and admit when you have reached your limit. That is leadership, Celeste." Her green eyes searched his face, still wide with residual fear, but starting to calm. "There were so many beetles." "I know, with horns, very impressive horns. You are laughing at me." "I am admiring you," he corrected. "You stood 15 feet from 2 tons of manure and directed a complex distribution operation. You brushed away a fly without screaming. You only retreated when confronted with multiple horned beetles, which, again, was reasonable." She was quiet for a moment, her breathing gradually returning to normal. "The manure is excellent quality, though. Did you see how dark it was? Perfect nitrogen content." "I did see that, and the distribution is going exactly according to plan, even without me there, because you trained them well." A small smile tugged at her lips. "I am an excellent coordinator, the best, even if I cannot handle horned beetles, especially because you try anyway." That evening, the pack gathered for what had become an impromptu celebration. The manure had been successfully distributed, the garden beds were now rich with nutrients, and everyone was in high spirits, despite the lingering smell of aged cow fertilizer. Someone had made a banner that read Luna's Miracle Garden, which Celeste had tried to take down twice before accepting it was staying. The pack house was full of laughter, food, and the kind of easy camaraderie that came from accomplishing something together. "Speech," someone called out. "Luna, give us a speech." Celeste stood, and the room quieted. She looked out at her pack, these wolves who teased her mercilessly and loved her fiercely, and felt her throat tighten with emotion. "First of all," she began, "I would like to state for the record that no one warned me about horned beetles." Laughter rippled through the crowd. "Second, I want to thank everyone who helped today. Marcus, Thomas, Sarah, and all the warriors who did the actual work of spreading the manure while I supervised from a safe, strategic distance." More laughter. "You all made this happen." "Yes, I negotiated the deal and created the plans, but you executed them perfectly, even with you screaming instructions while being carried away," Marcus called out. "Especially why did Celeste agreed, grinning now. "Which brings me to my third point. I know you all find my bug phobia hilarious." "We do," several people confirmed, "and that is fine. I find it somewhat hilarious, too, in retrospect, less so in the moment." She paused, her expression turning serious. but I want you all to know that I'm trying. I am pushing myself to be part of these projects, even though they terrify me, because this pack is worth it. You are all worth it. The room had gone quiet, everyone listening intently. Our gardens are going to thrive because we all worked together, because you trusted me to lead this project, even though I cannot touch the compost. Because you did the hard physical work while I coordinated. Because we are a pack, and that means we each contribute what we can, how we can. She raised her glass. To the pack, to teamwork, and to the fact that we now have 2 tons of excellent manure, even if it does contain horned beetles. To the pack, everyone echoed, drinks raised. As people returned to their conversations and food, Jax appeared at Celeste's side, sliding an arm around her waist. That was a good speech. I meant every word. I know you did. He pressed a kiss to her temple. The pack knows it too. They love you, Celeste. Bug phobia and all. They are better, after all the work I am putting into saving these gardens. From a distance. From a strategic distance, she corrected, but she was smiling. They stood together, watching their pack celebrate. Young wolves were reenacting Celeste's beetle panic, with elaborate dramatics. Marcus was taking bets on what would scare Luna next. Finn was explaining dung beetle biology to anyone who would listen. It was chaos and family, and exactly where they both belonged. Jax. Celeste said quietly, "Yeah, next week. We are going to need to spread the manure on the rest of the garden beds. I know, there are probably more beetles. Probably. I am going to need you to handle those, obviously, while I supervise from inside the cabin, with the windows closed. Whatever you need, love." She turned in his arms, rising on her toes to kiss him. "Thank you, for carrying me away from beetles, for being proud of me even when I panic, for loving me despite my ridiculous fears." "Because of your ridiculous fears," he corrected against her lips. "They make you human, they make you real, and they give me endless excuses to be your hero." "My hero," she agreed, smiling, "even when the dragons are actually just beetles with horns, especially then." Later that night, curled up in their bed with Celeste's head on his chest and her hand over his heart, Jax reflected on the day. His mate had negotiated with ranchers, supervised a manure delivery, maintained her composure through a fly landing on her, and only panicked when confronted with unexpectedly horned insects. She would also screamed instructions while being carried away, given a heartfelt speech to the pack, and continued her mission to save their gardens despite being terrified of every organism involved in the process. She was extraordinary, ridiculous and brave and absolutely extraordinary. "I can hear you thinking," Celeste mumbled sleepily, "just thinking about how much I love you, even though I panicked over beetles, especially because of that." She hummed contentedly, already drifting toward sleep. "The gardens are going to be beautiful. They are. Because of manure and beetles and worms. And you. And me," she agreed. From a distance, with binoculars, and possibly a hazmat suit. Jax laughed quietly, holding her closer. "Whatever it takes, love. Whatever it takes." Outside, the mountain night was peaceful. The gardens, 2 tons of aged manure settled into the soil, rich with nutrients and probably still hosting a few horned beetles. The compost bins continued their slow process of transformation, worms working their magic in the darkness. And in their cabin, the Alpha and his Luna slept peacefully, dreaming of gardens that would soon flourish. Thanks to manure, beetles, and one terrified but determined Luna, who refused to let fear stop her from taking care of her pack. Even if she did need to be carried away from horned insects occasionally, that was just part of their perfect, ridiculous life together. Jax woke to the soft, silvered light of early dawn filtering through the gauzy curtains of their bedroom, a pale glow painting the walls in muted gradients of gray and blue. The air was still cool, thick with the quiet hush of a world not yet fully awake. The alarm clock on the nightstand read 5:58 a.m., its digital numbers glowing a dim red. He blinked slowly, reaching across the mattress, his fingers brushing empty sheets, still slightly warm from Celeste's body heat, but undeniably abandoned. Her side of the bed was neatly tucked, the indentation of her body slowly fading, the cotton sheets cool to the touch. A faint trace of her lavender vanilla scent lingered in the pillow, but it was already dissolving into the stillness, given That it was barely 6, this was unusual. Celeste was many things. Organized, with a planner color-coded down to the minute. Determined, with a gaze that could disarm a rival pack ambassador in mid-argument. Occasionally terrifying in negotiations, her voice cutting through posturing like a scalpel, but she was not a morning person. She would once threaten to exile an overeager wolf for knocking on her door before 8. Frowning, Jax pushed himself up, bare feet meeting the rough-hewn wooden floorboards, still cold from the night's chill. He pulled on a rubbled pair of sweatpants and padded down the short hallway, the faint creak of the floor echoed by the distant, muffled sounds of movement. The source was unmistakable, their walk-in closet, the door ajar, a sliver of warm, buttery light spilling into the dim hall. Inside, Celeste stood beneath the soft, recessed lighting, silhouetted against the wall of organized shelves. She was pulling things from the back shelf with the focused determination of a general preparing for war. Dust motes swirled in the beam above her, stirred by the sudden motion. A stack of old gardening manuals teetered beside her feet, and the faint, earthy scent of mildewed canvas rose from the open storage bin she would just disturbed. She wore only one of his oversized band t-shirts, the hem falling midway down her thighs, her bare legs visible beneath. Her dark, wavy hair was pulled into a messy bun, a few rebellious strands clinging to the damp skin at her temples. "Love, what are you doing?" Jax asked, leaning against the doorframe, his voice low and rough with sleep. "Preparing," Celeste said, her voice clipped, not looking up. She tugged at a heavy-duty rain jacket, its vinyl surface stiff with disuse. "Today's the great fertilization. We are spreading all the compost and remaining manure on the gardens. Everyone's participating." "I know," Jax replied, folding his arms. A slow smile tugged at his lips as he watched her wrestle with the stubborn zipper of the jacket. "I organized the schedule, sent you the revised rotation list last night. Remember? You said, and I quote, 'This is exactly why I married you. You deal with the spreadsheets so I do not have to.'" She finally freed the jacket and turned, holding it like a trophy. The fabric shimmered slightly under the light, scuffed and weathered from years of neglect. "What exactly are you preparing for?" he asked, amusement deepening in his tone. "To help." She lifted her chin in that stubborn way he knew all too well, the set of her jaw, the slight flare of her nostrils. It was the same look she wore when she would announce she was running for Luna, when she would insisted on negotiating the timber rights treaty in person. A Luna leads by example. "I cannot coordinate this entire project and then hide in the cabin when it is time for the actual work." He stepped into the closet, the wooden floor creaking under his weight. The air was close in here, filled with the mingled scents of cedar, old leather, and the faint, musky tang of their shared clothes. Gently, he took the rain jacket from her hands, its stiff material crackling between his fingers. "Celeste," he said, voice softening, "you have already led. You researched compost ratios, planned the crop rotations, negotiated with the organic suppliers for bulk manure, and organized the volunteer teams. No one expects you to physically shovel compost." "I expect me to." Her green eyes, flecked with gold round the pupils, locked onto his, unblinking, determined. "The pack works hard for me. The least I can do is work alongside them, even if it is terrifying." "It is going to be more than terrifying," he said, stepping closer. He could feel the faint tremor in her fingers when he brushed her wrist. "There will be worms, fat wriggling red wrigglers the size of your finger, beetles, the color of rust and oil, flies. Thick clouds of gnats rise when you disturb the manure pile, and probably things we have not even categorized yet, some kind of primordial garden organism that defies scientific classification." "I know. You are going to panic," he pressed, watching the pulse jump at the base of her throat. "Probably. You are going to want to run, almost certainly. And I am going to have to carry you away while you are screaming. That is a distinct possibility." She stepped forward then, closing the space between them. Her hands found his, cool and slightly damp. She laced her fingers through his, the pressure firm, grounding. "But I need to try, Jax. I need to at least attempt it. Otherwise I am just the Luna who plans things from a distance, who delegates the dirt but never gets any on her hands. I want to be the Luna who tries, even when she fails." And that right there was why he would fall in love with this woman. That quiet, unrelenting courage beneath the polished exterior. That fierce need to do what was right, not just what was safe. The way she stood in the face of instinct, her breath quick, but her spine straight, her heart hammering, but her resolve unbroken. "Okay," he said, pulling her into his arms. The warmth of her against his chest, the softness of her hair against his jaw. "But we are setting some boundaries." First sign of actual panic, not just discomfort, not just nausea, but full body trembling, hyperventilation. "The works. You are done." "Agreed?" "Agreed, and you are not working alone. You stay near me the entire time. No wandering off to tackle the far beds on your own. I can accept those terms." And he hesitated, then grinned, brushing a loose curl from her forehead. "Whatever protective gear you are planning to wear, I get veto power if it is ridiculous enough to impede actual work. Of full-face respirators, no biohazard suits, no welding gloves." Celeste's expression went carefully neutral, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Define ridiculous. Show me what you were planning." 20 minutes later, Jack stood in the center of their bedroom, one hand pressed over his mouth, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. The early light poured through the windows, illuminating the dust in the air, catching in the fibers of the sheer curtains fluttering in the morning breeze. Celeste stood before him like an explorer, about to descend into a post-apocalyptic jungle. She would layered one of his long-sleeved flannel shirts, plaid in faded red and black, over a thick black turtleneck, the fabric bunching at her neck. The shirt was tucked into a pair of well-worn jeans, which were then meticulously tucked into a pair of knee-high rubber boots, the kind used for wading through swamps. On her hands, heavy-duty gardening gloves that extended past her elbows, stiff with age and lined with some kind of moisture-wicking mesh that made her fingers look unnaturally thick. On her head, a wide-brimmed, straw sun hat that looked like it had been plucked from a Victorian garden party, complete with a dusty silk ribbon tied in a bow beneath her chin. And over her nose and mouth, a bandana patterned in tiny floral prints, knotted tightly so only her wide, determined eyes were visible. "You look like you are about to rob a train," Jax managed, his voice cracking with laughter. "I look prepared," Celeste said, her voice muffled and nasal beneath the fabric. "Maximum skin coverage. The hat keeps bugs out of my hair. The bandana prevents inhalation of particles. You can barely move your arms. I have a full range of motion." She demonstrated by attempting to raise her arms above her head, the layers bunched awkwardly at her shoulders, the gloves pulling against the fabric of the shirt, the hat tilting precariously. "See? Perfectly functional." "Love," he said, stepping closer, reaching up to gently untie the bandana. His fingers brushed the soft skin beneath her jaw. The scent of lavender and faint sweat rose from her neck. "You need to be able to breathe and move. How about we lose the bandana and the turtleneck?" "But that is less protection. It is also less heat stroke." Carefully peeled the turtleneck off over her head, then tucked the bandana into her back pocket. "Better. You can still work, and you will not pass out after 5 minutes." Celeste adjusted her hat, her hands moving stiffly in the long gloves. She turned to the full-length mirror, tilting her head. The reflection showed a woman caught between two worlds, the sharp, commanding Luna of the pack, and a woman so deeply uncomfortable with organic matter that she would armored up like a medieval knight. Beneath the hat and flannel, her cheeks were pink, her eyes bright with nerves. "Okay," she said, exhaling. "This works. I can do this. You can absolutely do this." He pressed a kiss to her temple, just below the brim of the hat, feeling the faint tremor in her skin. "For at least 12 minutes before you panic. I'm going to last longer than that. We will see." By 7, the pack had assembled in the garden area, a wide, sun-dabbled clearing ringed by wildflowers and bordered by raised vegetable beds. The air was thick with the fertile, pungent aroma of compost, rich like damp forest floor, with a tang of fermentation and the musky depth of aged manure. Bees hummed lazily above the clover, and birds trilled from the trees beyond the fence. The compost bins, wooden and weathered, stood open, revealing mounds of dark, crumbly earth, threaded with white mycelium and writhing with red wrigglers. Nearby, the manure pile steamed faintly in the morning chill, flies buzzing in lazy spirals above it. Finn, clipboard in hand, had taped a color-coded map to the side of the tool shed, explaining soil amendments to a small group. Marcus stood nearby, arms crossed, already in mud-splattered overalls and work boots. Then Celeste arrived. She emerged from the house like an apparition, booted feet crunching on the gravel path, the wide brim of her hat casting a shadow across her face, her gloves creaking as she gripped a pitchfork like a scepter. The entire operation came to a halt. "Is that a sun hat?" young Theo whispered, not quite quietly enough, his eyes wide. "I think it is a gardening hat," someone else replied, trying and failing to hide a smirk. "She looks like she is going to tea with the queen, not spreading manure." Marcus caught Jax's eye and mouthed, 12 minutes? Jax held up 10 fingers, then 2. Marcus grinned and pulled out his phone, thumb flying across the screen, no doubt updating the betting pool that had sprung up the moment Celeste had announced her intention to participate. "Good morning, everyone," Celeste said, her voice remarkably steady, though her knuckles whitened on the pitchfork handle. "I will be participating in the fertilization efforts today. Please proceed with the planned assignments." Sarah stepped forward, her expression soft with kindness. "Luna, are you sure? We have plenty of hands." "I am sure." Celeste moved to the nearest wheelbarrow, bright red and dented, with deliberate steps. "Where do we start?" Finn handed her the pitchfork with exaggerated care, as if she might shatter on contact. "We are loading the wheelbarrows with compost, then spreading it on the designated beds. About a 2-inch layer, worked into the top few inches of soil." 2 inches, top few inches. "Got it." Celeste approached the compost bin. The air around it was alive with movement, tiny insects skittering, the deep thrum of earthworms beneath the surface. She took a deep breath through her mouth, avoiding the smell, and squared her shoulders. Then, with a motion like drawing a sword, she plunged the pitchfork into the dark, rich mound. The pack watched in utter silence, for a heartbeat, 2. Then she lifted her first forkful, dark earth crawling with worms, and with only a small tremor in her hands, deposited it into the wheelbarrow. "Holy shit, she is doing it," Marcus breathed, voice hushed with awe. Celeste took another forkful, then another. Her movements were careful, deliberate, her breath coming fast through parted lips. She was sweating beneath the layers, her face flushed, a bead of moisture tracing a path down her temple. But she was doing it. Actual, physical contact with the compost she would spend weeks researching. Jax felt that familiar surge, pride like a flame in his chest, concern like a stone in his gut. He moved to stand nearby, just outside her peripheral vision, close enough to catch her as she bolted, but not so close it felt like hovering. "You are doing great," he said quietly. "There are so many worms," she replied, voice tight, eyes fixed on the writhing mass. "So many worms. But you are not running." "Not yet." She managed 4 more forkfuls. The wheelbarrow was nearly full. A fly buzzed past her face. Her eye twitched. She did not flinch. Then the beetle. It erupted from the compost as she lifted another load. A large, obsidian black beetle, with iridescent wing casings that snapped open with a faint shick. It took flight, wings humming like a miniature engine, and zipped directly toward her face. For a moment, one brief, shining moment, Celeste held her ground. The beetle buzzed past her hat. She ducked slightly but kept her grip. Then it circled back and landed on the brim of her hat, legs skittering across the straw. "Beetle," Celeste said, her voice gone high and thin, trembling. "There is a beetle. On my hat. On my hat, Jax. Do not move," he said, already approaching, voice calm. "I will get it." But the beetle, disturbed by the sound, took flight again. This time it flew directly at her face, buzzing with the aggressive determination of an insect protecting its territory. That was it. That was Celeste's limit. She dropped the pitchfork and ran. Not a strategic retreat, not a calm exit, a full-on, arms flailing, hat flying off run that sent her crashing directly into Jax's chest as he tried to intercept. He caught her barely, the impact making him stagger back a step. The beetle buzzed past them both, completely oblivious to the chaos it had caused, and disappeared back toward the compost bins. It flew in my face, Jax, Celeste said, her voice muffled against his shirt. I landed on my hat, and then it flew at my face. Jax tried to respond. He really did. But the combination of his mate's genuine terror, the ridiculous protective outfit, the fact that she would last it exactly, he checked his watch, 11 minutes and 43 seconds, and the way the entire pack was trying desperately not to laugh, it all hit him at once. He started laughing, deep, helpless laughter that shook his whole body and made it almost impossible to hold on to his panicking mate. "Are you?" Celeste pulled back to look at him, her expression caught between mortified and indignant. "Are you laughing at me?" "I am sorry," he gasped, barely able to speak. "I am so sorry. It is just, you looked so determined. And then the beetle, and your hat." Around them, the pack had completely given up on pretending to work. They were all laughing now, not cruel but genuinely delighted. Even Marcus had tears running down his face as he held up his phone, showing everyone that he would caught the entire thing on video. "I hate all of you," Celeste announced, but her lips were twitching. "I made a genuine attempt, and you are all laughing." "Luna," Sarah said, moving closer with a kind smile. "You lasted almost 12 minutes handling compost. That was amazing." "It was 11 minutes and 43 seconds, Jax corrected, still chuckling. 11 minutes and 43 seconds longer than any of us expected, Thomas added. "No offense, Luna, but we had a pool going. The earliest guess was 6 minutes. Celeste pulled off her gloves, dignity intact, despite the circumstances. "Who won?" "Young Theo," Marcus said. "He guessed 12 minutes exactly. Kids got instincts." "Or inside information," Celeste muttered, but she was smiling now. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind embarrassment, and Jax could see a hint of pride. She would genuinely tried. "Luna," Finn approached, his weathered face creased with approval. "What you just did took real courage. More courage than most wolves show in combat. I ran away from a beetle." "You tried to stand your ground against a beetle. That is different." The old wolf handed her back her abandoned hat. "And you loaded a full wheelbarrow before you ran." "That is more than anyone expected." Marcus cleared his throat, and when Celeste looked over, his expression was uncharacteristically serious. "Luna, I think we can all agree that you have proven your point. You are willing to work alongside us, even when it terrifies you. But maybe," he glanced at the others, receiving nods of agreement, "maybe you would be more valuable coordinating from a position where you can see the whole operation." "You mean from a distance?" Celeste said flatly. "I mean from a strategic oversight position." Marcus gestured to the packhouse porch, which had a clear view of the entire garden area. "Someone needs to make sure we are following the application plan correctly, that we are using the right amendments in the right places, that we are maintaining proper coverage and depth." "That is just a nice way of saying I should go back to supervising. It is a nice way of saying you have already proven yourself, and now you should do what you do best." Sarah squeezed her shoulder. "Lead us, coordinate us, just from over there, where the beetles cannot reach you." Celeste looked at Jax, her expression uncertain. He understood the conflict. She wanted to prove herself, but she also knew her limitations. "You tried," he said quietly, for her ears only. "You picked up a pitchfork, loaded compost, and faced your fear for almost 12 minutes. No one here doubts your courage or your leadership, but they need you to be functional, love. And you are most functional when you are not actively fleeing insects." She let out a long breath, then nodded. "Okay, I will coordinate from the porch." The relief on everyone's faces was palpable, though they tried to hide it. Having Luna present was wonderful. Having Luna present and panicking about beetles was a distraction they did not need. "But," Celeste added, raising a finger, "I am keeping detailed notes on everyone's performance. If I see anyone slacking because I am not right there, you will answer to me later." "Would not dream of it, Luna," Marcus said, grinning. 20 minutes later, Celeste had established her command post on the packhouse porch. She would retrieved her clipboard, created a visual reference board showing Finn's amendment map, and positioned a cooler of water for anyone who needed a break. She would also changed out of most of her protective gear, though she would kept the boots and gloves, sitting in a comfortable chair with her binoculars within easy reach. From this vantage point, she could see the entire garden operation, and to Jax's amusement, She was actually incredibly effective. Marcus, bed 7 needs more compost on the northern end. She called out through a bullhorn she would acquired from somewhere. Thin coverage there. Got it, Luna. Thomas, perfect application on bed 3. Maintain that depth on 4 and 5. Thank you, Luna. Sarah, I see you favoring your left shoulder. Take a break and have someone else finish that section. Sarah looked up, surprised, then laughed and waved acknowledgement before handing off her pitchfork to another warrior. Jax paused in his work to watch his mate. She was completely in her element, organizing, directing, catching details that would have been missed otherwise. This was her gift. Not physical labor, but leadership, coordination, seeing the whole picture while others focus on their individual tasks. She is really good at this, young Theo said, following Jax's gaze. She really is. My mom said Luna is the bravest person she knows, the young wolf continued, not because she is not scared, but because she does things anyway, even when she is terrified. Jax looked at the kid, barely 16, all lanky limbs and earnest sincerity. Your mom's right. I want to be like that, brave, even when I am scared. Then watch Luna. Learn from her. Jax returned to spreading compost. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is doing what needs to be done despite the fear. For the next several hours, the pack worked in coordinated efficiency. Compost and manure were spread according to Finn's careful plan, worked into the soil with rakes and hoes. The beds that had looked depleted and sad were transformed, dark with rich organic matter, ready to support a season of growth. And through it all, Celeste coordinated from her porch, directing traffic, catching mistakes, ensuring even coverage. She took notes on who worked well together, who needed more breaks, and which beds were completed to specification. She hydrated the workers, called out encouragement, and generally ran the operation like a field commander directing troops. By late afternoon they were finished. Every bed had been amended. The gardens looked ready to explode with growth once planting began. The pack was exhausted, sweaty, and covered in various amounts of dirt and compost, but the sense of accomplishment was palpable. Celeste descended from her porch command post to walk the beds with Finn, clipboard in hand, binoculars around her neck for safe distance observation. Jax followed, interested in the assessment. Excellent coverage, Finn said, crouching to examine the soil. Even depth, good incorporation. This is a textbook application, Luna. Everyone worked hard, Celeste replied, and followed the plan perfectly, because you coordinated them perfectly. The old wolf straightened with a grunt. This is going to make all the difference. Come summer, these gardens will produce like they have not in 10 years. Jax watched Celeste's face light up with pride and satisfaction. This was what she would been working toward. Not personal glory or proving she could overcome her fears, but ensuring the pack would thrive. Thank you, Finn, she said quietly, for teaching me, for trusting me to lead this. Thank you for caring enough to learn, even when it scared you. Finn patted her shoulder with surprising gentleness. You are a good Luna, the best this pack could ask for. That evening, Jax found Celeste in their bathroom, trying unsuccessfully to remove garden dirt from her hair. Despite supervising from a distance, she would somehow manage to get dust and small bits of compost in her braid. Need help? He asked from the doorway. She turned, frustrated, and adorably disheveled. I do not even know how this happened. I was not even near the compost bins. Wind, dust. The universe is conspiring to make sure you take part in the project you created. He moved into the bathroom, gently turning her toward the shower. Come on, let me help. I can wash my own hair. I know, but let me anyway. There was something intimate about helping his mate wash away the day's work. Jack started the shower, testing the temperature before guiding Celeste under the spray. He carefully unwove her braid, his fingers gentle as they worked through the tangled strands. You were amazing today, he said, reaching for her shampoo. I lasted less than 12 minutes before panicking. You tried. That is what was amazing. He worked the shampoo through her hair, massaging her scalp with careful pressure. And then you coordinated the entire operation flawlessly. Every single pack member commented on how well it went. Celeste tilted her head back into his touch, sighing contentedly. I wanted to prove I could do the physical work. You proved something better. You proved you know your strengths, and you are not afraid to use them. His fingers worked through a particularly stubborn knot. Leadership is not always about doing everything yourself. Sometimes it is about putting the right people in the right places and trusting them to excel. Is that your alpha wisdom? That is my alpha. I have been leading this pack for years, wisdom. He rinsed the shampoo, watching the water run clear. You want to know what I see when I look at you? A woman terrified of beetles, a Luna who spent weeks researching solutions to help her pack, who negotiated deals with ranchers, who organized a complex composting operation despite being terrified of every organism involved, who tried, genuinely tried, to do work that scared her, just to prove she was willing. He applied conditioner, working it through her hair with the same gentle care. I see someone extraordinary, Celeste, bud phobia and all. She turned in his arms, water streaming over both of them, her green eyes bright with emotion. You always know what to say. I always tell you the truth. He cupped her face, thumb stroking her cheek. You are the bravest person I know. You face your fears every day, even when you do not conquer them. That is real courage. I love you, she said simply, even when you laugh at me running from beetles. I love you too, especially when you run from beetles, and then immediately return to being a competent, organized Luna, who coordinates everyone perfectly. She kissed him then, soft and sweet and full of affection. The water continued to fall around them, washing away the dirt and stress of the day, leaving only this moment, just the two of them, together in the quiet intimacy of their home. When they finally emerged from the shower, clean and relaxed, Celeste wrapped herself in her favorite robe and settled onto their bed with a contented sigh. The gardens are going to be beautiful, she said as Jax told off his hair. They are, and I helped make that happen. You absolutely did, even though I cannot touch compost without panicking. Even though, he joined her on the bed, pulling her close. You led the way. That is all that matters. She curled into his side, her hand resting over his heart. Next comes planting. And with planting comes more bugs. We will handle it. You will handle it. I will coordinate from a safe distance. That works too. They lay together in comfortable silence, listening to the mountain evenings settle around them. Outside, the newly fertilized gardens waited for seeds and sunshine. The pack was fed and happy, secure in the knowledge that their Luna cared enough to face her worst fears for them. And in their cabin, X held his mate close, marveling at how someone could be so terrified and so courageous at the same time. Jax? Celeste murmured sleepily. Thank you for catching me when I ran. Always, love, always. And for laughing at me after. That was involuntary, but honest. She pressed a kiss to his chest. I appreciate honesty. Then honestly, you are amazing. Ridiculous but amazing. I can live with that. And really so could he. His ridiculous, amazing, beetle-fearing Luna, who led with her whole heart, even when it scared her. That was more than enough. That was everything. Celeste stood at the edge of the raised garden beds, the damp morning earth releasing a rich, loamy scent as she gripped the cool, rubberized grip of her binoculars. Dew clung to the fronds of nearby ferns, glistening like scattered diamonds in the soft golden light of dawn. The air hummed with the low buzz of early bees and the distant chirr of crickets retreating into the shade. Just days ago, this garden had felt like a miracle, tiny green fists of seedlings punching through the soil, unfurling tender leaves that shimmered with morning moisture. Tomatoes stood in neat rows, their stems thickening with quiet strength, while pepper plants bowed slightly under the weight of their own promise. The cucumbers were climbing their trellises, tendrils coiling like curious fingers, and the cabbages, had unfurled into lush, blue-green rosettes, tight and proud. It should have been a moment of triumph. Instead, Celeste felt her stomach sink like a stone dropped into a well. She lowered the binoculars just enough to blink against the sting in her eyes, then raised them again, as if hoping what she would see was a trick of the light. It was not. The tomato leaves were riddled with holes, neat, circular perforations, as though someone had taken a hole punch to them. Tiny trails of silvery slime glistened here and there, catching the sunlight. The peppers bore jagged notches along the edges of their leaves, some so chewed they looked like torn lace, One plant had been reduced to a skeletal frame of veins and stem. The cucumber seedlings, so fragile just 2 weeks ago, were now severed at the base or stripped down to bare stalks, their cotyledons missing entirely. And the cabbages, Finn's pride, the ones he would planted with such care, whispering encouragement to the seeds as they might actually hear him, looked like something out of a war zone. Leaves were riddled with holes, chewed through in concentric circles. Ragged bites marred the tight heads. One cabbage had been hollowed out almost completely, the interior exposed like an open wound. "Bubs," she said flatly, the word tasting bitter on her tongue, like the sharp tang of crushed tomato leaf. "It is bugs, is not it?" Finn stepped beside her, his worn leather boots crunching softly on the gravel path. The sleeves of his flannel shirt were rolled to the elbows, revealing forearms dusted with sun-bleached hair. His hands, calloused, scarred from years of tilling and pruning, rested on his hips as he surveyed the damage. His weathered face creased with concern, lines deepening around his eyes and mouth like the cracks in dry soil. The morning breeze tugged at his salt and pepper hair, and he exhaled slowly, a puff of breath visible in the cool air. "Aphids on the tomatoes," he murmured, crouching down to inspect a leaf more closely. His voice was gravelly calm, but she could hear the tension beneath it, the quiet anger of something precious being ruined. "See the clusters, clinging to the undersides. They are sapping the life out of the leaves." He pointed with a cracked fingernail. "Looks like flea beetles on the peppers, those tiny pinprick holes. And the cabbage worms, definitely. Look at the grass near the stems." He lifted a leaf, revealing dark pellet-like droppings. "And I'm seeing some spider mite damage on the beans," he added, squinting at a bean leaf that looked sun-bleached and speckled, as if dusted with fine rust. "Fine webbing, too, barely visible, but it is there." Celeste lowered the binoculars. Each insect name hit her like a small dagger. Aphids, flea beetles, spider mites, each word conjuring visions of tiny, skittering horrors multiplying in the dark. She could almost feel them crawling on her skin, a phantom itch creeping up her neck. Can we just pull them out?" she asked, her voice tight. "The plants, I mean. Start over." Finn shook his head, still crouched in the dirt. The knees of his jeans darkened with moisture as he ran a thumb over a mangled leaf, testing its texture. "We could, but the bugs will come back. They always do. The soil's warm now. Plants are lush. It is a buffet." He stood slowly, joints creaking, and brushed dirt from his palms. "We need pest management, Luna. A real strategy, not just hope and prayer." Pesticides. The word felt wrong in her mouth. Harsh, chemical, sterile. It clashed with the smell of compost and crushed basil that still clung to the air around them. After all the work they would put into enriching the soil with compost tea, fermented plant extracts, and carefully layered mulch, after nurturing microbial life like it was sacred, dumping synthetic toxins on everything felt like a betrayal. Like poisoning a friend to silence a rumor. "Could use them," Finn agreed, his voice neutral, giving her the space to wrestle with it. "But they would kill the beneficial insects too. The pollinators, bees, hoverflies, native wasps, the predators, lacewings, ladybugs, parasitic wasps, even the decomposers, the ones breaking down organic matter. We would be trading one problem for another, maybe worse." Celeste's mind was already racing ahead, cataloging the research she would need to do. Natural pest control, organic methods, companion planting, trap crops, beneficial nematodes, integrated pest management, neem oil, diatomaceous earth, all topics that would require her to learn about. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, about bugs. In detail, with pictures, probably many, many pictures, close-ups, life cycles, magnified mouthparts, eggs laid in leaf tissue, larvae wriggling from husks. "I will figure something out," she said, her voice steadier than she felt, each word placed carefully, like stepping across cracked ice. "There has to be a solution that does not poison everything." Finn offered a small, warm smile, the kind that softened the edges of his face. "I am sure there is, Luna. You have got a gift for this research." He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, the pressure grounding. "Remember the soil amendments. You turn clay into gold. This, he gestured at the ravaged garden. This is just another puzzle. You will crack it. A gift, she muttered under her breath as she turned toward the cabin, her boots squelching slightly in the damp soil. The wooden steps creaked under her weight. A gift that requires me to become an expert on the things that make me want to set everything on fire and run away screaming. By that evening, the cabin's dining table had been transformed into something resembling a military command center, desperate, chaotic, and fiercely determined. Papers spilled across the surface like fallen leaves. Stacks of library books leaned precariously. Organic pest control for home gardeners, the bug-free garden, gardening in harmony with nature. Printed articles were highlighted in violent streaks of yellow, pink, and green. Her laptop glowed in the dim room, its screen split between 15 open tabs, university extension pages, gardening forums, entomology databases, and a particularly grim-looking YouTube video titled Cabbage Worm Infestations. Before and after, the air smelled of old paper, printer ink, and the faint, acrid tang of overbrewed coffee. A half-empty mug sat beside her elbow, steam long gone, its sides stained with rings of tannin. The most intimidating object of all, the entomology textbook, lay closed, face down, on the far end of the table, as if distancing itself would make it less dangerous. Its glossy cover depicted a macro shot of an insect compound eye, a universe of hexagons staring back with alien clarity. "Okay," she said to the empty room, wrapping both hands around the coffee mug, drawing warmth from it. The wood floor creaked under her bare feet. Outside, crickets sang their nightly chorus. Oblivious. "You can do this. It is just research, just information. The bugs are not actually here. They are just words and pictures." She reached for the textbook. Her fingers hovered an inch above the cover. Then she snatched it, flipped it open. The first page featured a detailed, magnified photograph of an aphid, pear-shaped, translucent green, its tiny legs splayed, sucking tube protruding from its mouth like a sinister straw. Up close it was grotesque, segmented body, antennae twitching, eyes like two black beads. Celeste immediately snapped the book shut and shoved it across the table with a gasp. "Nope, cannot." Not ready, she tried a different approach, starting with an article titled Friend or Foe, Identifying Garden Insects. The writing was approachable, the tone encouraging. She made it through 3 paragraphs before reaching a comparison chart. On one side, beneficial insects. On the other hand, harmful pests. The problem was that they all looked equally horrifying. "They all have too many legs," she whispered, leaning closer to the screen, her nose almost touching it. "How am I supposed to tell them apart when they all have too many legs?" A ladybug, beneficial, eats aphids, 7 spots, cute name, still had 6 spindly legs and antennae that moved independently, like feelers probing for victims. A Japanese beetle, harmful, eats plants, shiny and metallic, almost jewel-like, arguably prettier than the ladybug, yet also 6 legs, antennae like tiny combs. "How is that fair?" Celeste demanded of the silent room, her voice rising. "The pretty one is the bad one. That is false advertising. Evolution is a liar." She took another fortifying sip of coffee, cold now, bitter, and pressed on. "Lacewings, beneficial, delicate, lacy wings, hence the name, and they ate aphids too. Their adults looked almost ethereal, with pale green bodies and translucent wings. But then came the larvae, tiny alligator-like creatures with hooked jaws, dragging their prey behind them like macabre puppets. Why do they all have nightmare babies? Celeste asked aloud, making notes with slightly shaking hands. Cannot the beneficial insects just be less horrifying? Just a little? Maybe have fewer eyes? Or not look like they are plotting world domination? An hour passed, then 2. The moon rose, casting long silver fingers through the window. The cabin grew cooler, and she pulled a knit sweater around her shoulders, the wool scratchy against her neck. She worked through article after article, forcing herself to look at pictures, read descriptions, understand life cycles and feeding behaviors. She learned about predatory insects that hunted like ninjas, about companion planting, how marigolds repelled nematodes, how dill attracted wasps that devoured caterpillars. bought organic sprays made from garlic, chili, and dish soap. She also learned far more than she ever wanted to know about insect anatomy, their exoskeletons, their tracheal systems, their compound eyes that saw in all directions, about how aphids gave birth to live young, already pregnant, about how some moths laid eggs that hatched within hours, larvae tunneling into stems like living needles. By the time Jax came home from evening patrol, the air in the dining room was thick with tension and the electric hum of the laptop fan. Celeste sat hunched over the table, her dark hair escaping its messy knot, strands clinging to her temples. Her reading glasses were tilted, one earpiece bent from being chewed on earlier. She had highlighters in 3 colors, sticky notes in every shade, and her laptop screen was split between a diagram of the aphid life cycle and a recipe for garlic pepper spray, complete with a warning to wear gloves and a mask. She was also crying, not sobbing, just quiet tears, slipping down her cheeks one after another, glistening in the screen's glow. Her fingers were curled tightly around the edge of an open book, knuckles white. On the page before her, the tomato hornworm, in all its grotesque glory, plump, leaf green, with diagonal white stripes and a curved, horn-like protuberance at its rear. Celeste. Jax's voice cut through the silence, gentle but startled. He stood in the doorway, still in his patrol gear, his boots silent on the wooden floor. His jacket was unzipped, revealing the soft cotton of his shirt beneath. His golden eyes, always so warm, so steady, widened at the sight of her. He was at her side in an instant, kneeling beside her chair, the leather of his pants creaking. The scent of pine and fresh night air clung to him. Love, what is wrong? She did not look at him. Her voice was thick, raw. Tomato hornworms can grow up to 4 inches long. 4 inches, Jax. That is the size of my finger. And they are green and fat. And they have a horn on their back end that serves no purpose except to make them more nightmare-inducing. Okay. He reached over carefully, his fingers brushing hers as he closed the book with a soft thump. Why are you reading about them? Because they eat tomato plants. Her voice cracked, rising. And I need to know how to stop them without using pesticides, which means I need to identify them, which means I need to look at them. But they are 4 inches long, Jax. 4 inches. I see. And that is just one pest, she continued, gesturing wildly at the sea of papers. There are hundreds, and half of them look exactly like beneficial insects, so I have to memorize identifying features. Like, she grabbed another book, flipping frantically to a marked page. Ladybugs have round bodies, but lady beetles have more oval bodies, and some ladybugs are good, but some are invasive and bad. And how am I supposed to tell the difference when they are crawling around being round or oval? Jax gently took the book from her trembling hands, setting it aside with quiet respect. He cupped her face, his calloused thumbs catching tears as they rolled down her cheeks. His touch was warm, grounding. You do not have to do this, he said softly. Yes, I do. Her breath hitched. The gardens are being eaten. Finn says we need pest management, and I refuse to use chemicals after all the work we have put into organic fertilization, which means natural pest control. Which means, her voice broke again, which means I have to become an expert on bugs. On bugs, Jax. The things that make me want to run away screaming. I have to learn everything about them. Their life cycles, their behaviors, how to identify them, how they reproduce. Okay, stop. His voice was firm but kind. Breathe for me, love. Deep breath. She obeyed, drawing in a shuddering breath through her nose, holding it, then releasing it slowly. Again. Better. Now listen to me. His golden eyes held hers steadily, unflinching. You do not have to become an entomologist. You do not have to memorize every bug species. You just need to find solutions. But I need to know what I am dealing with. You need to know enough to make decisions. That is different from knowing everything. He glanced at the overwhelming array of materials, the books, the sticky notes, the browser tabs. How about we simplify? What are the main problems? Celeste sniffed, reaching for a tissue. Aphids on tomatoes, flea beetles on peppers, cabbage worms, spider mites, and potentially hornworms, though we have not seen them yet. Okay, And what are the main solutions? Enteral sprays for the aphids and beetles, hand picking for the cabbage worms, though someone else will have to do that because I absolutely cannot. Increasing humidity for spider mites, companion planting to repel future infestations, and she swallowed hard. Introducing beneficial insects that eat the pest insects. See, you already know what needs to be done. Jax pressed a kiss to her forehead. You do not need to know every detail about bug anatomy. You just need to coordinate the solutions. But I saw a picture of a parasitic wasp that lays eggs inside hornworm caterpillars, and the larvae eat the caterpillar from the inside out, and now I cannot unsee it. He bit back a smile. That does sound disturbing. It is horrifying. Nature is horrifying, Jax. But also effective? She wiped her eyes, managing a weak laugh. But also effective. The hornworms covered in wasp cocoons actually look kind of sad, which makes me feel bad for being terrified of them, which is ridiculous, because they are 4 inches long. You are allowed to be terrified and sympathetic at the same time. He stood, pulling her up with him. Come on, you need a break from bugs. I need to finish this research. You need to stop before you give yourself nightmares about aphid reproduction. He guided her away from the table of horror in her first. Then maybe we close some of those tabs. Simplify the research to what you actually need rather than every possible thing you could know. Celeste let herself be led, glancing back at the mountain of insect information. I just want to do this right. I know, and you will, but you do not have to sacrifice your mental health to do it. He turned her to face him. The pack needs you functional, not traumatized by entomology textbooks. The textbook is pretty traumatizing, she admitted. There is an entire chapter on insect mouthparts, with diagrams, very detailed diagrams. We are burning that book. It is from the library. Then we are returning it immediately and never speaking of it again. Despite everything, Celeste laughed. You are right. I got too deep into the research. Lost perspective. You care, Jax corrected. You care so much about doing this right that you pushed yourself into territory that genuinely scares you. That is admirable. But it is also okay to step back and approach it differently. She leaned into him, letting his solid presence ground her. Okay, simplified research. Focus on solutions, not on memorizing every horrifying detail about bud biology. Exactly. Though I do need to be able to identify beneficial versus harmful insects, at least the major ones, from a distance, with binoculars. Obviously, the next morning, Marcus found Celeste at the packhouse kitchen table, considerably more composed, but still surrounded by research materials. She would reduce her tab count from 15 to a more manageable 6, and she would return the entomology textbook to the library, with what could only be described as relief. Morning, Luna, Marcus said, helping himself to coffee. Heard you had a rough night with the bug research. News travels fast. Jax mentioned you cried over tomato hornworms. They are 4 inches long, Marcus, so I have heard. Multiple times. He sat across from her, studying the notes you had made. So what is the plan? Celeste straightened, flipping to a clean page in her notebook. Natural pest control, implemented in phases. Phase 1. Spray solutions for immediate relief. I have found recipes for garlic pepper spray for aphids and beetles, and neem oil spray for general pest deterrents. Both are organic and will not harm beneficial insects if applied correctly. Applied by whom? By volunteers who are not terrified of getting within spraying distance of bugs. So literally anyone but you. Essentially, yes. She made a note. Phase 2, companion planting. Marigolds repel many common pests. Basil protects tomatoes. Nasturtiums are aphid magnets. They attract aphids away from other plants, acting as a trap crop. Trap crop, Marcus repeated. So we are sacrificing the nasturtiums? For the greater good of the tomatoes, yes. Celeste clicked to a new tab. Phase 3, beneficial insects. You can order ladybugs and lacewings to release in the gardens. They eat aphids, mites, and other soft-bodied pests. Marcus's expression went carefully neutral. Did not you have a complete panic attack when we released ladybugs last time? That was one time. As the container tipped over unexpectedly, you were covered in ladybugs. They were crawling on me, Marcus. Plural. Many ladybugs, all with legs, all mobile. And you were planning to release more of them. From a distance, Celeste said firmly, with proper container management, and someone else actually doing the releasing while I supervise from inside the pack house, with the windows closed. Marcus laughed, genuine and fond. You know what is amazing? You are absolutely terrified of bugs, but you are systematically planning to introduce hundreds of them into our gardens. Thousands, actually. Typical ladybug order is about 500 individuals. Even better, our Luna, the inadvertent bug expert. I am, no, a bug expert. You just quoted specific quantities of ladybugs from memory. That is not. I am not. Celeste's cheeks flushed. I am just well-researched. On bugs. On pest management strategies that happen to involve bugs. That is different. Sure it is. Marcus took a sip of his coffee, grinning. So when do we start calling you Luna the Bug Whisperer? Never. We will never call me that. I do not know. It has a nice ring to it. Celeste the Bug Whisperer, terrified of insects but determined to understand them. I hate you. You love me. I am your favorite beta. You are my only beta. Still counts. Despite her protests, Celeste was fighting a smile. The teasing was affectionate, not cruel. The pack had watched her push through genuine fear for weeks now, and their mockery came from a place of respect and fondness. Sarah arrived with Finn, both carrying travel mugs and looking interested in whatever project Luna was planning next. Heard we are talking pest management, Sarah said, claiming a seat. What do you need from us? Celeste laid out her research, explaining the three-phase approach. As she talked, Jax noticed her confidence returning. This was what she did best, taking complex problems and breaking them into manageable solutions. Yes, those solutions involved bugs. Yes, she was still scared. But she would done the research, faced the horrifying pictures, and emerged with the real plan. The spray recipes are simple, she explained, showing them her notes. Garlic, hot pepper, dish soap, and water for the aphids and beetles. Neem oil mixed with water for broader pest deterrence. We will need to apply every 3 to 5 days until we see improvement. I can handle the spraying, Sarah volunteered. Used to help my mom with her garden. Perfect. I will make up the batches and provide detailed application instructions. Celeste made a note. The companion planting happens in phase 2. We will need to purchase marigolds, basil, and nasturtiums. I will get a count of how many we need based on the garden layout. And the beneficial insects? Finn asked. We will order them online. They come in containers with specific release instructions. Celeste's voice was steady, though Jax noticed her hands tightening slightly on her pen. The timing is important. We want to release them in the evening when they are less likely to fly away immediately, and we need to make sure the gardens are well watered, so they stick around. Who's releasing them? Marcus asked innocently. Volunteers, Celeste said firmly. Any volunteers who are not terrified of thousands of ladybugs? Any volunteers who possess basic motor skills and the ability to open a container? So not you. I will be supervising, closely, from an appropriate distance. The table erupted in laughter, and even Celeste could not maintain her dignity. She was laughing too, shaking her head at the ridiculousness of the situation. I cannot believe I am planning to introduce more bugs, she said, still laughing. Voluntarily, on purpose. Because you are a damn good Luna, Finn said, his tone sincere beneath the amusement. And because you care more about this pack than you care about your own comfort. The laughter quieted, everyone nodding agreement. We all see what you are doing, Sarah added. How hard you are working to overcome this fear. It means something, Celeste. It means a lot. Even when I cry over hornworm pictures. Especially then, Marcus said. Shows you are pushing yourself. Trying to understand something that genuinely terrifies you because it is what the pack needs. Celeste's eyes went suspiciously bright. Well, someone has to protect these gardens. Might as well be me. Might as well be you, Jax agreed, moving to stand behind her chair, hand resting on her shoulders. My brilliant, ridiculous, bug-researching Luna. I am not a bug expert, she insisted one more time. Of course not, everyone chorused, not believing her for a second. That evening, Jax found Celeste at her laptop, finalizing her pest management plan. She would created a comprehensive document, complete with spray recipes application schedules, companion planting diagrams, and beneficial insect release protocols. It was color-coded, tab-divided, and thoroughly researched. It was also completely designed around her, never having to directly touch a single insect. "This is impressive," he said, reading over her shoulder. "It is practical." Celeste saved the document. "I have identified the problems, researched the solutions, and created implementation strategies that work within my limitations." "You mean your terror of bugs?" "I mean my reasonable concerns about organisms with excessive legs and unpredictable movement patterns." Jack smiled, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "You know what I love about you? My organizational skills, your determination." He turned her chair so she faced him. "Most people would have given up, would have said, 'I am too scared. Someone else needs to handle this.' But you did not. You researched. You learned. You found ways to lead this project, despite being terrified of every insect involved." "I do not feel very brave," Celeste admitted. "Feel like I am constantly working around my fear rather than overcoming it." "Working around fear is overcoming it," Jack said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, love. It is doing what needs to be done despite the fear. You have spent weeks learning about things that genuinely terrify you. You have looked at pictures that made you cry. You have memorized information about bug life cycles and behaviors, all because the pack needed you to. The gardens needed it. The pack needed it. And you delivered." He pulled her up from the chair, wrapping his arms around her. "You are amazing. Ridiculous, but amazing. I can live with that assessment. Good, because it is true." He tilted her chin up, meeting her eyes. "Tomorrow, we start the spray phase. Your recipes, your schedule, your plan, and it is going to work, because you researched the hell out of it, even though I am terrified. Especially because you are terrified. It means you fought for this knowledge, earned it." He kissed her soft and sweet. "I'm proud of you, for crying over bug books, for pushing through anyway." Celeste smiled, genuine and warm. "I did learn a lot. Did you know that lacewing larvae are called aphid lions because they are such voracious predators?" "I did not know that. They can eat up to 200 aphids before they pupate. It is actually kind of impressive, in a horrifying sort of way. Listen to you, quoting bug facts." "I am not a bug expert," she protested, but there was no heat in it. "Sure, love. Whatever you say." She swatted his chest, but she was smiling. "I'm a Luna who is learned enough about bugs to protect her gardens. That is different. If you say so, I do say so. Then I believe you." He kissed her again, longer this time. "Even though you definitely know more about bugs than anyone else in this pack. That is not, okay maybe, but only by necessity." "By necessity," he agreed. "My brave, bug-researching Luna. I hate that you are right. I know." But she was smiling, and tomorrow they would start implementing her carefully researched, meticulously planned, bug-based pest management strategy. She would learn about things that terrified her. She would cried over hornworm pictures. She would created solutions that worked around her fears, rather than through them. And somehow, that made her the bravest person Jax knew, even if she would never, ever touch a 4-inch-long caterpillar. Some fears were meant to be worked around, and that was perfectly okay. Celeste stood in the packhouse communal kitchen at 7 in the morning, the chill of the early mountain air clinging to her sleeves as she surveyed the cluttered counters. The space, usually a calm hub of simple meals and shared stories, now resembled a war room for an unconventional battle. Industrial-sized containers of dish soap loomed like gray steel sentinels, their plastic surfaces slick with condensation. Bottles of neem oil, dark and viscous as aged wine, sat beside burlap sacks of dried hot peppers, their papery husks whispering softly in the draft from the open window. But it was the garlic that demanded attention. Approximately 40 heads, their tight clusters of ivory bulbs wrapped in dry, tan skin, arranged in neat pyramids that exuded a sharp, pungent musk that clung to the back of her throat. The scent was sharp and earthy, a heady blend of sulfur and decay that made her nose twitch, even as she reminded herself it was the weapon they needed. Marcus appeared in the doorway, his boots scuffing the linoleum with a low shush-shush. The golden steam from his coffee curled into the air, carrying the warm, bitter scent of roasted beans. Poor shield against the kitchen as chaos. He leaned casually against the frame, but his furrowed brow and the way he cradled the mud like a shield betrayed his discomfort. "It seems like a lot of garlic," he said, his voice laced with amusement, though his eyes scanned the room with wary curiosity, as if expecting the garlic to rise up and follow him out. Celeste, her fingers smudged with smears of neem oil and pepper dust, adjusted her reading glasses and glanced at the printed instructions clutched in her hand. The paper crackled under her grip, its edges frayed from repeated folding. "The recipe calls for 1 head per gallon of spray," she explained, her voice steadied, despite the cacophony of bubbling pots that had begun to rattle in the background. "You need 40 gallons to treat all the garden beds properly. Therefore, 40 heads of garlic." Marcus exhaled through his nose, the sound exaggerated as he raised his eyebrows. "We are going to smell like an Italian restaurant." His left hand twitched toward the doorframe, as though bracing for retreat. "A very effective Italian restaurant that repels aphids," she countered, already peeling back a garlic bulb with practiced efficiency. The paper-thin skin slid away with a dry snick, revealing a cross-section of pale cloves glistening with a faint, milky film. She laid them out on the chopping board in precise rows, their edges catching the slanting morning light through the windows. "I need volunteers to help with prep work, peeling, chopping, measuring." Marcus took a strategic step backward, his boots squeaking against the damp floor. The motion was theatrical, calculated to emphasize his sacrifice. "I have border patrol. Very important border patrol. That is not until noon." Celeste did not look up, her knife thunking against the board as she worked. "Early border patrol. Extra thorough today." "You are scared of helping cook?" "I'm scared of whatever horrific smell is about to take over this kitchen." He took another step back, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. "But I support you, from a distance, a significant distance." Coward. Self-preservation. He raised his coffee in a mock salute, the steam from the mug curling around his fingers. "Good luck, Luna. May the gods have mercy on our collective sense of smell." By 8 o'clock, Celeste had assembled a team of volunteers, mostly younger pack members, their faces a mix of determination and resignation. The air had thickened into a stifling, humid soup. The garlic's acrid tang, the smoky heat of dried peppers lingered at first, then gave way to the bitter, oily funk of neem. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, had stayed, her arms crossed as she hovered near the stove. Her nose was red raw from the pepper fumes, but her eyes remained sharp. "They will not get out of hand," Celeste assured her, though her voice was slightly muffled by a cloth she would tied over her mouth. The cloth smelled faintly of lavender soap, a futile attempt to mask the growing stench. "I have everything calculated precisely. We will make 3 different formulas: garlic spray for aphids and beetles, pepper spray for general deterrence, and neem oil spray for broader pest management." Theo, a wiry teenager with a perpetually furrowed brow, squinted at the mountain of garlic. 3 different sprays, all at once? His voice wavered slightly as he pinched his nose, his knuckles whitening against his skin. "Efficiency." Celeste handed him a cutting board and a knife, the steel cold against his palm. "You are on garlic duty. Peel and chop. We need all 40 heads processed." "All 40? Theo's voice dropped to a squeak. "Unless you would prefer pepper duty. That involves working with dried chilies that might make your eyes water." Theo grabbed a head of garlic with a soft crunch, the bulb fracturing under his grip. "Garlic is great. I love garlic." An hour later, the kitchen had been transformed into what could only be described as Luna's laboratory. 3 large pots bubbled on the industrial stove, their contents emitting a symphony of unpleasantness. The garlic pot, a deep, black cauldron, roiled with a steam that stung the nostrils, a scent so intense it seemed to coat the inside of the skull. The pepper pot was worse. Dried cayenne and habanero peppers released capsaicin into the air, making everyone's eyes water and blink furiously, tears streaking cheeks. The neem oil mixture, though less immediately offensive, had an odd, earthy smell that Sarah described as dirt mixed with old nuts, but in a hostile way, her words punctuated by a hacking cough. "You are on rotation," Celeste barked, her voice rising above the tin. A young warrior, her nose red and blotchy, stirred the garlic mixture with a ladle, her arms trembling slightly from the effort. Is it supposed to smell like this? She asked, her voice strained. Natural pest deterrents are not known for pleasant aromas, Celeste replied, her pen scratching notes on a pad. The paper hissed as she tore off a corner to wipe her brow, sweat darkening her shirt collar. The smell is part of what repels the insects. It is repelling me, Theo muttered, his eyes streaming as he leaned away from the pepper pot. The heat from the chilly vapor made his face flush, his breath coming in short, wheezy bursts. That means it is working. By 10 o'clock, word had spread through the pack that something terrible was happening in the community kitchen. Wolves who normally stopped by for mid-morning snacks, a chorus of footsteps echoed in the distance, took one whiff from outside the building and immediately changed direction. The few who were brave enough to investigate did not last long. What is Luna doing in there? Someone asked Marcus as he stood at what he would determine was a safe distance, approximately 50 feet upwind, his back pressed against a pine tree. The bark bit into his shoulders, but the clean, resinous scent of the forest was a balm compared to the kitchen's assault, making bug spray. It smells like someone weaponized an Italian restaurant. Accurate. Jax arrived from a training session, his muscles taut from sparring. The younger wolves parted for him like the Red Sea, their faces contorted in mingled concern and horror. Status? He asked Marcus, his voice low but firm, the air around him suddenly heavy with the implication of command. Luna has successfully taken over the kitchen and created what I believe are chemical weapons disguised as organic pest control. That bad? Worse? One of the younger wolves asked if Luna was trying to poison us all. Jax's lips twitched, a flicker of humor beneath his furrowed brow. I should probably check on her. You are a braver wolf than I am, Alpha. Taking a deep breath, his last breath of clean mountain air, he suspected. Jax entered the pack house. The smell hit him immediately. It was not just strong, it was aggressive. 40 heads of garlic, multiple varieties of hot peppers, and neem oil had combined into an olfactory assault that made his enhanced wolf senses recoil in self-defense. The garlic was a metallic, almost metallic copper taste at the back of his throat. The peppers burned at the edges of his vision. The neem oil lingered like a wet, musty fog. He found Celeste in the kitchen, completely in her element despite the smell. She wore a flour-dusted apron tied at the back, her auburn hair bound in a loose braid that had come partially undone, strands clinging to her neck with sweat. Her reading glasses, perched precariously on her nose, were fogged from the steam. Around her, 3 pots bubbled ominously, their contents churning with a rhythmic gurgle. Her volunteer team looked like weary soldiers moments from mutiny, their faces pale and their eyes bloodshot. How is it going? Jax asked, his voice strained as he tried to breathe through his mouth. Celeste looked up, her eyes alight with determination. Excellent. We are right on schedule. The garlic spray is steeping for another 10 minutes. The pepper spray is cooling, and the neem oil mixture just needs to be strained and diluted. It is quite aromatic. I know. She beamed, her hands smudged with soot and oil. The strength of the scent indicates high concentration of the active compounds. She checked a timer, the click of its mechanism sharp in the thick air. We will strain everything, let it cool completely, then do test applications on sample plants before treating the full gardens. Luna, Sarah said carefully, her voice hoarse. I think some of the pack members are concerned about the smell. It will dissipate once we are done cooking. Luna, Theo added, even more carefully, his voice raspy and tear-stained. I think they are concerned you might be creating biological weapons. Celeste laughed, her voice ringing out, a genuine delighted sound that briefly cut through the stench. It is just pest spray, completely organic, perfectly safe for humans and wolves. The bugs will not like it, but that is rather the point. Jax moved closer and immediately regretted it. His eyes began watering, his nose burning as the scent of raw garlic bloomed anew. Love, this is very strong. Has to be effective. I am not sure anything could survive this smell. Exactly. Young wolf pup, barely 10 years old, her fur still fluffy and untrimmed, appeared in the doorway, drawn by curiosity. She took one breath, and her face scrunched up in distress, her tiny hands flying to her nose. Luna, Are you trying to poison us? The kitchen went silent. Celeste's expression shifted from confident to concerned, her brows knitting together. What? No, sweetie, this is just bug spray. It smells like poison, the pup insisted, her voice high and trembling as she backed away, her bare feet making soft slosh 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 sounds on the puddled floor. My mom says if something smells bad, it might be dangerous. Your mom is generally correct, Celeste said gently, crouching down to the pup's level, despite the fact that it put her closer to the bubbling pots. The heat from the stove warmed her legs, and the garlic smell intensified, sharp and almost acrid in the close space. But this is a special case. We are making spray to protect the gardens from insects. It smells strong because it needs to be effective, but it is not harmful to wolves or people. Are you sure? The pup's voice wavered, her wide eyes locked on the cauldron of peppers. Completely sure. Celeste crouched lower, her voice softening. I researched all the ingredients very carefully. They are all things you could eat: garlic, peppers, soap, just in concentrations that bugs do not like. Think of it like very spicy, very garlicky water. Pup considered this, her small shoulders hunching as if bracing against the air itself. I do not like spicy, neither do aphids. What is an aphid? A tiny bug that eats our vegetables. Oh, the pup's nose wrinkled again, small crumpled expression of distaste. Well, if it makes the bugs go away, I guess the smell is okay, but it is really, really stinky, Luna. I know. And I am sorry it is affecting the whole pack house. We will be done soon, I promise. After the pup left, quickly, her feet slapping the floor as she fled, Jack straightened from where he had been bracing himself against the counter, his alpha dignity clearly cracking under the weight of the stench. She had a point. This is affecting everyone in the territory. It is temporary. It is overwhelming. Celeste's confident expression faltered slightly. She wiped her hands on her apron, the fabric already streaked with oil and soot. Is it really that bad, love? I can taste it. You can taste garlic? Her voice held a note of surprise, almost disbelief, as though she would momentarily forgotten her own creation's potency. I can taste everything in those pots. My wolf senses are filing for emotional distress, Sarah snorted. Alpha speaks the truth. I have been here for 3 hours, and I think my clothes might never recover. But the sprays will work, Celeste insisted. The research was very clear. High concentrations of these compounds are effective pest deterrents. High concentration is putting it mildly, Theo muttered, still tending his garlic pot with watering eyes. Okay, fine. Maybe I went a little heavy on the ingredients. Celeste consulted her notes. The garlic recipe called for 1 head per gallon. I may have rounded up. To how much? Jax asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. 2 heads per gallon, for maximum effectiveness. That is double the recipe, which should double the effectiveness, or double the suffering of everyone within a quarter-mile radius. That is, Celeste paused, actually considering this. Okay, that might have been poor judgment. Might have been? She set down her notes with a sigh. I wanted to make sure it worked. I was so focused on creating the most effective pest deterrent possible that I did not consider the impact on actual wolves, who are also being deterred, Marcus called from outside the door. Successfully. Very successfully. I can hear you, Marcus. I know. I am still not coming in there. Despite the smell, despite the watering eyes and complaining pack members, Jax felt that familiar swell of affection. His mate had taken on a project that terrified her and thrown herself into it with typical overachieving determination. Yes, she would created something that was currently driving wolves away from their own pack house, but she would done it with the best intentions and meticulous research. All right, he said, making an executive decision. We strain the sprays, let them cool outside, way outside, and then we test them. Small scale, controlled application. If they work at this concentration, great. If they are too strong, we dilute. Diluting reduces effectiveness, Celeste protested weakly. So does creating something that repels the wolves who need to apply it. She bit her lip, clearly torn between her desire for maximum pest control and the reality of her pack's suffering. That is a fair point. It is an excellent point, Sarah said. Luna, I love you, But I need to breathe air that does not taste like vampire repellent. Vampires are not real. If they were, they would be fleeing this smell along with the rest of us. An hour later, the sprays had been strained, bottled, and moved to tables set up in the garden area, far from any occupied buildings. The pack house windows were thrown open, fans running to clear out the lingering aroma. The kitchen team had escaped outside to recover their sense of smell. Celeste stood at her testing station, 3 spray bottles filled with her creations, and several small potted plants that were already showing pest damage. She would labeled everything meticulously. Garlic spray, batch 1, 2 times concentration. Pepper spray, batch 1, standard recipe. Neem oil spray, batch 1, per instructions. A crowd had gathered to watch the testing, partly out of scientific curiosity, mostly because the whole situation had become pack entertainment. "All right," Celeste announced. "All business despite the lingering smell on her clothes. We will apply each spray to its corresponding test plant and observe the results. Sarah, you are doing the actual spraying." "Why me?" "Because you volunteered to help this morning, and I appreciate your dedication. I am starting to regret that decision." Sarah picked up the first bottle, the garlic spray, and approached the aphid-infested tomato plant. She sprayed a light mist over the leaves, and immediately everyone within 10 feet stepped back. "Oh God," someone gasped. "That is intense," another wolf managed. "I think I'm going to be sick," Theo added. The garlic spray was not just strong. At this concentration, applied in a fine mist, it was absolutely overwhelming. Jax felt his eyes water from 20 feet away. His wolf was howling internally, demanding he retreat to a different mountain entirely. "That is," Celeste stared at the plant, which was now dripping with double-strength garlic water. "That might be too strong." "You think?" Marcus called from his safe distance. "But look," Celeste pointed. The aphids that had been happily feeding on the leaves were moving, quickly, desperately. "Anything to get away from the garlic smell. It is working. It is working on everything," Sarah said, setting down the bottle and backing away. "Luna, I cannot spray this on the gardens. I would need a hazmat suit just to apply it. We will dilute it." "To what?" 1 part spray to 10 parts water, 20 parts. We will experiment." Celeste made notes, undeterred. "Try the pepper spray next." The pepper spray was better, less immediately offensive, though it still made everyone's eyes water slightly. A test application showed it had some deterrent effect on the flea beetles, though not as dramatic as the garlic's effect on aphids. "This one might work at current strength," Celeste said hopefully. "Might," Sarah agreed, "if I wear goggles." The neem oil spray was the most reasonable of the 3, earthy smelling, but not overwhelming, applied easily, and showed promise for general pest management without making everyone flee in horror. 1 out of 3 is not bad, Jack said, trying to be supportive. "It is not great either." Celeste stared at her test plants, clearly frustrated. "I wanted perfect solutions. Instead, I have created one spray that works, one that might work, and one that is essentially chemical warfare." "The garlic spray does work," Marcus pointed out. "It is just too effective." "How can something be too effective?" "When it repels aphids, wolves, and possibly bears from a 5-mile radius." A younger warrior raised his hand. "Luna, I volunteer to spray the gardens with the diluted garlic spray tomorrow, after you have time to make it less aggressive." "Me too," another added. "Anything to make sure we never have to smell the full-strength version again." "I will help," Sarah said, "on the condition that we test the dilution first." More volunteers appeared. Warriors who had been avoiding the whole pest control project suddenly wanted to participate, apparently motivated by the desperate desire to ensure Luna never cooked full-strength garlic spray again. "Well," Celeste said, a small smile forming, "I suppose creating something mildly traumatic has its benefits. I have more volunteers than I need. Fear is a powerful motivator." X agreed. "I prefer to think of it as respect for natural pest deterrence." "Sure, love, that is definitely what this is." That evening, after Celeste had spent several hours creating diluted versions of her sprays and testing them on new sample plants, the pack gathered for dinner. Someone had opened all the windows in the pack house dining hall, but the lingering smell of garlic still hung in the air like a pungent ghost. "I propose a toast," Marcus announced, standing with his glass raised. To Luna, who proved today that it is possible to create something so effective at repelling pests that it also repels predators, prey, and anyone with functioning olfactory senses. Here, here. The pack chorused, laughing. Celeste stood, accepting the toast with good grace. I may have gotten slightly carried away with the concentration. Slightly, several people echoed, grinning. But, she continued, we now have 3 working formulas. The neem oil spray is ready to use at current strength. The pepper spray will work with minor adjustments. And the garlic spray, once properly diluted to something that will not violate the Geneva Convention, should be highly effective against aphids. How diluted are we talking? Someone called out. I'm thinking 1 part spray concentrate to 15 parts water, maybe 20, depending on tomorrow's tests. So we will barely be able to smell it. The bugs will still smell it. That is what matters. Will the bugs survive it? Theo asked. Because full strength, I'm pretty sure that spray could kill vampires, werewolves, and possibly minor demons. Vampires and demons are not real, Celeste said, but if they were, they would be fleeing Luna's garlic spray, Marcus added. More laughter rippled through the hall. The mood was light, affectionate. Yes, Celeste had created something overwhelming, but she would done it trying to help, and she would accepted feedback and adjusted her approach. That was leadership, not being perfect, but being willing to learn and adapt. I do want to apologize, Celeste said, her tone more serious, for making the pack house uninhabitable for most of the day, and for creating something that caused actual physical discomfort. That was not my intention. We know, Sarah said warmly. Your intention was to protect the gardens. The fact that your first attempt could also protect us from invading armies is just a bonus. Next time, Jax added, standing to wrap an arm around his mate. Maybe start with the recommended concentrations before doubling them for maximum effectiveness. That is probably wise, Celeste admitted. Probably? Definitely. That is definitely wise. He kissed her temple, grinning. My overachieving Luna creating weapons-grade pest deterrent in her spare time. It is not weapons-grade. Love, the young pup asked if you were trying to poison the pack. She was being dramatic. She had a point. Fine. My garlic spray was perhaps excessively concentrated. Celeste looked out at her pack, all of them still dealing with watering eyes and the lingering smell. But tomorrow we will have properly diluted versions, and the gardens will be protected, and no one will need gas masks to apply the spray. That is all we ask, Marcus said. Well, that and maybe burning the clothes we wore today, Sarah added. I think mine are permanently garlic-scented. I will buy new shirts for everyone who helped, Celeste promised. You do not have to do that, Theo said. I created hazardous working conditions. The least I can do is replace the casualties. The rest of the evening passed in easy camaraderie. Warriors shared exaggerated stories about their harrowing experiences in Luna's laboratory. Young wolves discussed whether garlic spray could be weaponized against enemy packs. Celeste firmly said no. And gradually his windows stayed open, and mountain breezes circulated through the building. The smell began to fade. Later, back in their cabin, Jax found Celeste on the porch, staring out at the moonlit gardens. He joined her, sliding an arm around her waist. You okay? He asked. I made a mistake today, she said quietly. Got so focused on effectiveness that I lost perspective on practicality. You adjusted when you realized. That is what matters. I made a young pup think I was trying to poison everyone, and then you explained and she understood. You handled it well. He turned her to face him. You know what I saw today. A Luna who created chemical weapons out of vegetables. A Luna who threw herself into solving a problem, researched meticulously, and created solutions, even if one of those solutions was a bit overpowered. He brushed a strand of hair from her face. And when you realized you were gone too far, you did not get defensive. You listened, adjusted, and came up with better formulas. That is good leadership, Celeste. Good leadership should not make people's eyes water. Depends on the situation. He grinned. Besides, you now have more volunteers for garden spraying than you know what to do with. Fear of concentrated garlic spray is apparently very motivating. She laughed, despite herself. That is one way to build a volunteer force. It is an effective way. Probably not repeatable, but effective. They stood together in the cool night air, the smell of pine and mountain replacing the lingering garlic. Tomorrow, they would test the diluted sprays. Warriors would apply the treatments to the gardens, and the pest problems would be managed with organic, effective solutions. Solutions that would not make anyone question if Luna was attempting biological warfare. Jax, Celeste said after a moment. Yeah. Thank you for not laughing when the pup asked if I was poisoning everyone. I waited until later to laugh. I appreciate that restraint. That is what good mates do. Suppress their amusement until it is appropriate to share it. She swatted his chest, but she was smiling. You are terrible. And you are brilliant. Overly enthusiastic about garlic concentration. But brilliant. I can live with that. Good. Because tomorrow, we are protecting those gardens with your carefully researched, properly diluted, less than lethal pest sprays. They were never lethal. Tell that to the aphids who fled for their lives. She laughed, the sound carrying across the quiet mountain night. And really, that was what mattered. Not the mistakes or the overwhelming smells or the pack's affectionate teasing. What mattered was that she tried. That she kept pushing forward, kept learning, kept leading, even when her solutions occasionally caused minor chaos. That was his Luna. Perfect, ridiculous, garlic-wielding perfection. The package arrived on a Tuesday morning, just as the rising sun spilled golden light through the pine trees surrounding the cabin, casting long, dappled shadows across the dew-slicked wooden porch. A crisp mountain breeze carried the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet rot of fallen apples from the orchard beyond. From the garden came the quiet hum of bees already at work, and somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker drummed a steady rhythm against bark. The courier's battered delivery van rattled up the gravel drive, kicking up puffs of dust that fluttered in the morning air like tiny ghosts. He stepped out, short, wiry, wearing a faded uniform with the logo of an obscure biologistics company, his shoulders hunched as if bracing for something unpleasant. His eyes darted toward the cabin, then the surrounding woods, as though expecting a wild animal to emerge. When Celeste appeared on the porch, wiping her hands on her gardening apron, streaked with soil and yesterday's mulch, the courier flinched slightly. He approached with hesitant steps, boots crunching on the gravel, and held out the package like it was a live grenade. The cardboard box was unassuming in size, about the length of a ruler, but covered in bold, yellow stenciled warnings. Love insects. Handle with care. Keep vertical. Do not shake. Tiny ventilation holes peppered the top and sides, and through them came a faint, papery rustling, like dry leaves skittering in the wind. Sign here, please, the courier mumbled, voice tight, pen trembling in his fingers, and quick release, if you do not mind. I got another stop. Celeste signed with a flourish, but as soon as she took the box into her hands, the courier practically bolted back to his van, slamming the door with unnecessary force. The engine roared to life, and the van disappeared down the drive in a cloud of gravel and exhaust, leaving only silence and the growing awareness in Celeste's palms of the living weight she now held. She stood barefoot on the sun-warmed cedar planks of the porch, the rough grain pressing into her soles. The box was feather-light, almost unnervingly so, yet it seemed to pulse with quiet energy. The morning air was cool against her skin, but she could already feel a thin sheen of sweat forming along her hairline. Her breath caught as she turned the box slightly, watching the sunlight filter through the ventilation holes, tiny golden pinpricks dancing across the cardboard. Inside were 1,500 ladybugs and 25 praying mantis egg cases, all nestled in layers of soft, crumpled paper and breathable mesh. The mantis, Uthacea, were pale beige, ridged like miniature seashells, tucked gently in the corners like treasures. The ladybugs, tiny, dome-shaped, crimson with black polka dots, were dormant, but stirring, slowly awakening from their cold journey. According to the care sheet taped to the side, they would have been chilled to slow their metabolism during transit. Now, warmed by the sun, they were waking up, en masse. It is just a box, she told herself, voice low, meant to steady the tremor in her chest. She set it carefully on the wrought iron porch table, its surface cool beneath the box, faintly speckled with rust and board droppings. Just a box with beneficial insects inside. Helpful insects, good insects that will eat the bad insects and save the gardens. The rustling intensified. Shuffy shuffle, a soft, ceaseless whisper, like 100 tiny feet tapping against paper. A shiver crawled up her spine. Celeste took 3 steps back, her bare feet pressing into the cool, slightly sticky resin oozing from a crack in the wood. Her pulse thudded in her throat. "They are contained," she said, louder now, as if the words could form a barrier. "Perfectly contained in their container. They cannot get out. They are not getting out." She inhaled sharply through her nose, dragging in the forest air, pine, soil, and the faint metallic tang of the dew-laden morning. "You researched this. You planned this. You ordered them. You can release them." Another rustle, longer, more deliberate. A small vibration hummed through the table legs. Okay, I can do this." She straightened her shoulders, lifted her chin. "I am a Luna. I have negotiated peace treaties with rope packs under blood moon truces. I have coordinated complex fertilization operations across 3 growing seasons. I once talked down a rogue alpha, using nothing but logic and a steady voice. And now you are talking to yourself about bugs," Jax said from the doorway, voice warm with amusement. Celeste spun so fast her braid slapped against her back. Her hand flew to her chest, fingers pressing over the rapid flutter beneath her ribs. "How long have you been standing there?" "Long enough to hear your very inspiring pep talk." He stepped onto the porch, barefoot like her, muscles shifting beneath the thin cotton of his shirt as he moved. His wolf-gray eyes, always too observant, flicked from her flushed face to the box, then back again. A slow, crooked smile played on his lips. The beneficial insects arrived. "Yes." Her voice came out clipped, defensive. "And you are giving yourself a motivational speech. I am mentally preparing for the release operation." "By telling yourself you can do it while backing away from the box?" He arched a brow, stepping closer. The scent of him, cedar soap, warm skin, and the faint musk of his wolf, wrapped around her like a promise. "Strategic positioning," Celeste said, lifting her chin, trying to summon dignity despite the way her fingers twitched at her sides. "I was assessing the optimal angle of approach." Jax's lips twitched. "The optimal angle appears to be from the other side of the porch. It is a starting point." He closed the distance between them, the warmth of his body pressing against her back as he wrapped strong arms around her waist, pulling her firmly against his chest. She could feel the steady beat of his heart, the solid rise and fall of his breath. He rested his chin on her shoulder, his breath stirring the loose strands of hair at her temple. "You know you do not have to do this yourself," he murmured. "We have volunteers, willing, enthusiastic volunteers, who would be happy to release them. Theo's been asking for days. I am a Luna." She leaned into him, surrendering slightly, letting his strength seep into her bones. "I researched them. I ordered them. I should release them." Her voice softened. "It is just, there are a lot of them. 1,500 ladybugs, Jax. That is not a cute handful. That is a swarm, a convergence," he corrected gently. "The technical term for a group of ladybugs is a convergence, or a loveliness." She pulled back, twisting to look at him, eyes wide. "How do you know that?" "I may have done some research after you spent 3 days reading bug books in bed with a flashlight and cried over a YouTube video of a hornworm devouring a tomato plant." His thumb brushed her cheek, tender. "I wanted to be supportive." Celeste felt her chest tighten, not with fear now, but with a sudden aching swell of affection so deep it nearly stole her breath. "You researched ladybug group terminology for me. I am a supportive mate. You are a perfect mate." He smiled, slow and sure, and pressed a kiss to her forehead, his lips warm against her skin. "And your perfect mate thinks you are incredibly brave for even attempting this." "I have not attempted anything yet." She glanced back at the box, which now definitely seemed to be vibrating. "I am still at the staring at the box from a distance phase. That is further than you were last week." He squeezed her gently. "Progress." She exhaled, long and slow, watching as a ladybug emerged from one of the ventilation holes, too small to escape, but testing the boundary. Its tiny black legs scrabbled against the cardboard, antennae waving like delicate sensors. The others were waking, She could hear them now, a soft, skittering chorus. According to the instructions tucked in a plastic sleeve on the side, she needed to release them at dusk, when the air cool and the plants were damp with evening dew. That way, the ladybugs would settle in, instead of flying off to greener pastures, which gave her approximately 8 hours to work up her courage. "I'm releasing them at dusk," she announced, squaring her shoulders. "The pack should probably be there. For supervision, for support," Jax corrected gently. "For entertainment," Celeste admitted, smirking despite herself. "Let us be honest. Everyone's going to want to watch Luna attempt to handle 1,500 insects without panicking. They will want to support their brave Luna attempting something that genuinely terrifies her," he said, voice low and full of pride. "Cannot it be both? It can absolutely be both." By 6 o'clock that evening, the sun had sunk behind the western ridge, painting the sky in streaks of tangerine, lavender, and deep indigo. The garden was bathed in a soft, golden twilight, the air thick with the scent of basil, damp soil, and the sweet musk of ripening strawberries. The temperature had dropped, and a faint mist curled around the base of the tomato plants like ghostly fingers. Word had spread fast. The garden area had transformed into something resembling a community event. Warriors lined the perimeter on folding chairs or cross-legged on the ground, their jackets pulled close against the evening chill. Young wolves had claimed the front row, sitting shoulder to shoulder, eyes wide with anticipation. Someone had brought a basket of roasted pumpkin seeds. Another had lit a fire pit, its amber glow flickering across eager faces. A few elders sat on benches, knitting needles clicking in rhythm, with the quiet hum of conversation. Marcus leaned against a fence post, one ankle crossed over the other, a smirk playing on his lips. "Taking bets on how long she lasts before screaming," he announced, holding up a small notebook. 5 seconds? 10? "You are not taking bets on our Luna's courage," Sarah said, arms folded, her tone brooking no argument. She stood beside him, her silver-streaked braid catching the firelight. "We are here to support her. I can support her and have a betting pool," Marcus countered, flashing a grin. "They are not mutually exclusive." "What are the odds?" Sarah asked, deadpan. "See," Marcus said, flipping a page with exaggerated flourish. "This is why I like you." Celeste stood near the garden beds, the mesh container cradled in both hands. Her heart hammered so hard she could feel it in her fingertips, her throat, the base of her skull. The container was cool and slightly damp, the fine white mesh soft under her palms. Through it, she could see them, hundreds upon hundreds of small red and black beetles, crawling over each other in slow, ceaseless motion. Their tiny legs skated across the mesh, antennae twitching, wings folded tight beneath their shells. The scent of them, earthy, slightly sweet, like crushed herbs and old leaves, rose faintly into the cooling air. She would read the instructions 15 times, watched 3 YouTube videos, entered affirmations in the mirror. She was as ready as she would ever be, which was to say, not ready at all, but out of time. Jack stood a few feet away, close enough that she could reach him with a step, far enough to let her do this alone. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes never left her, warm, steady, proud, supportive in silence. "All right," Celeste called out, her voice only slightly shaky, carrying over the hush of the gathering. "Thank you all for coming. Tonight, we are releasing beneficial insects into the gardens as part of our integrated pest management strategy. The ladybugs will target aphids, while the praying mantises, once they hatch, will provide broader predatory coverage. Luna, are you sure about this?" Young Theo called from the front, eyes wide with concern. "You could just, let someone else do it." "I'm sure," Celeste lied, gripping the container tighter. "This is important. Luna, I should be the one to introduce these beneficial organisms to our garden ecosystem. That is very formal language for it. Dumping bugs everywhere," Marcus observed, earning snickers. "It is a controlled release," Celeste corrected, narrowing her eyes, following specific protocols designed to maximize retention and effectiveness. "Still dumping bugs." "Marcus," she said, voice sharp, "I will assign you to midnight patrol rotation for a month. Shutting up now, Luna." Celeste took a deep breath, the cool evening air filling her lungs. She looked down at the mesh container. The ladybugs were restless now, climbing over one another, pressing against the sides. Through the mesh she could feel their faint vibrations, 1,000 tiny lives moving, alive, so close. "You can do this," she whispered, her lips barely moving. "You can absolutely do this," Jax echoed, voice low but clear. Then the pack took up the chant, not thunderous, but steady, grounding. "You can do this. You can do this." Despite the fear coiling in her stomach, a smile tugged at her lips. Her ridiculous, wonderful pack cheering her on like she was about to face a challenger in sacred combat, instead of opening a box of bugs. "Okay," she said, mostly to herself. "Okay." According to the instructions, I open the container and gently pour them onto the garden beds. They will disperse naturally. It is fine. It is completely fine. She moved to the nearest tomato bed, the one most ravaged by aphids. The leaves were curling, speckled with gray-green pests, the stems sticky with honeydew. She would fertilize this bed herself, amended the soil with compost and crushed eggshells, watered it with care. Now it needed its tiny army. With trembling fingers, Celeste began to untie the drawstring of the mesh container. The first few ladybugs emerged slowly, crawling with deliberate grace onto her hand. One paused on her knuckle, its tiny legs tickling her skin like a whisper. She did not scream. More followed, then more, flowing out in a steady, living stream of red and black, like spilling paint. They crawled across her fingers, up her wrist, their delicate feet pricking her skin with every step, tiny, endless, everywhere. Her breath came shallow and fast, her shoulders tight, but she did not pull away. "That is it, love," Jack said softly. "You are doing great." "So many legs," she managed, voice tight, eyes wide. "So many tiny legs all moving at once, but you are not running, not yet." She tilted the container further, and the remaining ladybugs cascaded out in a waterfall of spotted beetles, flowing onto the soil, onto the tomato leaves, onto her hands and arms. They clustered on her skin, some pausing, others marching forward with quiet purpose. The container was nearly empty. She was almost done. She was actually going to. A young warrior, overcome with enthusiasm and terrible judgment, called out, "Go, Luna, you are so brave." Startled by the sudden shout, Celeste jerked slightly. The container slipped. Time seemed to slow as 500 ladybugs, or at least the several hundred that were still in the container, exploded outward in every direction. The mesh bag hit the ground and split open, releasing a convergence of beetles that immediately took flight and landed on Celeste, on her arms, her shoulders, her neck, her hair, her face, everywhere. Red and black spots covered her like some kind of polka-dotted attack, tiny legs finding purchase on every available surface. The pack went silent. Celeste stood absolutely frozen, her eyes wide. Her breathing stopped entirely. She could feel them, every single one, crawling through her hair, across her cheeks, down the collar of her shirt. Moving, always moving. "Jax," she managed, her voice barely above a whisper. He was already moving, but slowly, carefully. "Do not move, love. I am very aware. I know. I am going to help you. But you need to stay still so they do not get startled and fly more." "There are ladybugs," Celeste said, her voice gone high and thin. "In my hair. I can feel them. In my hair. I know. There is one on my face, near my eye. I see it. Do not blink rapidly. Just breathe. Slow breaths. Cannot breathe. Ladybugs." Jax reached her, moving with the careful precision of someone approaching a spooked animal. "I'm off, sir, removing them. Okay? One at a time. This is going to take a minute. Take forever. Take hours. Just get them off." But she did not move, despite every instinct screaming at her to run, to shake, to do anything to get the insects off. Celeste stood frozen in place. Her whole body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she did not bolt. Jax began with her face, gently catching the ladybug near her eye and setting it on a nearby plant. Then another from her cheek, one from her forehead. His movements were slow, careful, each removal deliberate. "You are doing so well," he murmured, So brave. Just a little longer. Hate this. Hate every second of this. I know. Can feel them. Everywhere. All the legs. So many legs. I know, love. Almost done with your face. He moved to her hair next, carefully extracting ladybugs from the dark strands. This was harder. They would get entangled, crawling through her braid, finding warm places to settle. Each removal required patience, and Celeste made small whimpering sounds that broke his heart. Around them, the pack watched in utter silence. What had started as potential entertainment had become something else, a testament to their Luna's courage. She was absolutely terrified, covered in her worst nightmare, and she was not running. She was standing there shaking and crying, letting Jax help her, because running would just make it worse. Shoulders now, Jax said, brushing beetles from her shirt. Then arms. We are getting there. How many left? Maybe 20. That is 19 too many. Agreed. He worked methodically, transferring each ladybug to the garden plants, where they were supposed to be anyway. The irony was not lost on him. These insects were exactly where Celeste had wanted them. They would just taken a detour across her person first. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 10 minutes, Jax removed the last visible ladybug from Celeste's collar. All clear, he announced. Celeste did not move. Are you sure? Completely sure. Check again. He did a thorough second inspection, running his hands carefully over her shoulders, through her hair, checking her arms. All clear, I promise. Only then did Celeste's legs give out. Jax caught her before she hit the ground, scooping her up and holding her against his chest. She was shaking violently, her face buried in his neck, and the sound she made was somewhere between a sob and a laugh. I did not run, she gasped. I did not run, Jax. They were everywhere, and I did not run. You did not run, he confirmed, his voice thick with pride and emotion. You stood there and let me help you. You were incredibly brave. The pack erupted in applause, not mocking, not teasing, genuine, thunderous applause. Warriors were standing, cheering, whistling. Young wolves were clapping with enthusiasm. Even Marcus looked emotional, wiping at his eyes. That is our Luna, Sarah shouted. Bravest wolf in the territory, Thomas added. I would have run immediately, someone else called out. Celeste lifted her head, looking out at her pack through tear-streaked eyes. They were all looking at her with expressions of pride, respect, and unmistakable affection. Not laughing at her terror, but celebrating her courage. I still screamed, she said weakly. You did not run, the pack chorused back. That is true. I did not run. She looked up at Jax. I really did not run. You really did not. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. You faced your worst nightmare and survived. You did not run. You did not shake them off. You trusted me to help you. That is courage, love. Real courage. I can still feel them, she admitted. Phantom legs. Everywhere. That is going to take a while to fade. Great. Fantastic. I will be feeling imaginary ladybugs for weeks, probably. But the gardens have beneficial insects now. They do. A whole convergence of them, now properly distributed across the tomato beds. I distributed them with my face, an unconventional method, but effective. She laughed despite everything, the sound watery but genuine. Can we go home now? I need a very long shower. Possibly several showers, whatever you need. As Jax carried her away from the gardens, the pack parted to let them through. Warriors reached out to touch her shoulder, her arm, offering quiet words of support and admiration. Young wolves looked at her with something close to awe. You are our hero, Luna, Theo said as they passed. I am really not. I just stood still while covered in bugs. While not running, Marcus corrected. That is the key distinction. Standing still while terrified is harder than fighting. It really is, Celeste agreed. Fighting, you get to move, hit things, do something. Standing still is torture. But you did it anyway, Sarah said, falling into step beside them. For the gardens, for the pack. Even though you were absolutely terrified, there may have been some screaming, Celeste admitted. There was definitely screaming, Jax confirmed. Extended screaming, impressive in duration and volume, but no running, Celeste insisted. That is growth. That is progress. That is absolutely progress, Sarah agreed, grinning. Later that night, after Celeste had showered twice, changed into soft pajamas, and finally stopped feeling phantom ladybug legs, she and Jack sat on their bed together. She was curled against his chest, his arms wrapped securely around her. "You know what the worst part was," she said quietly. "The actual feeling of hundreds of insects on your skin. Okay, that was the worst part, but the second worst part was that they were not even doing anything wrong. They were just being ladybugs, going where ladybugs go. I released them. It was my fault they ended up on me. It was an accident. You slipped. Because I was startled. Because despite all my preparation and research, I am still fundamentally terrified of bugs." She sighed. Maybe I was getting better, but tonight proved I am exactly as scared as I have always been." "You are wrong," Jack said firmly. He shifted so he could see her face. "A month ago, forward skiffy one covered in ladybugs, you would have run, would have shaken them off, probably hurt yourself, and the bugs in the panic. But tonight you froze. You stayed still. You let me help you, because running would have made it worse, because you have learned, you have grown. You have pushed yourself so far outside your comfort zone that you have developed new ways of coping with your fear." He cupped her face gently. "Love, you were covered in your worst nightmare, and you did not run. That is not the same as being as scared as you have always been. That is being scared, but having the tools to handle it." I cried. "You are allowed to cry," and screamed, for approximately 7 minutes. "You timed it? I was tracking how long until you calmed enough for me to approach. 7 minutes of high-volume distress, then you went quiet and still. That is when I knew you were past the panic and into survival mode." Celeste was quiet for a moment, processing this. "I survived being covered in ladybugs. You did. Hundreds of them, maybe 1,000, all with legs, on my face, in my hair. I was there, I remember, and I did not run. You did not run." She pulled back to look at him fully. "That is actually kind of amazing. It is very amazing. I mean, I was still terrified. I still wanted to run. Still felt like my skin was trying to escape my body. But you did not run. That is the key part. The pack thinks I am brave. The pack knows you are brave. They have watched you face your fears for weeks now. Tonight just proved it beyond any doubt." Jack smiled. "Marcus told me 3 different warriors cried watching you. Said it was the bravest thing they would ever seen. Warriors crying over me, standing still while covered in ladybugs. Warriors crying over their Luna, facing her absolute worst fear, and not breaking. That is powerful, Celeste. That is leadership." She felt tears prick her eyes again, but these were different. Not fear or distress, but emotion. Being seen, being understood, being valued, not despite her fears, but because of how she faced them. "The ladybugs are in the gardens now," she said, "eating aphids, protecting our crops. Thanks to you. Thanks to accidentally dumping them on myself. Thanks to you ordering them, planning their release, and following through even though it terrified you." He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "The gardens are going to thrive. The pack is fed, and their Luna proved, once again, that courage is not the absence of fear. It is doing what needs to be done despite being absolutely terrified. You are very good at inspirational speeches. I am very good at telling you the truth." She smiled, genuine and warm. "I love you. Even when you time my screaming. I love you too, especially when you do not run from ladybugs. I screamed for 7 minutes, but you did not run. That is progress." "That is progress," she agreed, settling back against his chest. "Next time I release beneficial insects, I am using a delivery system that does not involve me holding the container." "That sounds wise. Maybe a long pole, or a catapult, something with significant distance between me and the bugs. Whatever works, love." They lay together in comfortable silence, listening to the mountain night. Outside in the gardens, 500 ladybugs were settling into their new home, ready to wage war on aphids and other garden pests. The pack was secure, well-fed, and led by a Luna who faced her worst nightmares with trembling courage. And in their cabin, Jax held his mate close, marveling at how someone could be so terrified and so brave at the same time. "Jax?" Celeste murmured sleepily. "Yeah? If I have nightmares about ladybugs tonight, you are staying awake with me. Obviously. And tomorrow, we are releasing the praying mantis eggs. But someone else is doing the actual releasing. Absolutely. From very far away. As far as you need. Good. She pressed a kiss to his chest. Because I have reached my quota for being covered in insects. For the year. Possibly for life. Understandable, but I did not run. You did not run, he confirmed. I braved ridiculous ladybug surviving Luna. I can live with that description. And really, so could he. His brave, ridiculous Luna, who screamed for 7 minutes but did not run. That was courage enough. That was more than enough. That was everything. Celeste stood in the PAX meeting hall, a cavernous room whose high, timber-beamed ceiling was strung with flickering oil lamps that tossed amber light across the rough-hewn stone floor. A massive hand-drawn map lay spread across the heavy oak table before her, its parchment slightly browned at the edges and curling where it had been unrolled and refolded many times. The map was a work of art, really, vivid, color-coded sections, showing each garden bed in bright, precise blocks. Swaths of emerald green marked vegetable rows, while splashes of sunny yellow, deep orange, and soothing blue traced the companion plants, their tiny handwritten notes curling like vines around the margins. Detailed notations about which companion plants should go where, spacing requirements, and expected pest deterrent effects were scrawled in a meticulous hand that seemed to pulse with the same quiet intensity as Celeste herself. As you can see, she explained to the assembled warriors, using a slender wooden pointer that clicked against the map, as if she were presenting a battle strategy. We are implementing a comprehensive companion planting scheme. Marigolds around the perimeter of each bed. Their root secretions repel nematodes, and their scent dithers many flying insects. Basil interspersed with the tomatoes. It repels aphids and whiteflies while potentially improving tomato flavor. The room hummed with the low murmur of rustling maps and the faint creak of leather armor shifting as the warriors leaned in. Marcus edged his chair forward, his boot soles scraping the stone, and peered closely at the diagram. Is that a color-coded legend? Celeste's eye sparkled as she tilted her head, the lamplight catching the faint dust motes dancing in the air. Of course it is color-coded. How else would you quickly identify plant relationships? Celeste pointed to different sections, her fingertips brushing the rough edge of the parchment. Yellow markers indicate pest-repellent plants. Green markers show plants that attract beneficial insects. Blue markers are for nitrogen fixers that improve soil health. The scent of fresh pine from the nearby wooden beams mingled with a faint, earthy aroma that seemed to rise from the map itself, as if the paper remembered the soil it depicted. Luna, Thomas said, genuine admiration swelling in his voice. This is the most detailed planting plan I've ever seen. A soft rustle of paper accompanied his words, the whisper of pages turning as he glanced at his own notebook. It needs to be detailed. Companion planting only works if plants are positioned correctly. Too far apart and the effects are minimal. Too close, and they compete for resources. She clicked to a new diagram, the click echoing like a distant drumbeat. The fresh page crackled, revealing precise spacing measurements, drawn in thin, black lines. Each plant type has optimal distance requirements based on root spread, canopy size, and chemical interactions. Chemical interactions, Sarah repeated, her brow furrowing as she inhaled the faint, sweet scent of basil from a nearby pot. You researched plant chemistry. Celeste's smile widened, revealing a faint dimple on her cheek. She pulled out a 3-ring binder, its leather cover worn smooth by countless hands, and opened it to reveal pages of notes, the paper thick and textured beneath her fingers. I researched everything. Celeste's voice rang clear, the pages rustling like leaves in a gentle wind. Allelopathy, volatile compound production, root exudate effects, microbiome interactions. If we are doing this, we are doing it right. The warriors exchanged impressed glances, the soft clink of armor and the low thud of their heartbeats filling the space between words. Their Luna had gone from someone who could not look at a bug without panicking to someone who could lecture them on plant biochemistry, her confidence now as solid as the stone walls surrounding them. The planting happens tomorrow, Celeste continued, her voice steady as the lamplight flickered. I have created assignments for each team, who plants what, where, and in what order. Questions? A nervous ripple passed through the crowd. the faint scent of damp earth drifting in's a reminder of the gardens awaiting them. "Will you be supervising?" Theo asked carefully, his young face lit with curiosity. "I will be supervising from the gardens themselves," Celeste said, lifting her chin slightly, the soft creak of her leather boots audible on the stone. "Not from the porch. Not from inside with binoculars. I will be there, in person, to ensure proper implementation." A heavy silence settled over the room, as thick as the woolen tapestries hanging on the walls. The lamplight cast long shadows that danced across the faces of the warriors. "Luna," Marcus said slowly, his voice low, "the gardens mean dirt, and dirt means bugs. I'm aware." She met his eyes steadily, her gaze as steady as a compass needle. "But this is too important. The placement has to be precise, and I need to see it happening. I will manage." "You will manage," Jax repeated from his position at the back of the room, his tone edged with a hint of caution that made the faint scent of his leather armor seem sharper. He would have been quiet until now, but his words cut through the stillness like a gentle blade. "I will." Celeste turned to face him, the lamplight catching the subtle tremor in her jawline. "I have made it through compost turning, manure delivery, garlic spray creation, and being literally covered in ladybugs. I can supervise planting." A brief, nervous laugh escaped Jax, his shoulders relaxing just a fraction. "You screamed for 7 minutes during the ladybug incident, but I did not run. Growth, remember." Jax studied his mate, the determined set of her jaw, the nervous energy in how she gripped her pointer, the way she was absolutely serious about this. She would pushed herself so far already, and she genuinely believed she could handle this. "Okay," he said, his voice softening, "but I am staying close. And the second it becomes too much, I will retreat to a safe distance and continue supervising. I know my limits. Do you, though?" Marcus muttered, the faint rustle of his cloak echoing his doubt. "I am learning my limits," Celeste corrected, her tone calm as a still pond, which is different, but still valid. The next morning dawned clear, the sky a crisp, unblemished blue that painted the world in bright, hopeful light. A gentle breeze brushed the edges of the garden beds, carrying the faint, sweet perfume of damp soil and blooming herbs. The earth in the beds was dark and crumbly, still warm from the night's chill, exuding a rich, loamy scent that made the warrior's nostrils flare in anticipation. Celeste had dressed in what she called her garden supervision outfit, practical, dark green cargo pants, a sturdy oil-stained shirt, heavy leather boots whose soles left faint impressions in the soft soil, thick garden gloves that smelled faintly of rubber, and a wide-brimmed straw hat that shaded her face from the morning sun. She stood at the edge of the first bed, map in hand, looking every inch the professional coordinator. The parchment under her fingers was cool, the ink slightly raised where she had pressed it, and a slight tremor fluttered through her hands like the first beat of a drum. She inhaled deeply, feeling the cool air fill her lungs, the scent of fresh earth mingling with the faint tang of dew on the grass. "You okay?" Jax asked quietly, stepping beside her. His breath was warm, carrying the faint, masculine fragrance of pine and sweat. "Fine, completely fine. This is just planting. Simple, straightforward planting. In dirt that contains worms, grubs, and various other soil organisms." Jax's voice carried a teasing edge, his eyes twinkling as he brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead with a gentle fingertip that left a faint imprint of warmth. "Why would you say that right now? Preparation? That is the opposite of helpful." He smiled, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. The contact was warm, lingering briefly before he pulled back. "You have got this, and if you do not, I am right here." Celeste squared her shoulders, feeling the firm grip of the map against her palm, the slight hum of the morning insects sticking in the background. "I have got this." The warriors began arriving, their boots thudding against the packed earth, each carrying a bundle of plants that rustled like a chorus of colors. Sarah carried flats of marigolds, their bright orange and yellow blossoms nodding in the gentle wind, the scent of citrus and earth spilling from the soil they sat in. Thomas cradled basil plants, their verdant leaves releasing a peppery, sweet aroma that instantly filled the air. Others brought nasturtiums, their glossy leaves and peppery blossoms, borage with its honey-scented foliage, and calendula with its daisy-like faces, all the companion plants Celeste had painstakingly researched and selected. "All right," Celeste called out, her voice clear over the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional chirp of a distant bird. "Team 1, marigolds, around the perimeter of beds 1 through 3. Space them 12 inches apart exactly. Team 2, basil interspersed with the tomatoes, 1 basil plant for every 3 tomato plants. Team 3, nasturtiums along the northern edge where they will act as a trap crop for aphids." Warriors moved to their assignments with impressive efficiency, the soft thud of their steps muffled by the loamy soil. Celeste walked between the beds, her boots sinking slightly with each step, the earth cool and slightly damp against her calves. She checked placement, adjusting spacing, making sure everything aligned with her detailed plans. The sun warmed her back, and a faint sweat glistened on her forearms, but she pressed on, standing amid the freshly turned earth, supervising up close. Jax watched from a strategic position where he could intervene quickly if needed, his eyes scanning the garden like a hawk, the faint scent of his own leather armor mingling with the garden's perfume. So far, Celeste was holding steady, focused, professional, only slightly tense. "Luna, is this spacing correct?" One of the younger warriors called, holding up a marigold plant whose petals shivered in the breeze. Celeste moved closer, the soil brushing against her gloves as she crouched. "A bit wider. Remember, mature marigolds will spread. We want them close enough for root secretion overlap, but not so close they compete." "Got it." The warrior nodded, the sound of his boots thudding against the earth punctuating the quiet. Celeste advanced to the next bed, where Sarah was planting basil. The air around them swirled with the sharp, sweet scent of basil leaves. Perfect placement. "The scent will drift over the tomatoes and—" A sudden, sharp gasp rippled through bed 3. A warrior's eyes widened as he lifted a small, pale, wriggling creature from his trowel. He held up something pale and wriggling on his trowel, a grub, fat, C-shaped, distinctly visible, its tiny legs twitching in the soft earth, a speck of helplessness amid the bustling garden. The gardens went silent. The wind seemed to hold its breath. All eyes turned to Celeste. She stared at the grub. It was maybe 2 inches long, cream-colored, with visible segments and tiny legs, the kind of thing that would normally send her running. Her eye twitched. Her hands tightened around the map, the paper crisp against her skin. But she took a steady breath, feeling the cool morning air fill her lungs, the earthy scent grounding her. In a voice that rose only a fraction above a whisper, she said, "That is a beetle larva. Probably Japanese beetles based on the size and color. Put it in the bucket. We will relocate them away from the gardens." The warrior blinked, a bead of sweat glistening on his forehead. "You want me to collect it? It is not the grub's fault it chose our garden beds. Just relocate it." Celeste made a note on her map, her hand shaking slightly but her voice steady. "Continue with the planting." Marcus' phone, already out, recorded the moment, its small screen flashing in the dim light. When Celeste glanced at him, she saw genuine pride etched across his face. She would just handle the grub encounter without screaming. Progress. The planting continued. Celeste moved between beds, checking placement, adjusting plants, and providing guidance. 2 more grubs emerged during the digging. Each time she directed their relocation without fleeing. Her voice grew a touch tighter, her movements more deliberate, but she stayed rooted, like a tree in a storm. "You are doing amazing," Jack said as she passed him, his tone warm, the faint scent of his shirt mingling with the garden's fragrance. "I am managing. There is a difference. You are doing both." Another 15 minutes passed. The gardens were taking shape beautifully, marigolds forming bright borders that seemed to glow against the dark soil, basil plants nestled among tomatoes, like green jewels, nasturtiums, creating a sacrificial buffer zone with their peppery leaves. Everything aligned perfectly with the plan, the sunlight catching on the dew-laden leaves and casting sparkling diamonds across the beds. Then Thomas's shovel sank into a section of bed 4 and encountered something that made a distinctly concerning squelching sound. The blade plunged into a soft, wet mass, and a muffled, throaty noise rose from beneath the earth. All heads turned, the rustle of leaves and the soft creak of wooden steps halting as the sound lingered in the cool morning air. Luna?" His voice was carefully neutral. "We have a situation." Celeste approached, her internal alarm bells already ringing. "What kind of situation?" Thomas stepped back, revealing what his shovel had uncovered. A nest, a whole nest of grubs. Dozens of them, writhing in the disturbed soil, pale bodies curling and uncurling, all those tiny legs moving in concert. "That is," Celeste's voice had gone distant, "that is a lot of grubs." "Japanese beetle infestation site," Finn said, moving closer to examine it. "They lay eggs in the soil. The grubs feed on roots through the season. This is actually helpful to find. We can relocate them before they damage the plants. There are so many, probably 30 or 40, maybe more. 30, 40. Celeste was backing up slowly. "That is not a few grubs. That is a grub convention, a grub conference, a grub family reunion." "Luna, you okay?" Sarah asked. "I am fine, completely fine. I just need—" Her breath had gone shallow. "I need to reassess the situation from a more strategic position." "You need to run," Marcus translated. "I need to tactically relocate to a position where I can maintain oversight without—" She stopped, staring at the nest of writhing grubs. "There are so many legs. So many tiny grub legs all moving at once." "Celeste," Jack said carefully, already moving toward her. "Maybe we should—" "I am Fane. I am Maluna. I can handle—" Another grub emerged from the disturbed soil, joining its nestmates. "Okay, no, I cannot. I absolutely cannot." But instead of running wildly like she might have a month ago, Celeste turned with deliberate control and walked, quickly, but walked, toward the cabin. Her pace increased with each step, but she maintained something resembling dignity until she reached the porch steps. Then she practically threw herself onto the porch swing, wrapped her arms around herself, and made a sound somewhere between a laugh. Jax found her there 2 minutes later, her hat askew, her map clutched in white-knuckled hands, her whole body trembling. "I almost made it," she said before he could speak. "I almost made it, Jax. I handled 3 individual grubs. 3, without screaming, without running. I was doing so well." "You were doing incredibly well," he agreed, sitting beside her and pulling her into his arms. "And then there were 30, 40, a whole nest of them, all writhing around like, she shuddered. "Why do they have to writhe? Why cannot they just be still, just be peaceful, stationary grubs?" "Because they are living creatures with their own agenda. Their agenda is to horrify me. I do not think they care about you specifically. They should. I am Baluna. They should show some respect." Despite everything, Jax had to laugh. His mate, traumatized by grubs, still managed to be offended by their lack of deference. "You made it further than I expected. I made it 45 minutes. 45 minutes of active garden supervision. That is," she checked her watch, "that is 43 minutes longer than the ladybug incident. Significant improvement. But I still ran away from grubs. You walked away from the grubs, with dignity, while maintaining oversight of the operation." He tilted her chin up. "Love, you stood in the gardens, actively supervised planting, and handled multiple solo grub encounters without panicking. The nest was a reasonable limit, she repeated. "No one expects you to handle a nest of 40 grubs. That is advanced level bug tolerance. You are still at intermediate," she laughed wetly. "Intermediate bug tolerance. Is that my official rating?" "With honors. You have progressed from fleas at the sight of any insect to can handle individual insects before reasonably retreating from swarms. That is pathetic. That is tremendous growth." Celeste leaned into him, her trembling gradually subsiding. "The planting needs to continue. My map has all the specifications. Marcus is implementing it right now. I saw him take the map from where you dropped it. I did not drop it. I performed a tactical document release. You threw it in the air while speed walking away from grubs. Same thing." From their position on the porch, they could see the gardens. Marcus had indeed taken over, directing warriors with Celeste's map in hand. The planting was continuing exactly according to her specifications, companion plants going into precise positions. "They do not need me there," Celeste said quietly. They need your plan, which you provided, and they need to know you trust them to implement it, which you do. Jax pressed a kiss to her forehead. You have already done the important work, the research, the planning, the detailed specifications. The planting according to your design is still you leading, from a distance, from a strategic position where you can maintain oversight without grub exposure. She was quiet for a moment, watching her pack work. Then she stood, moving to the window that faced the gardens. From here, she had a clear view of all the beds, could see the progress, and spot any placement issues. Marcus, she called through the open window. He looked up, grinning. Yes, Luna? Vessel in bed 2 is too close to the tomato on the left. 12-inch spacing. Remember? Got it? Adjusting now. And bed 3 needs more marigolds on the eastern corner. There is a gap in the perimeter coverage. Someone grab more marigolds. For the next hour, Celeste directed the operation from her window post. She called out adjustments, caught spacing issues, ensured every plant went exactly where her plan specified. Warriors checked in with her regularly, holding up plants for approval before planting. Is this right, Luna? Perfect. Proceed. What about this spacing? A little wider. Yes, that is it. Luna, we'd found another grub. Should we relocate it to the bucket, far away from me? Very far. The gardens took shape according to her vision. Marigolds created bright, pest-repelling borders. Basil nestled protectively around tomatoes. Nasturtiums formed sacrificial barrier crops. Borage attracted pollinators. Calendula added both beauty and beneficial insect habitat. It was perfect, exactly as she would planned it. Sarah climbed the porch steps as the afternoon sun stretched shadows across the garden beds. Luna, we are finished. Every plant is placed according to your specifications. Come see. Celeste hesitated, glancing at Jax. The grubs have been relocated, he said. All of them. No nests remaining. Promise? Marcus personally checked every bed. He touched them? Celeste looked horrified and impressed in equal measure. With gloves. But yes. Taking a breath, Celeste left her window post and walked back to the gardens. She moved carefully, lured for any signs of writhing grub activity, but the beds were clear, just beautiful, well-organized plantings exactly as she would designed. Luna, Finn said, approaching with his weathered face creased in approval. This is masterwork. The companion planting layout, the spacing, the plant selection. I have never seen better. These gardens are going to thrive. The placement is perfect, Thomas added. Every measurement is exact. Because Luna would not accept anything less, Marcus said, handing her back her map, even from a window. Celeste looked at her pack, at the warriors who had followed her specifications precisely, who would accommodated her fear without judgment, who would let her leave from wherever she was comfortable. Thank you, all of you, for implementing this so perfectly. Thank you for designing it, Sarah countered, for researching, planning, and pushing yourself to be here, even though you were scared. Run away from grubs. You handled 3 individual grubs first. That is 3 more than you could have handled a month ago. And you made it 45 minutes in active garden supervision, Theo added. That is huge, Luna. 45 minutes, young warrior named Kira spoke up shyly, is 45 minutes longer than I could manage if I was scared. I think you are really brave. Celeste felt her eyes prickle. I do not feel brave. I feel like I barely held it together and then fled from beetle larvae. You held it together as long as you could, Finn said quietly. Then you recognized your limit and retreated with dignity. That is wisdom, not weakness. And you continued leading from a position where you were functional. This is exactly what a good Luna does, adapts to circumstances, while still accomplishing the mission. The mission was successful, Marcus added. Gardens are planted exactly according to plan. The fact that you gave the final instructions from a window does not change that you designed this, coordinated this, and led this operation. Celeste walked slowly between the beds, taking in the work. The marigolds already looked cheerful and protective. The basil scent drifted over the tomatoes. The nasturtiums would bloom soon, drawing aphids away from more valuable crops. Everything was positioned for maximum beneficial interaction. It is beautiful, she said softly. It is effective, Jax corrected, appearing at her side. Beautiful and effective, just like the Luna who designed it. She leaned into him, letting his solid presence ground her. I wish I could have stayed, could have supervised directly without needing to run from grubs. You stayed until you could not. That is enough. Is it? It is more than enough. He turned her to face the gardens again. Look at what you accomplished. Look at what your planning and coordination created. This is going to feed the pack, protect our crops, and support beneficial insects, all because you researched, designed, and led, despite being terrified every step of the way, from increasingly strategic distances, from whatever distances allowed you to be effective. He pressed a kiss to her temple. You are learning to lead within your limitations instead of letting them stop you entirely. That is not a weakness. That is an adaptation. That is intelligence. Marcus appeared with a bottle of water, offering it to Celeste. For what it is worth, Luna, watching you handle those first 3 grubs was impressive. You looked like you were going to vibrate out of your skin, but you stayed professional. I wanted to scream, but you did not. You gave clear, calm instructions for relocation. My voice was definitely higher than normal, but still clear, still calm. He grinned. The nest was too much for anyone. 40 grubs would make me uncomfortable, and I am not scared of bugs. Really? Really? That is too many grubs in one place. Nature is excessive. Despite herself, Celeste laughed. Nature is excessive. Why do beetles need to have 40 babies at once? Survival strategy. But excessive, yes. That evening, the pack gathered for dinner in the communal hall. Someone had created a banner, because of course they had, that read, Luna's companion planting, 45 minutes of courage. I hate you all, Celeste announced upon seeing it. We love you too, the pack chorused back. Speeches were given, toasts were made, and multiple warriors recounted the story of Luna, handling individual grubs, before being defeated by a nest. The story grew more dramatic with each telling, until someone claimed there had been 100 grubs, all forming a perfect circle around Luna like some kind of beetle ritual. There were maybe 40, Celeste corrected, and they were not circling me, they were just existing, disgustingly. Still 40 grubs, Sarah said. That is 40 individual reasons to panic, and you made it through 3 before very reasonably retreating. Tactical retreat, Marcus added. Important distinction. Warriors retreat all the time. It is strategy. I am pretty sure warriors retreat from actual threats, not beetle larvae. Beetle larvae are actual threats to someone with your particular sensitivities. You mean my completely rational fear of things with too many legs? That is exactly what I mean. Later, when the celebration had wound down, they were back in their cabin. Celeste stood at the window looking out at the moonlit gardens. Jax joined her, sliding an arm around her waist. You did good today, he said. I made it 45 minutes before fleeing from the grubs. You made it 45 minutes. That is the important part. He turned her to face him. A month ago, you would not have gone into the gardens at all. 2 months ago, you would not have touched compost. 3 months ago, you could not even think about bugs without panicking. And today, you stood in the gardens, supervised planting, and handled multiple bug encounters before reaching your very reasonable limit. My limit was a nest of grubs, which is a reasonable limit. I am not sure I want to handle a nest of grubs, and I am not scared of bugs. Marcus said the same thing, because it is true. Jax cupped her face gently. Love, you have been pushing yourself so hard, growing so much, learning to work within your fear instead of letting it stop you. That is incredible progress. But I am still scared. You will probably always be scared of bugs. That is okay. Fear does not make you weak. It makes you human. He pressed his forehead to hers. And the way you face that fear, researching, planning, adapting, leading from wherever you are functional, that makes you an exceptional Luna. Celeste felt tears prick her eyes. The gardens are going to be beautiful. They are already beautiful. Thanks to you. Thanks to the pack implementing my design. Thanks to you for creating the design, researching the plants, understanding the interactions, planning every detail. He kissed her softly. You did this, even when it scared you, even when there were grubs. You did this. She smiled, genuine and warm. Did do this? You did. I might pretend I lasted an hour instead of 45 minutes when I tell this story later. Everyone will pretend with you. Good. They stood together, looking out at the gardens that would feed their pack. protect their crops, and demonstrate what careful planning and courage could accomplish. Even when that courage came in 45-minute increments, even when it was frequently interrupted by tactical retreats from grubs, it was still courage, and it was more than enough. Finn found Celeste at her usual morning inspection spot, the porch that offered the best sweep of the gardens, bathed in the soft amber glow of sunrise. The dew still clung to the railings, sparkling like a scattering of tiny diamonds, and the air was scented with warm earth, crushed leaves, and the faint, sweet perfume of blooming marigolds. His weathered face was creased with concern, the lines around his eyes deepening as his brow furrowed. It was not the "we have a problem" concern. It was the "we have a new problem" concern. "Luna," he called up, "you need to see this." Celeste set down her coffee with a sinking feeling. The mug clinked against the wooden table, sending a thin wisp of steam curling into the chilly morning air. They had just gotten everything perfect. The companion plants were thriving, their leaves glossy and vibrant. The pest sprays were working, tiny droplets still glistening on stems, and the beneficial insects buzzed lazily in the sunlight, their tiny wings a blur of amber and black. What could possibly be wrong now? She followed Finn to the garden beds, the soft crunch of gravel under her boots echoing in the quiet, and her heart sank further with each step. The damage was obvious in the morning light. Holes gaped in leaves that had been perfect yesterday, the torn edges ragged like shredded paper. Chewed stems on plants that had been healthy at dusk were brown and jagged, oozing a faint, sweet sap that clung to her fingertips. Something had been eating their crops overnight. "This was not here during the evening inspection," she said, crouching to examine a pepper plant with fresh damage. "This happened last night." "Nocturnal pests," Finn confirmed, his voice low and steady. "Probably cutworms, maybe some moth larvae. They hide during the day when your sprays and beneficial insects are active, then come out at night to feed. Of course they do." Celeste stood, brushing damp soil from her knees, the gritty grit rubbing against her skin. Because why would we actually solve the pest problem completely? That would be too simple. Gardening is never simple. Gardening is a never-ending battle against increasingly creative bugs. That is more accurate. Celeste walked between the beds, cataloging the damage. The rows of lettuce, basil, and tomatoes stretched before her like a patchwork quilt, each leaf glistening with a thin film of morning moisture. It was not extensive, yet, but left unchecked, nocturnal pests could devastate everything they would work so hard to build. Companion planting would not help if the bugs only came out when the plant's deterrent effects were muted by darkness. The beneficial insects were diurnal, resting in the shade of the leaves, their tiny bodies curled up like sleeping beads, while the pests feasted under the cover of night. They needed a new strategy. "We need night patrols," she announced, the resolve in her voice sharp as the snap of a twig. Finn raised an eyebrow. "Night patrols? For bugs? Someone needs to monitor the gardens after dark. Catch the pests in action. Apply targeted treatments." She was already planning, her mind racing through solutions, her eyes flickering over each plant, as if trying to read their secret whispers. "If we can identify exactly which pests are active and where they are concentrated, we can develop a specific response protocol. Luna, I am happy to do night checks." "No." Celeste's voice was firm, cutting through the rustle of leaves. "This is Luna duty. I coordinate this project. I should be the one monitoring it. At night, in the dark. And nocturnal insects are active. Yes, insects that fly, in the dark, potentially toward light sources." Celeste's resolve wavered slightly, the cool night breeze brushing against her cheek. "I had not fully considered that aspect. Moths, Luna, big ones, night-flying beetles, things with wings that are attracted to flashlights." She took a breath, squaring her shoulders, feeling the solid earth under her boots. "Then I will use the red light, less attractive to insects." "You are really going to do this?" "Someone has to protect these gardens. Might as well be me." She met his eyes, the moonlight catching the faint lines of determination etched around them. "I have come this far. Handled compost worms, manure beetles, ladybug swarms, and grub nests. I can handle night patrol. You are either the bravest or most stubborn Luna I have ever met. Cannot it be both?" Jax found Celeste in their cabin that afternoon, surrounded by what could only be described as tactical equipment. The small room smelled of pine wood, faint oil, and the metallic tang of spray cans. She had a headlamp with a red filter, a flashlight with adjustable brightness, 2 spray bottles filled with her pest-deterrent formulas, a notebook for observations, and, most concerningly, what looked like a mesh head net. "Going somewhere?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe, his voice echoing off the rough wooden walls. "Night patrol, starting tonight." She held up the head net, the thin fibers catching a sliver of sunlight and throwing it back as a faint, silvery shimmer. "This is mosquito netting. It will keep flying insects away from my face." "You are planning to patrol the gardens at night when nocturnal bugs are active." "Someone has to." She set down the netting to check her spray bottles, the cool liquid sloshing gently inside. "Finn found fresh damage this morning. Nocturnal pests are hitting us while we sleep. I need to identify them, document their patterns, and develop countermeasures." "You need to, or the pack needs to. Both." She looked up, her green eyes bright with determination, the faint scent of fresh cut grass drifting through the open window. "I am the one who researched all this. I know what to look for, what behaviors indicate which species, what treatments work for what pests. It needs to be me." "At night," he repeated, his voice low, "in the dark, where moths live." Her hands tightened on the spray bottle, the rubber grip slick with a thin film of sweat. "I am aware of the moth situation. The moths that fly toward lights, they are active at night. You are not helping. I am being realistic." He crossed to her, gently taking the spray bottle from her hands, the cool metal of his fingers brushing against the warm plastic. "Love, you have pushed yourself so far already. You do not have to do this." "Yes, I do." Her voice was quiet but fierce, the resolve in it as solid as the stone path beneath her feet. "These gardens represent months of work, research, planning, implementation, constant adjustment. I am not letting nocturnal bugs ruin everything because I am too scared to go outside after dark." "Then I am coming with you." "Jax, you do not need to. I'm coming with you," he repeated, his alpha tone firm and unyielding. "You face the bugs. I will handle the logistics. Deal?" She studied his face, seeing concern, pride, and absolute determination reflected in the amber glow of his eyes. "Deal. Good. Now show me this tactical bug-fighting gear you have assembled." They set out at 11 that night, both dressed in long sleeves and pants despite the warm summer air, the fabric rustling softly as they moved. Celeste wore her mesh head net, the fine netting perched like a crown of silver threads, making her look like a beekeeper preparing for war. Jax carried one flashlight. Celeste had another, both fitted with red filters that cast a dim ruby-hued glow, barely enough to see but enough to avoid drawing the insects. The gardens were eerily beautiful in the moonlight. Silver light painted the companion plants, turning the marigolds ghostly, their orange petals now pale silhouettes, and the tomato vines seemed to glow with an inner fire. The mountain air was cool and clean, carrying the earthy perfume of damp soil, the faint sweetness of night-blooming jasmine, and the occasional sharp bite of pine. Crickets chirped rhythmically, their staccato songs stitching the night together, while distant nightbirds called sporadically, their hoots and whistles echoing off the distant cliffs. "It is actually kind of peaceful," Celeste whispered, her breath visible in the cool air, a thin mist curling around her words. "It is," Jax agreed, taking her hand, his fingers warm against the chill. "When was the last time we were out here together at night? Just us?" "I do not remember. We are usually inside by now, or dealing with pack business." She squeezed his fingers, the slight pressure sending a small jolt through both of them. "This is nice, if we ignore the bug-hunting purpose." They walked slowly between the beds, Celeste occasionally stopping to examine plants with her red-filtered light. The gentle illumination revealed the veins in the leaves, without the harsh brightness that would attract flying insects, casting a soft, amber-red glow that made every droplet of dew look like tiny rubies. The texture of the soil beneath her fingertips was cool and slightly damp, clinging to her skin. "I do not see any activity yet," she said, making notes in her notebook. "Cutworms usually feed near the base of plants. Moths lay eggs on undersides of leaves. If we are dealing with, she stopped, staring upward as the moon hung low, a luminous disk, spilling silver across the landscape, its pale light washing over the hills in a smooth, steady beam. Stars scattered across the sky like diamonds set in black velvet, twinkling faintly, each one a silent witness to their vigil. The world felt both vast and intimate, just the two of them in this pocket of cultivated land, surrounded by wilderness that whispered with night breezes. "It is beautiful," she breathed, her voice barely more than a sigh. Jax turned her to face him, the moonlight catching the edge of his jaw, highlighting the determination in his eyes. "You are beautiful. I am wearing a mesh head net and carrying bug spray. Still beautiful." He pulled her close, mindful of her protective netting, his breath warm against her cheek. "You know what I love about you, my excellent pest management research, your courage." He pressed his forehead gently to the mesh covering hers, the contact sending a faint vibration through the net. "The way you keep pushing yourself. Keep facing fears because something matters more than the fear. The gardens matter, the pack matters, and you care about the pack more than you care about your own comfort." His voice softened, intimate, the night air carrying each word like a secret. "That is what makes you an exceptional Luna, not your research or planning, though those are impressive. Your willingness to sacrifice your comfort for others, to face genuine terror because someone needs to, and you are that someone." Celeste felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes, the salty sting mixing with the cool night air. "You are really good at romantic speeches. I am really good at telling you the truth." He kissed her through the mesh netting, awkward, the net lightly rustling, but sweet. She laughed, a clear, melodious sound that rang across the quiet gardens, mingling with the crickets' chorus. "This is ridiculous," she said, shaking her head lightly. "This is perfect. I'm wearing mosquito netting. I do not care. We are hunting for nocturnal insects. Makes it more memorable." She laughed again, reaching up to remove the head net so she could kiss him properly. The mesh came off easily, and she set it aside to cup his face in her hands. "I love you. Even when you insist on accompanying me to hunt bugs at midnight. Especially then." He kissed her again, deeper this time, his hands finding her waist and pulling her closer. They stood like that for several minutes, wrapped up in each other under the stars. The gardens surrounded them with the scent of basil and marigolds. The mountain night was cool and perfect. For a moment, Celeste forgot about nocturnal pests entirely. Then something large and pale fluttered past her face. She pulled back from Jax, following the movement with her eyes. "Did you see?" It circled back. A moth, but not just any moth. A massive pale moth with a wingspan that had to be 4 or 5 inches, drawn by their flashlight's red glow despite the filter. Celeste's breath caught. That is very large." "It is a Luna moth, I think," Jax said, watching it circle. "Beautiful, actually. They are." The moth dive-bombed Celeste's head. She shrieked, high-pitched and loud enough to probably wake pack members in the next territory over, and ducked. The moth circled away, then came back for another pass. "Get it away," Celeste yelped, batting at the air around her head. "Why is it so big? Why does it need to be that big? It is harmless. It is enormous, and it is attacking me." "It is not attacking. It is just attracted to." The moth landed in her hair. Celeste made a sound that was part scream, part sob, and took off running through the gardens. Not thinking, not strategic, pure panic-driven flight. "Celeste, wait!" Jax lunged after her, but she was already crashing between the tomato plants. "Get it out?" Her voice echoed across the mountain as she ran, hands flailing at her hair where the moth had tangled. Jax chased after her, trying to catch his panicking mate, while also trying to track the moth to remove it. "Stop running. You are making it worse." "Cannot stop. Moth. Igmoth." She veered left, then right, completely disoriented in her panic. Her foot caught on something. A tomato cage. Maybe a vine. She went down hard, pulling Jax with her, since he had just gotten close enough to grab her arm. They crashed into the tomato bed in a tangle of limbs, vines, and startled the moth. The moth, finally free from Celeste's hair, flew away into the night, probably as traumatized as she was. Celeste lay sprawled in the tomato plants, breathing hard, her hair wild and full of leaves. Jax had landed half on top of her, trying to protect her from the worst of the fall. They were both covered in dirt and wrapped in tomato vines that seemed determined to hold them in place. "Did it leave?" Celeste asked, her voice small. "It left. Is it coming back?" "I do not think so." "Promise?" "I promise." She let out a long, shaky breath. I panicked. "You really did?" I ran screaming through the gardens we had been so carefully tending. "Yep. And now we are tangled in tomato plants." "That appears to be the situation, yes." Lights appeared in the distance, flashlights heading their way at speed. Voices called out in concern. The pack had heard the screaming and was responding like the protective family they were. "Should we help?" That was Marcus arriving first and taking in the scene of his Alpha and Luna tangled together in a tomato bed. Jax looked down at Celeste, who was staring up at him with wide eyes and tomato leaves in her hair. "She has got it under control." "I absolutely do not," Celeste protested. "I am the opposite of in control. I am tangled in vegetables because I ran from a moth." "A very large moth," Jax said reasonably. "It was gigantic." More pack members arrived. Sarah, Thomas, Theo, and at least 6 others, all armed with various weapons, and looking ready to defend their Luna from whatever threat had caused that scream. They found their Alpha and Luna lying in a tomato bed, wrapped in vines, covered in dirt, and apparently having a conversation about moth sizes. "Everyone okay?" Sarah asked carefully. "Physically, yes," Jax confirmed. "Emotionally, Luna may need a moment." "There was a moth," Celeste explained from her position beneath Jax and several tomato plants. "A huge moth, with wings, that flew at my face." "Moths do that," Marcus said, barely suppressing a grin. "This one was huge." "Tell them, Jax. Tell them how huge it was." "It was a decent-sized Luna moth." "Decent-sized?" "It was the size of your palm. That is actually accurate," Jax admitted. "See? Palm-sized moth. That is not normal. That is not okay, Luna," Thomas said, his grizzled face fighting a smile. "Would you like help extracting yourself from the tomato plants?" "Yes, please, before any other giant insects appear." It took several minutes and multiple pack members to carefully untangle their Alpha and Luna from the determined tomato vines. Celeste emerged dirt-covered, slightly scratched, and thoroughly mortified. Jax was not much better, sporting a tomato leaf in his hair and dirt on his knees. "I was attempting to conduct a serious nocturnal pest patrol," Celeste said with as much dignity as she could muster, "and then nature attacked me." "A moth appeared," Marcus corrected. "A giant moth appeared. Did you get any useful observations before the moth incident?" Sarah asked, kindly redirecting. "I observed that moths are much larger than they have any right to be." "About the pest situation," Celeste took a breath, attempting to regain her professional demeanor despite being covered in dirt and tomato debris. "I observed no significant cutworm activity in the first 3 beds. The damage appears to be from something with a different feeding pattern. I will need to conduct follow-up observations too." "Without the giant moth," Jax interjected. "Without any moths," Celeste corrected, "or other large flying insects, or medium-sized flying insects." "Really, any flying insects at all? That might limit your nocturnal observation capabilities," Finn pointed out, having arrived late to the chaos. "Then someone else can do the night patrols. Someone who does not panic and destroy tomato plants when confronted with Lepidoptera." "You did not destroy them," Theo said, examining the bed they would crashed into. "Just rearranged them a bit. And maybe broke 1 or 2 stakes. And several vines," Thomas added. "And your dignity," Marcus said helpfully. "Thank you, Marcus. Very supportive. That is what betas are for." Despite everything, the panic, the chase, the tomato plant incident, Celeste felt laughter bubbling up. It started as a giggle, then grew into full laughter that shook her whole body. Jax joined in, and soon the entire group was laughing, the sound carrying across the quiet mountain night. "I ran screaming from a moth," Celeste managed between laughs, "through the gardens I have been protecting, and tackled my own Alpha into the tomato bed." "Technically, I tackled you," Jax corrected. "I was trying to catch you." Details. She wiped tears from her eyes. "This is ridiculous." "I am ridiculous." "You are brave," Sarah corrected gently. "You went out on night patrol despite being terrified. A giant moth appeared, which is legitimately startling, and you panicked. That is understandable. I destroyed our tomatoes. You barely damaged them, Finn said. And you provided excellent entertainment for the entire pack. Glad my terror is amusing. It is not your terror that is amusing, Marcus said. It is your determination. You keep trying, keep pushing yourself, even though you are scared, and when you panic, which is reasonable, you are able to laugh at yourself after. That is actually really admirable, Luna. Celeste looked around at her pack, at the warriors who had responded to her scream, ready to defend her, who had helped untangle her from tomato plants without judgment, who were looking at her with affection and respect, despite her moth-induced panic. I think someone else should handle the night patrols, she said quietly. Agreed, Jack said immediately. But I will develop protocols, observation checklists, treatment strategies based on identified pests. From inside, during daylight hours, exactly, with no moths, Marcus added. With no moths, Celeste confirmed. Later, after she would shower off the dirt and pick tomato leaves from her hair, Celeste found Jax on their porch, looking out at the moonlit gardens. Hey, she said softly, joining him. Hey yourself. He pulled her close, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. How are you feeling? Embarrassed, amused, tired. She leaned into him. I really thought I could handle night patrol. You could have. You were doing great until the moth. The palm-sized moth. The admittedly very large moth, he agreed. Which startled you. Which is completely reasonable. I ran through the garden screaming. You did, and crashed into the tomatoes. We both did, because I panicked over a moth. Because a giant moth landed in your hair unexpectedly. He turned her to face him. Love, no one expects you to be comfortable with surprise insects in your hair. That would startle anyone. Would it startle you? A palm-sized moth suddenly in my hair at night. Yeah, I would probably react. You would not scream and run through gardens. I might. Moths are unpredictable. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. You know what I see when I replay tonight. Your mate having a complete breakdown over Lepidoptera. My mate attempted something that genuinely terrified her because she thought it needed to be done. Being out there in the dark with me, having a beautiful moment under the stars, before being surprised by something objectively startling. His smile was warm, and then laughing at herself after. That is growth, Celeste. Real growth. I still panicked, but you laughed after. You admitted it was ridiculous. You made a decision about delegating future night patrols, rather than forcing yourself into something that is clearly beyond your comfort zone. He cupped her face gently. That is wisdom. That is knowing your limits and working within them rather than constantly pushing until you break. She was quiet for a moment, processing this. So you are saying I do not need to patrol for moths at midnight to be a good Luna? I am saying you have already proven yourself 100 times over. The gardens are thriving because of your research and coordination. The pack is fed because of your planning. And everyone saw tonight that their Luna will still try to do the hard things, even when they are scared. That is enough. Even if I tackle you into tomato plants, especially if you tackle me into tomato plants. That was actually kind of fun once I confirmed you were not hurt. Fun, she repeated, but she was smiling. Fun. Chaotic, ridiculous fun. He kissed her, soft and sweet. My brave, ridiculous Luna, who runs from moths and destroys vegetable beds in her panic. I did not destroy them, just aggressively rearranged them. Much better. They stood together in the cool night air, the gardens peaceful below them. No giant moths in sight. Marmoro. Celeste would develop night patrol protocols for wolves, who were not terrified of nocturnal insects. She would research nocturnal pest management strategies that did not require her personal involvement after dark. She would continue leading this project from where she was comfortable and effective. And that was okay. Better than okay. It was perfect. Jax, she said after a while. Yeah? Thank you for chasing me through the gardens. Thank you for giving me an excuse to tackle you into tomato plants. That is a weird thing to thank someone for. It has been a weird night. The weirdest, she agreed, but also kind of nice. For the moth. Before the moth, it was perfect. Should we try again tomorrow? Without the night patrol excuse. Stargazing in the gardens without bug hunting equipment. Exactly that. I would love that. He pulled her closer. Though I am bringing a net, just in case. Just in case of what? In case any palm-sized moths show up, and I need to protect my Luna. She laughed, the sound carrying into the peaceful night. My hero, always, he said, and meant it with his whole heart. His brave, ridiculous, moth-fleeing Luna, who tried anyway. That was all he could ever ask for. That was everything, Celeste. For fines. I absolutely do not. Sweet ending with Celeste laughing at herself, Jax adoring her. Celeste woke slowly, her body still heavy with remnants of sleep, as a swell of voices seeped through the thin wooden walls of her cabin. Not the sharp, urgent barks of alarm that usually pierced the quiet dawn. No, these were different. Bright and lilting, layered with laughter and rising inflections, they carried the warmth of something rare, pure, unguarded joy. Sunlight, pale gold and honeyed, filtered through the cracks in the shuttered window, painting thin stripes across her bare feet as she swung them to the rough-hewn floorboards. The air was cool on her skin, scented faintly with dew-damp earth and the lingering wood smoke from last night's fire. She pulled on her worn linen robe, its soft fabric brushing against her arms like a whisper, and stepped barefoot onto the porch. The splintered wood was rough beneath her soles, still cool from the night, but she barely noticed. Her gaze locked onto Sarah, who stood at the foot of the steps, practically vibrating with energy. Her braid had come partially undone, strands of auburn hair escaping around her flushed cheeks, and her hands fluttered like birds as she gestured wildly toward the gardens. The morning sun caught the damp grass, sparkling with dew-like scattered crystals, and beyond, the green hills of the cultivated land rose gently in terraced rows, now alive with promise. Luna, the tomatoes are ready. Come see, Sarah's voice rang out, clear and triumphant, echoing across the quiet compound. The tomatoes, Celeste breathed, her heart stuttering, then leaping, a quick flutter behind her ribs, like a bird testing its wings for the first time. Her fingers tightened around the robe's belt. You mean harvest ready, Sarah cut in, her eyes wide, crinkled at the corners with unrestrained delight. Finn confirmed it. Big, beautiful, perfect tomatoes. She stepped closer, her boots squelching softly in the wet grass, and gripped Celeste's forearm. Your companion planting worked. Your pest management worked. Everything worked. Her grin stretched wide, infectious, lighting up her whole face. We have actual food, Celeste blinked, her breath catching in her throat. She turned hastily, retreating into the cabin just long enough to yank on sturdy trousers and a thick tunic, the fabric rough but familiar against her skin. Her boots were scuffed and laced hastily, her fingers trembling slightly with anticipation. By the time she reached the gardens, the air had warmed, carrying with it the rich, omy scent of damp soil mingled with the sweet, peppery fragrance of blooming basil. A soft breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and the distant coo of mourning doves blended with the low murmur of voices. A small crowd had gathered around the central vegetable beds, warriors in weathered leather and faded wool, their faces etched with years of hardship, now softened by wonder. They stood in clusters, some crouched low, pointing with calloused fingers at the tomato vines. Their expressions were reverent, almost disbelieving. Thomas, his broad shoulders hunched forward, squatted near a cluster of deep red fruits, his breath fogging in the cool air. Look at them, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. I have not seen tomatoes like this in years. He reached out, then hesitated, as if afraid to touch them, to break the spell. Because our soil was depleted, Finn said, stepping forward. His face, weathered like old bark and lined with sun and grief, was creased into a rare, broad smile. But Luna fixed it. He gestured toward Celeste, his hand sweeping across the rows. The compost, the manure, the companion planting. Look at what it has done. The sun caught the silver in his stubble, and his eyes, usually guarded and wary, shone with pride. Celeste moved closer, arms wrapped around herself as though bracing for impact. She maintained her usual distance, hovering at the edge of the group, but the sight before her stole her breath. The tomatoes were magnificent, plump, taut-skinned, glowing a deep, almost velvety red, some streaked with gold where the sun had kissed them. They hung in heavy clusters from vines thick with glossy green leaves, their weight bending the stems gently. Nestled between them, the basil plants released their sharp, fragrant oils with every breath of wind, their broad leaves brushing against the tomatoes like affectionate siblings. Around the perimeter, marigolds stood tall and bright, their orange and yellow blooms, tiny torches, defiant and proud, guardians of the bounty. The peppers are ready, too. Young Theo called from the next bed, his voice cracking with excitement. He held up a cucumber like a prize, its skin smooth and waxy, a vibrant, uniform green, easily 10 inches long and perfectly straight. "Luna, look at this." Two clung to the tiny spines on its surface, glittering like diamonds. "The beans are producing," another warrior added, kneeling beside a trellis thick with slender green pods. "The squash is setting fruit. Look, tiny yellow blossoms with baby gourds already forming." He ran a calloused thumb over one tender shoot, his rough hand surprisingly gentle. Marcus appeared at Celeste's side, silent as a shadow. He did not touch her, but his presence was solid, grounding. His dark hair was pulled back, but strands escaped at his temples, damp with morning moisture. When he spoke, his voice was low, warm, carrying a note of quiet awe. "You did this, Luna, all of it." She shook her head, her throat tight. "The pack did this, under your coordination," he interrupted gently but firmly, "following your research, using your methods." He gestured to gardens, to the abundance spilling from every bed, the sunflowers nodding at the edges, the chives sending up purple pom-poms of bloom, the beans curling around their supports like eager climbers. "This," he said, "is what months of facing your fears created. Real, tangible results. Food, real food. This is going to feed us through winter." Celeste's vision blurred. She swallowed hard, her chest aching with a pressure that had nothing to do with breathing. The gardens were more than productive. They were a miracle. Every sleepless night spent poring over salvaged gardening manuals by flickering candlelight. Every moment of terror she would endure hauling compost, her stomach clenching at the writhing movement beneath the surface. Every time she would had to stand near a plant just to observe, her skin crawled at the sight of insects skittering across leaves, aphids like specks of soot, beetles with iridescent shells, centipedes darting through the undergrowth. She would faced it all, avoided nothing. "I learned everything. We should harvest," she said, voice trembling only slightly. "The tomatoes will not wait." And she stopped. The word harvest suddenly felt heavy, loaded. Reality crashed over her like a bucket of cold water. Harvesting meant touching the vegetables, vegetables pulled from dirt, dirt that teemed with life. Worms coiling in the dark, beetles burrowing through leaf litter, larvae nestled in the soil, and the vegetables themselves. They might carry hitchhikers, aphids hiding in the curl of a leaf, caterpillars camouflaged against stems, spiders spinning silken threads between vines, their tiny bodies glistening in the light. A shiver ran down her spine. Her fingers twitched, instinctively wanting to retreat, to flee. "Luna?" Sarah's voice was soft, edged with concern. She stepped closer, her hand hovering near Celeste's elbow, ready to offer support, but not imposing it. "I want to help harvest," Celeste said, firm, forcing the words out through the knot in her throat. "I should help. I coordinated all this. I should be part of bringing it in." The warriors exchanged glances, quick, knowing looks that passed between them like signals. She saw the flicker in Thomas's eyes, the subtle lift of Finn's brow, the way Marcus's jaw tightened. They were calculating, she realized, mentally preparing for the moment. Their Luna, brilliant, fearless in intellect, but paralyzed by the sight of grubs, would have to touch a vegetable. Their expressions were not mocking. They were protective, thoughtful. "How about?" Marcus said carefully, stepping forward, his voice calm and deliberate. "We set up a system." Celeste blinked. "What kind of system?" "A protocol," he said, gathering confidence as he spoke. "For harvesting." He was making it up on the spot, she could tell, but it was already taking shape. Logical, military, efficient. "We pick the vegetables, inspect them thoroughly for any passengers, wash them, and then present them to you for collection." "You mean check them for bugs before I touch them?" she said flatly. He tilted his head, a ghost of a smile playing at his lips. I mean, create a quality control system where Luna verifies that the harvest meets standards after preliminary processing. That is a nice way of saying check them for bugs. It is an accurate way of describing a practical solution to a logistical challenge. Despite herself, Celeste laughed, a soft, surprised sound that startled even her. You are getting good at diplomatic phrasing. I learned from the best. He gestured to the gardens, then to her. So, Una's harvest protocol, assembly line system with quality control verification. She looked at the gardens, at the sun-dappled leaves, at the warriors standing around her, their faces open and hopeful, at Sarah, bouncing slightly on her heels, at Finn, who gave her a solemn nod, at young Theo, grinning like he would already eaten a whole basket of tomatoes, and at the tomatoes themselves, glowing, perfect, real. Okay, she said, her voice steady now. Let us do it. 20 minutes later, they would set up what could only be described as the most elaborate vegetable harvesting system in werewolf history. Station 1. Picking. Warriors moved through the rows like disciplined foragers, using small shears to snip stems, cradling each vegetable in their palms, before placing it gently into woven baskets lined with soft linen. Their fingers, scarred from blades and battle, handled the fruit with surprising tenderness. Station 2. Inspection. A second team, Kira, Theo, and Sarah, took each vegetable one by one, turning it slowly in their hands under the morning light. They examined the undersides, probed the stems, even whispered to each other about shady leaf crevices and stem junctions, aphid hot spots. Nothing slipped through unnoticed. Station 3. Washing. Thomas and Finn manned a long wooden trough filled with fresh cold water hauled from the spring. Soft bristle brushes, salvaged from old cleaning kits, were used to gently scrub away clinging soil. Each vegetable swirled in the water until it gleamed. Station 4. Luna's quality control. Celeste stood at a wide, sun-bleached table, her empty baskets lined up before her. Her hands were clean, her breathing slow and even. The first tomato arrived, perfectly round, still radiating the warmth of sunlight, its surface smooth and unblemished. This is ridiculous, she said, eyeing the elaborate process. This is practical, Marcus corrected, handing her the tomato himself. He would personally inspected it, turning it in his fingers like a gem. Besides, we should be checking for quality anyway. Damaged vegetables, disease, splitting, all normal harvest considerations. That just happens to include checking for bugs. An important quality consideration for our particular Luna's comfort. Yes, Celeste took the tomato. It was firm, cool from the wash, but still carrying the sun's memory. The weight of it in her palm felt like triumph. She turned it slowly, searching for flaws, and found none. It is perfect, she said softly, wonder filling her voice. It is the first of many, Sarah replied, already passing her a second one. The harvest assembly line moved with surprising efficiency. Laughter sparked between stations. Warriors hummed as they worked, the air filled with the scent of clean earth, wet linen, and ripening fruit. Celeste's basket slowly filled, tomatoes in deep crimson, sunburst yellow, and dusky rose, peppers in vibrant green, fiery red, and soft orange. Cucumbers are long and straight, their skins cool and bumpy, green beans by the handful, crisp and emerald. Summer squash, cheerful yellow puffs, their skins gleaming. Luna, is this one okay? Theo held up a tomato with a small dark scar on one side. She took it, turning it with care, feeling the texture, examining the skin under the light. That is just where it rested against a vine, she said professionally. Perfectly fine. The skin is not broken. What about this pepper? Another warrior presented a misshapen one, bent like a hook, grew around something, a stick or another pepper. Still good, she smiled faintly. Actually, the curved ones often have more flavor. Young Kira bounced up with a cluster of cherry tomatoes, their skins glossy and bright as rubies. These are so cute. Can we keep these for the pack feast tonight? Absolutely. Celeste sorted them into a separate basket, her fingers brushing the tiny fruits. They will be perfect for salads. And she realized with quiet surprise that she was enjoying this. not just the absence of bugs, the sterile safety of it, but the process, the authority in her voice as she judged quality, the satisfaction of seeing knowledge become action, the pride in her own expertise. Finn approached, his basket heavy with inspected vegetables. He set it down and met her eyes, his gaze steady and warm. "You have got an eye for this," he said. "These quality assessments you are making, that is real knowledge." "I just researched what good vegetables should look like." "You learned," he said firmly, despite being scared of the process, despite not being able to touch the plants directly. He paused, then added softly, "You educated yourself about every aspect of gardening, except the bud parts, and now you are applying that knowledge. That is impressive." More baskets arrived. More perfect vegetables, checked, cleaned, and blessed. Celeste sorted them my type, setting aside overripe squash and splitting tomatoes into an immediate use basket. Her hands moved with growing confidence. "How did you know that squash was overripe?" Sarah asked, picking up one Celeste had set aside. "The skin was slightly dull, and the stem was starting to shrivel," she explained, tapping it. "It is still good, just needs to be used today rather than stored. And this tomato?" Thomas held up a fruit with a tiny crack in its side. "Skin starting to split, perfect for sauce. Will not keep." Thomas whistled under his breath. "You really did learn a lot." Celeste looked down at the baskets, full and overflowing, the harvest glistening under the sun. "Yes," she whispered. "I did. I had to. I could not physically participate in the growing, so I made sure I understood every other aspect." She paused, a cucumber in her hands. "I actually know things about gardening now. Real things. How to assess produce quality, understand nutrient needs, implement pest management strategies, design companion planting schemes. You are an expert," Marcus said. "I am a scared person who researched obsessively and learned despite the fear." But she was smiling, though I suppose that counts. A young wolf pup, no more than 8 years old, approached hesitantly. "Luna, can you teach me about the gardens?" Celeste blinked in surprise. "Teach you?" "Yeah, I want to learn how to make plants grow, how to take care of them." Pup looked at the abundant harvest with wide eyes. "You made all this happen. I want to learn how." Celeste looked at the pup, then at Finn, who was nodding encouragingly. "I would love to teach you, though fair warning, there are bugs involved in gardening. I am not scared of bugs." "Then you are braver than me, but you did all this even though you are scared." "That is braver than not being scared at all." Out of the mouths of pups, thought, feeling her eyes prickle. "Okay, we will start with companion planting theory. Why do certain plants help each other grow? Can I learn too?" Another young voice, then another. Soon she had 5 young wolves clustered around her station, all eager to understand how Luna had transformed the failing gardens into this abundant harvest. "All right," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "See these tomatoes? They grew so well partly because of the basil planted between them. Basil releases compounds that repel certain pests and may enhance tomato flavor. That is companion planting, using plant relationships to create a healthier growing environment." The young wolves listened with rapt attention as she explained about marigolds and pest deterrents, about nitrogen-fixing beans improving soil for heavy-feeding plants, about trap crops that sacrificed themselves to protect more valuable vegetables. "You memorized all this?" one asked, awed. "I researched it, studied it, because I knew I could not do the physical work. I am too scared of bugs, so I needed to contribute another way." She met their young eyes. "Everyone has different strengths. Mine happens to be research and coordination, rather than hands-on gardening. That is okay. We each contribute what we can." "But you tried the hands-on part too," Kara said. "I saw you that day with the grubs. You tried even though you were scared." "I did try, and I made it 45 minutes before retreating." Celeste smiled. "Which was 45 minutes longer than I thought I could manage. Progress does not have to be perfect to be real." By noon they would harvested several large baskets of vegetables. The assembly line had worked perfectly. Not a single bug had made it to Celeste's station, and they had beautiful, abundant produce to show for their work. The packhouse kitchen became a hub of activity as people prepared for an impromptu feast. Someone had declared it a celebration, and the whole pack was gathering to honor the harvest and Luna, who had made it possible. Celeste tried to help with food preparation, but warriors kept shooing her away. "You have done enough, Luna," Sarah said, gently removing a knife from her hands. "Tonight, you are the guest of honor. You contributed months of research and planning. You contributed courage and determination. Tonight, let us honor that." So Celeste found herself sitting on the pack house porch as the sun set, watching her pack prepare a feast from the gardens she would saved. The smells of cooking vegetables filled the air, tomatoes roasting, peppers grilling, summer squash sautéing with fresh basil. Jax found her there, settling beside her on the bench. "How are you feeling?" "Overwhelmed, proud, a little embarrassed by all the attention." "You deserve the attention. I just coordinated. The pack did the actual work. You researched for months, faced genuine terror repeatedly, pushed yourself beyond what you thought possible." He took her hand, threading their fingers together. "Love, you transformed these gardens. And in the process, you transformed yourself. I am still scared of bugs. You will probably always be scared of bugs. But you learn to work within that fear, to lead despite it, to find ways to contribute that do not require you to overcome every limitation." He pressed a kiss to her knuckles. "That is real leadership, not being perfect, but being effective anyway." Before Celeste could respond, Marcus appeared. "Luna, we are ready. Your presence is requested for the feast." The packhouse dining hall had been decorated with fresh flowers from the gardens, marigolds and calendula, creating cheerful centerpieces. The tables were laden with dishes made entirely from their harvest: roasted tomatoes with basil, grilled peppers stuffed with rice, cucumber salad, green beans with garlic, summer squash casserole. The pack stood as Celeste entered, and the applause was immediate and thunderous. "Luna," she felt her face heat with embarrassment and pride. Jax guided her to the head table, where a seat had been prepared with a small bouquet of marigolds, her pest-repelling champions. "Please sit," Finn called out. "We have some words to share." The elderly wolf stood with effort, his weathered face serious. "This pack has survived many challenges: territory disputes, harsh winters, resource shortages. But this year, we faced something different, our own land turning against us. The soil was so depleted that our gardens were failing. Food security is becoming a real concern." The hall had gone quiet, everyone listening, and our Luna, who has every reason to avoid gardens and dirt and growing things, chose to face that challenge. She researched, she planned, she coordinated a complete transformation of our agricultural practices. Finn's voice strengthened. "I have been gardening for 60 years. In all that time, I have never seen more comprehensive or effective approach than what Luna designed. The companion planting, the organic pest management, the soil restoration. It is masterwork. And it came from someone who is terrified of the very bugs we needed to understand." He raised his glass. "To Luna Celeste, who proves that courage is not the absence of fear, but the determination to act despite it." "To Luna," the pack chorused. Sarah stood next. "I have watched Luna face grubs, beetles, moths, and being covered in ladybugs. Each time she was absolutely terrified, and each time she tried anyway. That is the kind of Luna I am proud to follow, one who shows us that our limitations do not define us. Our determination does." To Luna. Marcus stood, and Celeste braced herself for his particular brand of supportive mockery. "Luna has given us many gifts this year: excellent harvest plans, detailed protocols, weapons-grade garlic spray that could repel vampires if they existed." Laughter rippled through the hall. "But more than that, she has given us an example of pushing through fear, of finding ways to leave from wherever you are functional, laughing at yourself when you crash into tomato plants fleeing from moths. That was one time," Celeste protested, "and it was glorious." Marcus grinned. "But seriously, Luna, watching you face your fears for months, never giving up despite repeated panic attacks, teaching yourself enough about bugs to manage them without actually touching them, that has inspired every warrior in this pack. We all have things that scare us. You have shown us how to function anyway." To Luna, young Kira stood, her voice shy but clear. "Luna taught me that being scared is okay, that you can still do important things even when you are scared. I want to be like that when I grow up." Celeste felt tears start to fall. She tried to wipe them away, but they kept coming as more pack members stood to share their appreciation. Warriors would watch her handle compost with trembling hands. Young wolves who had seen her covered in ladybugs but not running. Everyone who had witnessed months of determined, terrified effort. Finally, Jax stood. The hall went silent immediately, everyone waiting for their alpha's words. 10 years ago, he began, his deep voice carrying easily. I met a woman who negotiated a peace treaty using nothing but logic and determination, who talked down a rogue alpha twice my size without backing down, who proved herself fearless in every way that mattered. He turned to look at Celeste directly. And then I learned she was terrified of bugs. Absolutely, genuinely terrified. I thought it was funny at first. My fierce Luna would face any wolf without hesitation, but could not handle a spider. Soft laughter from the pack, but it was gentle. But this year, I learned something. Watching her research composting despite having to look at pictures of worms. Watching her coordinate a manure delivery while standing upwind and slightly panicking. Watching her release ladybugs and then stand frozen while we removed them from her hair. His voice grew thick with emotion. I learned that facing something that terrifies you requires more courage than facing something you are not scared of. And my mate has shown that courage every single day for months. He raised his glass, his golden eyes locked on hers. To Celeste, my ridiculous, brave, perfect Luna, who saved our gardens while being absolutely terrified, who learned to lead within her limitations rather than being stopped by them, who taught this pack that courage has many forms, and determination can overcome fear, even when fear never goes away. To Celeste, the hall erupted in the loudest response yet. Jax moved to her side, and she stood to meet him, tears streaming freely now. He pulled her close, and the pack's applause continued, thunderous and full of genuine affection. Speech. Someone called. Luna should give a speech. Celeste wiped her eyes, trying to compose herself. I am not good at speeches. Neither is anyone else, Marcus called back. We just talk until we are done. That startled a laugh out of her. She took a breath, looking out at her pack, her family. Okay, I will try. The hall quieted. When Finn told me the gardens were failing, I was terrified. Not of the work, of what the work would involve. Bugs. So many bugs. In the dirt, on the plants, in the compost. My absolute worst nightmare. She paused. I almost said no. Almost said someone else should handle it because I could not. She found Jax's hand, drew strength from it. But this pack has given me everything. A home, a family, a purpose. And when my family needed something, I could not let fear stop me from at least trying. Her voice strengthened. So I researched. And I planned. And I pushed myself to face things that genuinely terrified me. Not because I overcame the fear. I did not. I am still scared. But because the pack mattered more than the fear. She looked at the young wolves in the crowd. I want you all to understand something. Being scared does not make you weak. Letting fear stop you from doing important things, that is when it becomes a problem. But working around fear, finding ways to contribute despite limitations, that is not a weakness. That is an adaptation. That is intelligence. I could not touch the compost, so I coordinated others who could. I could not handle the nest of grubs, so I retreated and directed from a window. I could not do night patrol because moths exist. Laughter from the crowd, so we found warriors who could patrol while I developed protocols. I found my way to lead, to contribute, to help my pack despite being terrified. She met Finn's eyes. Thank you for teaching me, for trusting me to coordinate this, even when I could not do the physical work. Then Sarah. Thank you for being patient with my panic attacks and still believing I could lead this project. Marcus, thank you for the mockery. It helped, genuinely. And finally, Jax, thank you for catching me every time I ran, for believing I was brave, even when I felt like a coward, for loving me despite my ridiculous fears. Her voice broke. These gardens are beautiful. This harvest is abundant, and it happened because you all believed in a Luna, was scared of bugs but tried anyway. Thank you for everything. The applause was deafening. Pack members were standing, some crying, all of them looking at her with expressions of respect and love. The feast that followed was joyous and abundant. Every dish showcased their harvest: the tomatoes that had survived aphids and moths, the peppers that had thrived with companion planting, the beans that had fixed nitrogen while producing food. It was delicious and meaningful, and proof that their work had succeeded. Young wolves clustered around Celeste asking questions about gardening. Warriors shared their favorite moments from the project. Someone started a betting pool about what would scare Luna next season. Next season? Celeste asked Marcus. You think I am doing this again? Of course. You are our garden expert now. I am really not. Luna, Theo interrupted. Can you teach us about winter crops? Finn says we could grow some things through the cold season. She looked at Jax helplessly. He just grinned. You heard them. You are the expert now. I'm a terrified person who researched a lot. Same thing, multiple people said simultaneously. Late that night, back in their cabin, Celeste stood at the window, looking out at the moonlit gardens. Jax came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her back against his chest. You did good today, he murmured. We did good. The whole pack. You led them there. Your research, planning, your coordination. He pressed a kiss to her neck. Do you have any idea what you have accomplished? We grew some vegetables. You transformed our food security, created sustainable practices that will feed us for years, taught the next generation about gardening and determination. His voice was low and intimate. You have given this pack a future, Celeste. Not just food, though that is important, but knowledge. Young wolves who understand how to work with the land, who have learned that limitations can be worked around, rather than surrendering to. I was just trying to save some gardens. You saved more than gardens. He turned her in his arms, his golden eyes intense. You showed this pack what real leadership looks like. Not fearless alpha power. We have that in combat situations. But civilian leadership, problem solving, adaptation, determination. He cupped her face gently. You have created a legacy, love. Years from now, wolves will talk about Luna Celeste, who was terrified of bugs, but revolutionized our agriculture anyway. That is actually kind of amazing. You are amazing. Ridiculous. Bug-fearing. Absolutely amazing. He kissed her, soft and deep, full of pride and love and admiration. When they finally broke apart, both breathing harder, Celeste smiled. Next year, I am delegating more of the hands-on work. Smart, but I will still research, still plan, still coordinated, of course, and maybe work on my grub tolerance. Just a little. Only if you want to. I want to be able to supervise planting without fleeing after 45 minutes. 45 minutes is a good starting goal. I am thinking an hour. Ambitious. I like it. She laughed, pressing her face into his chest. I cannot believe I am planning next year's garden project. I can. You are committed now. You have seen what is possible. He held her closer. And this pack will follow wherever you lead, even if it is through bug-infested territory. Especially through bug-infested territory, she corrected. Apparently that is my specialty now. Reluctant entomology expert and master gardener. I hate that that is accurate. You love that that is accurate. And he was right. Despite the fear, despite the panic attacks, despite running from moths and crashing into tomato plants, she was proud, genuinely, deeply proud of what they would accomplished. The gardens were thriving. The pack was fed, and Luna Celeste, who was still terrified of bugs, had proven that courage came in many forms. Even if some of those forms involved assembly line harvest protocols and supervising from windows, it still counted. It was still leadership, and it was more than enough. Jax, she said softly. Yeah? Thank you for believing in me, even when I did not believe in myself. Always, love. Always. They stood together in the quiet cabin, the gardens outside full of promise, the pack secure and well-fed, and the future bright with possibility, even if that future included more bugs. She would handle them, from an appropriate distance with proper protocols, and possibly with binoculars, but she would handle them. That was enough. That was everything. 3 weeks after the first harvest, the waning light of the late summer sun slanted through the high-arched windows of the great hall, casting long honey-colored bars across the stone floor. The air was thick with the scent of pine resin from the torches that flickered on the walls, mingling with a faint, sweet perfume of fresh herbs that seemed to drift in from the gardens beyond. The hall, usually a cavernous echo chamber for the pack's stern council meetings, was unusually full. Warriors in their thick leather hauberks brushed shoulders with senior members whose grizzled coats gave them the air of ancient trees. Young wolves padded in on soft paws, their bright eyes darting between the seasoned elders, while families clustered together, the gentle rustle of pups' playful snarls adding a warm undercurrent to the murmurs. Even a few members who rarely attended unless the pack's law demanded it lingered at the back, their heads bowed, hands clasped tightly around the rough wooden backs of the benches. Celeste slipped into a seat near the front, her fur brushing the cool polished stone, as she lowered herself onto a bench still warm from the lingering heat of the torches. She turned to Jax, who was already settled beside her, his broad shoulders barely fitting into the narrow wooden seat. The low hum of conversation fell to a hush as the two of them exchanged a quiet glance. "What is this about?" she asked Jax quietly as they took their seats. His eyes, amber like the last light of day, flicked toward the raised platform. "You will see." His voice was low, the words barely rising above the crackle of the torches. His expression was carefully neutral, but his eyes were warm with something that looked suspiciously like pride, their light catching the glint of the metal insignia on his chest. Marcus rose to the front of the hall, his black fur catching the glow of the torches as he stepped onto the raised dais. The room fell silent instantly. Even the youngest wolves hushed their chatter, the soft thump of their tails ceasing. The scent of earthier garden soil seemed to rise from the distant fields and settle over the hall as Marcus cleared his throat, a resonant sound that reverberated off the stone walls. "Thank you all for coming. We are here to discuss a proposal that has been circulating among pack members." He pulled out a thick piece of parchment, the paper warm from his palm, its surface covered in a dense scrawl of signatures. Specifically, a proposal to officially name our garden area. The parchment crinkled faintly as he held it aloft, the ink catching the torchlight. Celeste's stomach did a small flip, a nervous ripple that sent a faint tremor up her spine. She could feel the coolness of the stone beneath her feet, the faint vibration of the hall's ancient wooden beams as the murmurs of anticipation swelled around her. "The gardens have been part of our territory for decades," Marcus continued, his voice steady, the timber rich as the scent of tilled soil wafted through the hall. "But this year, under Luna Celesti's coordination, they have been completely transformed. From veiling beds that barely produced enough to supplement our diet, to abundant, thriving gardens that will feed us through winter and beyond." He gestured with a sweeping hand, the movement causing a faint rustle of his fur as the torchlight danced across his shoulders. "Marcus," Celeste started, her voice a whisper that seemed to tremble like a leaf in a soft breeze. "Let me finish, Luna." His grin was gentle, the corners of his mouth lifting as his eyes softened. "Multiple pack members have approached the leadership suggesting we officially name the gardens to honor the work that went into their restoration. After consideration and a pack-wide vote, you voted without telling me?" The question snapped out of her, a sharp note that cut through the quiet. "The decision was unanimous." He held up the parchment, the paper now bright against a dark wood. 73 signatures, Luna. Every adult pack member and several of the older pups. "We would like to officially designate our garden area as Luna's garden." A wave of applause erupted, a thunderous clapping of paws against wood, and muffled shouts that ricocheted off the stone arches. Sound was like a cascade of rain on a tin roof, filling the hall with an electric buzz. Celeste sat frozen, her throat tightening as if a knot of rope had been tied around her windpipe. Tears welled in her eyes, the salty sting of them mixing with the faint scent of pine and hearth smoke. "I do not." Her voice cracked, a thin reed bending in the wind. "I did not do the actual work. All of you did. The planting, the harvesting, the maintenance. You did the work that mattered," Finn said, rising with effort, his massive frame moving with a deliberate, careful grace that made the floorboards creak beneath his weight. "You researched when you did not have to. You planned when it would have been easier to let someone else handle it. You pushed yourself beyond your comfort zone, way beyond, because this pack needed you to. The gardens would not exist in their current form without you," Sarah added, stepping forward. The faint rustle of her coat echoed as she moved. We were just following your designs, your research, your strategies. But I was scared the whole time, Celeste began, her words trembling like a leaf in a gust. Which makes it more impressive, Thomas said gruffly, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate the very stone beneath them. Any of us can do physical work. Take something special to do intellectual work on a topic that terrifies you, to learn about bugs when you cannot stand bugs. That is, dedication. This is too much, Celeste managed, wiping at her eyes with the back of her paw, feeling the soft fur of her own hand brush against the tears. It is just vegetables. It is food security, Marcus interrupted, his tone firm yet compassionate, echoing in the vaulted ceiling. It is sustainability. It is teaching the next generation. It is proving that limitations can be worked around. He moved closer, the heat of his breath warm against the slight chill of the hall. Luna, you transformed how this pack thinks about challenges, about fear, about adaptation. You deserve this recognition. Jax rose, his silhouette cutting a solid shape against the flickering torchlight, drawing every eye to him. All in favor of officially designating our garden area as Luna's garden, he asked, his voice resonant, the timbre of his throat vibrating through his chest. Aye. The response was a unified roar, a wave of sound that filled the hall like a rushing river, the clamor of paws on wood and throats raised in triumph. Opposed, Jax called out, his tone softer now, the words hanging suspended in the charged air. Silence fell, heavy as a blanket. Even Celeste could not bring herself to vote against it, though a knot of protest still tightened in her gut. Motion carries. Jax's voice was thick with emotion, reverberating through the stone as he declared, Luna's garden it is. The pack erupted in celebration. Young wolves squealed with joy, their high-pitched cries like birdsong, while seasoned warriors clapped each other on the back with hearty slaps that resonated through their fur. Somewhere near the back a muffled pop sounded, perhaps a cork flying from a bottle, followed by the soft fizz of amber liquid bubbling in crystal flutes that appeared as if conjured from the shadows. Champagne, chilled and effervescent, rose in a thin plume of bubbles, the scent of sweet grapes mingling with the pine and earth. Celeste sat in her chair, overwhelmed by emotion, the wooden seat firm beneath her thighs, the cool draft from the open doorway brushing across her whiskers. Jax crouched beside her, his massive paw gently resting on her trembling hand, his fingers warm and reassuring against the cool air. You okay? He asked quietly, his voice a low murmur that seemed to blend with the distant crackle of the torches. They named the gardens after me. Her words were barely above a whisper, the tremor in her voice evident. They did, he answered, his tone steady. I was terrified the whole time. The confession slipped out, each syllable a small weight lifting from her chest. They know. That is why it matters. He pressed a soft kiss to the back of her knuckles, his breath warm against her skin. You gave this pack something precious. Not just food, though that is important, but an example of what determined, scared people can accomplish. They want to honor that. His golden eyes held hers, steady as the ancient stones surrounding them. I do not deserve. You absolutely deserve this. Every bit of it. He said, the sincerity in his voice echoing in the silence that fell around them. His gaze never wavered, his fur brushing lightly against her hand. Let them honor you, love. Let them show their appreciation. He squeezed her hand gently, the pressure grounding her in the moment. She nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat, the sound of her own heartbeat thudding like drums in her ears. 2 days later, the sign installation took place beneath a sky washed in a soft, slate-blue hue. Thomas, whose hands were as skilled with a chisel as a wolf is with a pack, had crafted a beautiful wooden sign. The oak was polished to a warm sheen, the grain flowing like river stones, and the lettering elegant, each curve carved with care. Small details surrounded the border, a ladybug with iridescent wings, a plump, red tomato, a golden marigold, and a tiny moth, its wings delicately etched, causing Celeste to laugh through her tears. The moth's wings were slightly asymmetrical, a playful nod to her own nemesis. The moth is a nice touch, she said, tracing the carved details with a fingertip that brushed the smooth wood, feeling the subtle ridges under her palm. Represents your nemesis. Thomas explained, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the wooden planks. Every hero needs one. My nemesis is a moth. She chuckled, the sound bright and sincere. A very large moth, Marcus corrected, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Important distinction. His words lingered in the crisp air, mixing with the scent of freshly turned soil, drifted in from the garden beyond the hall doors. The whole pack gathered as they installed the sign at the garden entrance. The wooden frame stood tall against the path, its surface catching the waning sunlight, casting long shadows that danced across the stone tiles. The sign was visible from the main path, a beacon of achievement, its craftsmanship a testament to the pack's unity. Air smelled of fresh-cut wood and the faint sweetness of blossoming flowers nearby. "Luna, would you like to say a few words?" Sarah prompted, her voice gentle, the words floating like a soft breeze through the crowd. Celeste took a breath, the cool air filling her lungs, the faint scent of earth and pine grounding her. She looked at her pack, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of torches, eyes glistening with anticipation. "I do not know what to say that I have not already said. Thank you feels inadequate for something this meaningful." Her voice, though steady, carried a tremor that resonated through the gathered wolves. "Then say what you are thinking," Jax encouraged from beside her, his fur brushing lightly against her leg, a reassuring presence. "Okay." She stepped closer to the sign, her fingers sliding over the carved letters, the wood warm from the sun's lingering heat. "When I started this project, I thought overcoming fear meant making it go away, that if I just pushed hard enough, I would stop being scared of bugs." She paused, a soft laugh rippling through the audience. She turned to face them, eyes scanning the crowd of young wolves, their ears perked, curiosity bright in their gazes. "But that is not what happened. I am still scared, still uncomfortable, still would rather run screaming than handle a nest of grubs." A gentle wave of laughter rose from the pack, light and airy as wind through leaves. What changed was not the fear, it was my relationship with it. I learned to work despite being scared, to find my own path forward that worked within my limitations rather than requiring me to completely overcome them. She glanced at the young wolves, their fur still damp with anticipation. "Some of you asked me to teach you about gardening. I will do that, gladly. But here is what I want you to understand. Everyone has things that scare them. Things that make them want to run or hide or give up. The brave ones are not the people who are not scared. The brave ones are the people who figure out how to function anyway. You do not have to touch the bugs if bugs scare you. You just have to find another way to solve the problem. Research, coordination, leading from wherever you are functional." Her voice grew stronger, each syllable resonating through the hall like a drumbeat. "This garden exists because I found my way to contribute, despite my fear. Your challenges will be different, your fears will be different, but the principle is the same. Find your way forward, adapt. Do not let limitations stop you from doing important work." She touched the sign again, the wood smooth under her fingertips, the emotions thick in her throat. "I am honored, deeply honored. And I promise to keep teaching, keep researching, keep finding ways to help this pack thrive, even if it involves bugs, especially if it involves bugs, because apparently that is my specialty now." "Luna's garden," someone shouted, their voice ringing out like a jubilant howl. "Luna's garden." The pack echoed, a chorus of voices that filled the hall, the sound reverberating off the stone walls, merging with the crackle of torches. As the celebration swelled, young Kira approached, a small pack of eager pups trotting behind her. "Luna, you said you would teach us about companion planting?" she asked, eyes bright with anticipation. "I did say that," Celeste smiled, the corners of her mouth turning up, the faint scent of fresh herbs in the air matching her growing optimism. "How about we start next week? I will explain the theory, show you the garden layouts, and teach you about plant relationships. Will there be bugs?" one of the younger wolves asked, his voice trembling just a little. "Almost certainly," Celeste answered, the tone calm and reassuring, her gaze steady. "Will you touch them?" another asked, a small whimper of doubt in his voice. "Absolutely not. I will teach you to identify them from a safe distance with reference materials. If you want to actually handle them, that is between you and your personal courage." She placed a gentle hand on the small wolf's head, the fur warm under her palm. What if we are scared like you? A third asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Then we figure out how to work around that fear together. Deal? Celeste's voice was firm, her eyes sparkling with a quiet confidence that seemed to set the very air around her afire. Deal. The young wolves chorused, their voices high and eager, the hall humming with the promise of new knowledge, snared growth. 6 months later, late autumn, Celeste stood at the entrance to Luna's garden, wrapped in a warm jacket against the crisp mountain air. The garden had transformed with the seasons. The summer vegetables had been harvested and preserved. Fall crops now flourished: kale, cabbage, carrots, beets, all thriving in the cooler weather. The companion plants had evolved too. Marigolds had finished their season, but calendula still bloomed in protected spots. The beneficial insect population had established itself so thoroughly that pest problems had become minimal. The ladybugs had reproduced, their offspring finding winter shelter in the garden debris that Celeste had, through extensive research, learned to leave in place rather than clearing completely. They are beautiful, Sarah said, joining her. Even in late fall, they are. Celeste walked between the beds, noting the healthy growth, the rich soil, the thriving ecosystem they would created. The winter crops are doing better than I expected, because of your planning. The row covers, the companion planting, the soil amendments. Sarah paused. You know what I realized? You have not had a bug panic in almost a month. There was that incident with the cabbage moth 2 weeks ago. You said, there is a moth, and calmly walked away. That is not a panic. That is sensible avoidance. Progress, Celeste agreed. Movement caught her eye. A ladybug crawling across a cabbage leaf, one of the offspring from their original release, probably. It moved with that characteristic stop-start motion, legs working independently, antenna twitching. Celeste watched it for a moment. Then, before she could overthink it, she reached out and let the ladybug crawl onto her finger. It tickled. The tiny legs moving across her skin sent little shivers up her arm. Her instinct screamed at her to shake it off, to run, to do anything except stand there with a bug voluntarily on her hand. But she breathed through it, counted to 10. Let the ladybug reach her fingertip, then carefully transferred it back to the cabbage plant. Did you just? Sarah stared at her. Did you just voluntarily touch a ladybug? For approximately 15 seconds. Yes, Luna touched a bug. Sarah's shout carried across the garden area. On purpose, warriors appeared from various locations, attracted by the commotion. Marcus arrived at a run, looking ready for combat, only to find Celeste standing calmly by a cabbage plant. Luna touched a ladybug, Sarah announced. Intentionally. I witnessed it. No way, Marcus breathed. It was only for a few seconds, Celeste protested, but she was smiling. And it was a ladybug. They are. Relatively benign. Relatively benign, Marcus repeated. 6 months ago, being covered in relatively benign ladybugs made you freeze in terror. 6 months ago, I had not spent months gradually acclimating to garden insects. Celeste looked at the ladybug, now safely on its cabbage leaf. Progress is not perfection. It is just progress. That is incredible growth, Luna, Thomas said, genuine admiration in his voice. It is 15 seconds of uncomfortable tolerance, but her chest felt warm with pride. Though I suppose it is growth, small growth, incremental growth. Growth, Jax's voice came from behind her. She turned to find him watching with that particular expression, pride and love and slight amusement all mixed together. You touched a bug. Do not make it a big thing. Too late. It is a big thing. He pulled her close, kissing her forehead. My brave Luna, voluntarily, touching ladybugs. I might throw up, but you did it anyway. But I did it anyway, she agreed. That evening, the pack gathered for what had become a tradition, the monthly garden celebration. They would harvest whatever was ready, prepare a feast, and share stories about the garden's progress. It had become a cornerstone of pack life, bringing everyone together around the food they would grown. Finn stood to give his monthly report. Late autumn harvest is excellent. We had preserved enough vegetables to supplement our diet through winter. The winter crops are establishing well. And thanks to Luna's insistence on season extension techniques, We will have fresh greens even in December. Luna also touched a ladybug today, Marcus added, voluntarily, on purpose. For 15 whole seconds, the pack erupted in applause. It was nothing, Celeste started. It was growth, young Kira interrupted. You taught us that progress matters, even small progress. You touching a ladybug for 15 seconds is progress. She is right, Theo added. He would become one of Celeste's most dedicated gardening students, spending hours learning about companion planting and pest management. You told us that facing fear does not mean it goes away. It means learning to function despite it. You just demonstrated that perfectly. More applause. Celeste felt her face heat, but she could not suppress her smile. Next month, she said, I am aiming for 20 seconds. Ambitious, someone called out. That is our Luna. The celebration continued late into the night. Stories were shared about the garden's first year, the compost incidents, the manure delivery, the great garlic spray disaster, the moth chase through the tomato plants. Each story was told with affection and laughter, and Celeste found herself laughing at her own panic attacks, seeing them now as milestones in a journey, relief and failures. Later, in the quiet of their cabin, Celeste stood at the window looking out at Luna's garden, illuminated by moonlight. The sign was visible even in the darkness, a permanent marker of what they would accomplish. Jax came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her back against his chest. What are you thinking? That 6 months ago I could not imagine any of this. She leaned into him. The garden's thriving, the pack fed, me touching a ladybug without completely panicking. You have come far. Not as far as I would like. I am still scared, still uncomfortable. She turned in his arms to face him. The bug thing might never fully go away. Good. She blinked. Good. I do not want it to go away. His smile was warm and genuine. I like rescuing you from moths. I like being your hero when beetles appear. I like that you trust me to help you through the scary moments. You like that I panic over insects? I like that you push yourself despite being scared, and that you let me support you when it becomes too much. He cupped her face gently. Love, your fear is part of who you are. It does not make you weak. It makes you human. And watching you function despite that fear makes me proud every single day. Even when I run screaming through gardens, especially then. Shows you are trying. He kissed her softly. You have transformed this pack, taught them about perseverance and adaptation, created sustainable food systems, inspired young wolves to learn about gardening, all while being terrified of the organisms that make gardening possible. When you put it like that, it sounds almost impressive. It is very impressive. You are very impressive. He pressed his forehead to hers. My ridiculous, brave, bug-fearing Luna, who touches ladybugs for 15 seconds and calls it progress. It is progress. It absolutely is. His voice went lower, more intimate. I love you. Every part of you, including the part that is scared of moths and runs from grubs and occasionally destroys tomato plants in panic. I love you too. She rose on her toes to kiss him properly. Even though you enjoy rescuing me from harmless insects, it is a calling. It is ridiculous. It is us. And it was. Perfect and ridiculous. And exactly what they both needed. They stood together in the quiet cabin, the gardens outside sleeping through the autumn night, the pack secure and well-fed, and the future full of promise, even if that future included more bugs. She would handle them, with her mate's support, her pack's encouragement, and approximately 15 seconds of tolerance at a time. It was enough. It was everything. The next spring, Celeste was reviewing seed catalogs at the kitchen table, planning next year's garden expansion, when Jax walked in from morning patrol. Hey, love. I was thinking about adding a section 4. She looked up and stopped. Jack stood frozen in the doorway, his expression carefully controlled. What is wrong? She asked. Do not panic. That is the worst possible way to start a sentence. What? She followed his gaze to the ceiling above her chair. A spider. A large spider with long legs and a body that seemed far too substantial for something that was supposed to be small and insignificant, building a web, directly above where she had been sitting. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Celeste very slowly, very carefully, slid her chair back and stood. Her seed catalogs remained on the table, Forgotten. How long has that been there? Her voice was remarkably calm, unclear, but it has been busy. The web was elaborate, spanning nearly a foot across. The spider sat in the center, doing whatever spiders do, completely unaware it was causing a crisis. It has to go, Celeste said. Agreed, but it is above the table, where I was sitting, where I eat. I am aware. We might need to burn the cabin down. That seems extreme. Does it though? Does it really? Jax moved to the kitchen, retrieving a large cup and piece of cardboard. I will relocate it. Far away, very far away, like different mountain range far, at least the other side of the territory. He approached the spider carefully, cup raise. The spider, sensing danger, scuttled toward the edge of the web. Celeste made a sound that was definitely not a whimper, and definitely not dignified. It is moving, she announced unnecessarily. I see that. Why is it moving? Because I am trying to catch it. Make it stop moving. That is not how spiders work. With impressive dexterity, Jax managed to cup the spider and its web, sliding the cardboard underneath. The spider was secured, safely trapped, no longer a threat. Celeste let out a breath. She had not realized she would have been holding. My hero, always. He carried the cup toward the door. I will be back in a few minutes. Try not to burn the cabin down while I am gone. No promises. After he left, Celeste stood in the kitchen, looking at her abandoned seed catalogs, next year's garden plans, winter crops to try, new companion planting combinations to experiment with, Luna's garden, named in her honor, thriving because she would face her fears again, and again, and again. And here she was, ready to flee her own cabin because of a spider. She laughed. Beep, genuine laughter that shook her whole body. Some things never changed. She would touch a ladybug for 15 seconds. She could supervise planting for over an hour now. She would learn more about entomology than she would ever wanted to know. But a spider above her kitchen table, still terrifying, and that was okay. When Jax returned, found her back at the table, determinedly reviewing seed catalogs, though she kept glancing at the ceiling suspiciously. All clear, he announced. Spider relocated to the far side of the territory, gave it a stern talking to about respecting Luna's personal space. Did you really? No, but I thought about it. She stood, crossing to him and wrapping her arms around his waist. Thank you for rescuing me. Again, thank you for giving me someone to rescue. He kissed the top of her head. What were you planning for next year? Expanded winter garden, more variety in the companion plantings, maybe a section dedicated to herbs for the packhouse kitchen. She pulled back to look at him, and possibly a bug identification course for the young wolves, so they are better prepared than I was. You are going to teach a bug identification course, from a safe distance, using reference materials, and absolutely no live specimens. She grinned. But yes, if I can learn enough about bugs to manage a garden while being terrified of them, I can teach others to identify them without passing on my fear. You are amazing. I am practical. And slightly ridiculous. Both of those things. He pulled her closer. My Luna, still scared of spiders, still planning gardens, still pushing herself to do difficult things despite fear, still requiring my mate to relocate arachnids. I do not mind. Gives me purpose. Your purpose is rescuing me from harmless insects, among other things, but it is one of my favorites. Outside, Luna's garden waited for spring. The soil rested, rich with organic matter and beneficial microbes. The perennial companion plants prepared for new growth. The beneficial insect population hibernated, ready to emerge when warmth returned. And in their cabin, the Alpha and his Luna planned for another season. More vegetables, more research, more carefully managed encounters with the bugs that made it all possible. Some things never changed. Celeste would always be scared of insects. Jax would always rescue her from them. The pack would always tease her affectionately, and Luna's garden would continue to thrive, fed by research and determination, and a Luna who would learn that courage was not the absence of fear. It was doing important work despite being terrified. It was touching ladybugs for 15 seconds. It was running from moths and laughing about it later. It was facing a new season, knowing there would be more bugs, more panic attacks, more moments of terror, and planning for them anyway. because the pack needed it, because food security mattered, because she would learn that her limitations did not define her contribution, her determination did, and that was more than enough. That was everything. Jax, Celeste said, still wrapped in his arms. Yeah? Next time there is a spider in the cabin, can you check before I sit under it? I will make it part of my morning routine. Spider patrol. Before coffee. You are the best mate ever. I know. And possibly insane for tolerating my blood fear. Also accurate. She laughed, pressing her face into his chest. Outside, the mountain spring prepared to bloom. Seeds waited in catalogs. Gardens prepared for another season of growth. And Luna Celeste, who was still terrified of bugs, was ready to face them all, from an appropriate distance, with proper protocols. And a mate who would always rescue her from spiders. That was her perfect life. Ridiculous, terrifying, abundant, and absolutely perfect. That is the end of this tale, but in the world of the supernatural, there is always another shadow waiting. Thank you for staying with me through every twist, turn, and heartbeat. If you enjoyed the ride, there is more waiting for you. Take a look at the other audiobooks on this channel. Do not forget to subscribe if you want more magic, monsters, and stories that go bump in the night. Until next time, stay curious and brave.